वाले। बट ईएस की स्क्वाड की बात करी जाए, वो ग्रेनेड्स बहुत ही ज्यादा बढ़िया डूडी का आता हुआ और इसी के साथ 2 प्लेयर को डाउन किया जाएगा। मोस्ट प्रॉबेबली रिवाइवल का कोई चांस बनने नहीं वाला। आरटीआर चार्ज करने की कोशिश करेगी, परमार अभी भी डाउन है। सिंपल पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो गए हैं। बट बात करी जाए जॉर्ड की, हो सकता है आखिरी प्लेयर वो सर्वाइव करेंगे। जी हाँ, एक प्लेयर को बहुत ज्यादा पहले खो चुके थे जॉर्ड, अकेले प्लेयर अपनी टीम से। एलिट स्क्वाड एलिमिनेशन के कगार पे अगर यहाँ एलिमिनेट हुए, मात्र केवल जो प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट है उनको मिलने वाले 0, बट जो फिनिशेस हैं वो 4 फिनिशेस उनके पास रहेंगे।
जी हाँ, बट अभी भी वहाँ पे जॉर्ड बचे हुए हैं और मैं देखना चाहूंगा वो अकेला प्लेयर कितनी देर तक अपनी टीम को यहाँ पे सर्वाइव करवा सकता है। वहीं अगर रेट्रिब्यूशन आरटीआर की बात की जाए, जोन के अंदर जाने की कोशिश तो वो भी करते हुए आपको नजर आ जाएंगे। एलिट स्क्वाड के पास अब यहाँ पे एक बहुत अच्छा कंपाउंड था, रिवाइवल की प्रक्रिया को यहाँ पे शुरू करा गया है, व्हिच इज अ ग्रेट थिंग, क्योंकि अगर ये रिवाइवल हो जाता है नंबर्स वापस उनके पास आ जाएंगे फाइट करने लायक। इट्स अ 2v4 सिचुएशन राइट नाउ, डेट करने के लिए आगे जाने की कोशिश करते हैं। सामने प्ले था, शॉट लिया गया, जोड़ बार बार यहाँ पे बचे। बट क्या अपने नेट से शिकार हुए? जी हाँ, अपने नेट का शिकार हुए और अब परमार के ऊपर पूरी जिम्मेदारी अपने प्लेयर को रिवाइव करके इस फाइट को जीतने की। बट मुझे कहीं ना कहीं लगता है कि रेट्रिब्यूशन को अब तक तो रश कर देना चाहिए था। मेरी 4 प्लेयर्स उनके पास है, इफ दे कैन रश इट राइट नाउ दे कैन इजीली वाइप एलिट स्क्वाड।
इनविंसिबल वर्सेस वॉरविने की जो फाइट है वो भी हमें देखने को मिलेगी। फ्रैगर ओपी वहां पे डाउन किया गया, एरो की बात करो भी डाउन हो चुके हैं। लेवल 2 के लास्ट 2 प्लेयर सर्वाइव करेंगे। दूसरे साइड पे अगर बात करी जाए, उनका एक प्लेयर डाउन है, 20 उनको रिवाइव करने की जरूरत पड़ेगी। हिटमैन वो खत्म हो चुके हैं। ड्रैगो यहाँ पे जरूर लेटे पड़े हुए हैं, आप देखें जोन के एज पे दिखाई देंगे, बट सामने जॉर्ड मौजूद रहेंगे। फेथ के प्लेयर को उन्होंने देखा, बट फेथ शायद उन्होंने भी देखा होगा, थोड़ी देर पहले हमने उनकी फाइट होते हुए देखी थी। विशेष की बात करी जाए, 3 प्लेयर के साथ आए थे, तीनों प्लेयर के साथ अभी भी वो सर्वाइव करते हुए आपको दिखाई देंगे। पूरा सर्कल उनके पास है, कहीं जाने की जरूरत नहीं है। बट स्पीरो आप एक चीज देखें, ग्रीक गॉड्स के जो प्लेयर्स थे उन्होंने 2-1 का स्प्लिट किया था और वो जाके वॉच टावर में बैठे थे 2 प्लेयर, बाकी एक प्लेयर को उन्होंने जोन के बाहर छोड़ रखा था। वो एक लौता प्लेयर जो जोन के बाहर था, जोकर ओपी, अभी वो सर्वाइव करेंगे। ड्रैगो इसी के साथ खत्म और लेवल 2 की स्क्वाड 13वें स्थान पे इस बार बाहर। बट परमार की बात करें, उनको भी डाउन किया गया। लास्ट प्लेयर बचे हुए थे जॉर्ड, खत्म करेंगे उनको भी और इसी के साथ टीम एलिट स्क्वाड 12वें स्थान पे मात्र केवल 1 प्लेसमेंट के साथ इस मैच से बाहर। ग्लेशियर की बात करें, इस चीज का वो फायदा उठाएंगे, यहां से निकलने की कोशिश करेंगे। पावा वहां पे आखिरी जो प्लेयर थे फेथ के, उनको इसी के साथ खत्म किया गया। फेथ 4थे स्थान पे 8 फिनिशेस के साथ बाहर गए। बेसिक फॉर्म इकलौते आखिरी प्लेयर बचेंगे अपनी टीम से। कुछ ज्यादा ही वहां पे क्राउच वापस से खड़े हो रहे, क्राउच वापस से वो खड़े हो रहे। बट देखना यह है कि उस चीज का एक्चुअली में उनको जो फायदा है, स्पीरो उनको मिल क्या रहे, अभी भी देखे आप, वो रुक नहीं रहे, अपने आप को हील जरूर करे। बट ऑन हिट का वो जो ग्रेनेड था ऑन पॉइंट आएगा और प्लेयर 03 उनको डाउन किया गया। लास्ट 2 प्लेयर टीम अनस्टॉपेबल से सर्वाइव करेंगे।
जी हाँ, अब लास्ट 1 प्लेयर सर्वाइव करते आपको नजर आ जाएंगे। हील करने की कोशिश वो यहाँ पे जरूर कर सकते हैं, अपने प्लेयर को रिवाइव करना वो चाहते जरूर है। बट अभी के लिए मिस्ड ऑफिशियल्स अगर बात की जाए, 14 फिनिशेस ऑलरेडी निकाल चुके हैं। 3 प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे बचे हुए हैं और एक विनर चिकन डिनर की तरफ वो काफी तेजी से अग्रसर होते हुए एक और प्लेयर का शिकार करके 15 फिनिशेस उनके हो चुके हैं। स्लोली एंड स्टेडीली पहले मैच में डोमिनेशन उनकी तरफ से देखने को मिल जाएगा।
बट ये बेसिक फॉर्म एक्चुअली में कर क्या रहे, मैं तब से उनको देख रहा हूँ स्पीरो। वही अभी अगेन वापस से आप देखिए, वो शैडो, येलो शैडो आप उनकी देख सकते हैं। क्राउच कर रहे हैं, वापस से उठ रहे हैं, क्राउच कर रहे हैं, वापस से उठ रहे हैं। बट कुछ तो है। ऑन हिट की बात करें, अकेले प्लेयर जो इस वक्त आपको सर्कल पे दिखाई देंगे। ट्रबल की बात करी जाए, इस वक्त डाउन है। चलिए फाइनली उनको फिनिश किया गया, पूरी तरह से वो ब्लीड ही कर गए। 16 टोटल फिनिशेस रहेंगे मिस्टिक के पास। बेसिक फॉर्म फाइनली प्ले जोन के बाहर डाउन हुए, बट एक आखिरी प्लेयर टीम अनस्टॉपेबल से। और वहीं पे अगर टीम ग्लेशियर की बात करी जाए, उनके भी आखिरी प्लेयर आपको देखने को मिलने वाले।
जी हाँ, बट कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि मिस्ट बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से एक विनर चिकन डिनर लेके जाने वाले। और जो उठक बैठक की आप बात करें ना, वो आदत हो जाती है। आप पहले के अगर गेम प्लेस की याद करेंगे तो प्लेयर्स हील लगाते लगाते वो उठक बैठक करने की आदत है उनको। तो मेरे ख्याल से बेसिक फॉर्म भी बहुत पुराने प्लेयर हैं जो ये आदत उनको है। आजकल के नए प्लेयर नहीं करते, बट पुराने प्लेयर जरूर करते थे। वही अगर बात की जाए होप की, आई थिंक ही स्टिल देयर एंड बस वेट कर रहे हैं कब उनको मौका मिलेगा कोई और फिनिश निकालने का। नहीं तो दूसरे पायदान के लिए वो जरूर आगे जा सकते हैं। हमने पिछले कुछ समय में बहुत ज्यादा क्लचेस भी देखे हैं मेजी, तो अगर यहाँ पे कोई 1v3 1v2 होता है, दैट वुड बी इनक्रेडिबल।
देखिए मिस्टिक को पता है कि अब उनके जो हाथों में चिकन डिनर है वो कोई छीनने नहीं वाला है, इसलिए बड़े आसानी से वो रुके हुए, उनके पास पूरा सर्कल है। सर्कल के बाहर जाने की जरूरत नहीं, उनको भी पता है जो प्लेयर्स हैं वो कहाँ पे मौजूद रहेंगे और वो रुके रहेंगे। और बात करेंगे बाकी सारे प्लेयर्स की, तो वो भी वहाँ पे आपको जाते हुए दिखाई देंगे। चलिए टीम अनस्टॉपेबल के जो आखिरी प्लेयर थे उनको यहाँ पे खत्म किया गया ऑन हिट। लास्ट प्लेयर बचेंगे अपनी टीम से, ज्यादा कुछ कमाल कर नहीं पाएंगे। सर्कल के बाहर थे, मात्र केवल 1 फर्स्ट एड था। देखना यह है कि प्ले जोन के बाहर वो अपना फिनिश देंगे या फिर नहीं, बट मुझे लगता नहीं है कि प्ले जोन के बाहर वो फिनिश देंगे। बट पावा के उनको बिल्कुल भी अंदाजा नहीं था कि वो प्लेयर मौजूद का है। बट इसी के साथ मिस्टेक, बाकी सारे प्लेयर आते हुए एक बढ़िया पैन वहां पे ऑन हिट को पड़ा। और भी की बात करें, गुरु यहाँ पर मौजूद जोन के बाहर है, बट मीनवाइल लेवल 2 की बात करें, उनके एक प्लेयर को डाउन किया जाएगा।
गुरु को बिल्कुल आइडिया नहीं था कि उनको फुटस्टेप नहीं आई कि वहां पर जो प्लेयर है वो आ रहे। फिलहाल ड्रैगो आएंगे, एक जो नॉक है वो निकाला जाएगा और अब वहां पर रिवाइवल जो वो भी एग्जीक्यूट किया जा सकता है। बट और भी के प्लेयर्स बहुत ज्यादा ओपन में आए थे। स्पाई की साइड से एक बढ़िया स्प्रे आएगा और वहां पर डाउन किए जाएंगे ड्रैगो। एक आखिरी खिलाड़ी बचेंगे, एक आखिरी उम्मीद अपनी टीम की। देखते टीम वॉरमी ने यहाँ पर क्या प्रदर्शन दिखाएंगे, क्योंकि एक 1v2 का सिनेरियो यहाँ पर बचता जरूर से है। ड्रैगो पहले रिवाइव करने के लिए जा रहे हैं। वहीं अगर हम बात करें टीम वॉरमेनिया की, माइट भी वो भी अपना जो रिवाइवल है वो भी इनिशिएट करे।
लास्ट लेजेंड की बात करें, थर्ड पार्टी करने को पूरी तरीके से तैयार। माफिया उनको डैमेज यहाँ पे पड़ता हुआ। ड्रैगो के एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम, प्ले जोन के बाहर वो खत्म हो सकते हैं। देखना ये है कि प्ले जोन के बाहर खत्म हुए। जी नहीं बनी, उन्होंने डाउन किया था ड्रैगो को। बट मिस्टर माफिया की बात करी जाए वो भी हिटमैन के द्वारा डाउन किए जाएंगे।
उनके पास बैन एडवांटेज हमें पूरी तरीके से देखने को मिल रहा है। अगर हम बात करें टीम फेथ की, अब एक आखिरी खिलाड़ी बचेंगे, लेकिन ज्यादा देर तक नहीं। उनका भी जो एलिमिनेशन है वो हमें देखने को मिलेगा। हिटमैन अकेले बचे अपनी टीम को टॉप 4 में वो लेकर के आ चुके हैं। 2 फिनिश निकाले और ये बहुत बहुत ज्यादा क्रूशियल पॉइंट्स हमें देखने को मिलते हो। बात करें टीम रिटेंशन क्रू की, 2 प्लेयर्स यहां पर डाउन नजर आ रहे हैं। जोन के अंदर भी जाना है, 4 मीटर का वो फासला जरूर से रहने वाला है। अगर हम बात करें, लीजिए एक और जो नॉक है वो हमें देखने को मिल जाएगा हिटमैन के साइड से। क्या एक और क्लच वो यहां पर निकाल सकते हैं? ग्रेनेड कुक जरूर से कर रहे हैं, बिल्कुल ओपन में वहां पर प्लेयर आ रहे हैं और शायद एक कनेक्शन बना सकते हैं। जी हां, कनेक्शन बनाएगा, डाउन करेंगे। 1v3 कैन ही डू दैट? अब्बास पीछे की तरफ मौजूद जरूर से, बट हिटमैन वो आखिरी लेजेंड सर्वाइव करेगा। टीम लास्ट लेजेंड्स का 2 फिनिशेस और एंड हिटमैन अभी भी सर्वाइव करते हुए। जोन वो भी उनके खाते में जाएगा, लेकिन अगला नहीं, बाहर की तरफ आएंगे और सरवाइव करेंगे।
इस वक्त हमें आरटीआर के पास देखने को मिलने वाला बहुत आसान विनर विनर चिकन डिनर जा जरूर सकता है। ग्रीक गॉड्स के पास गलती की कोई गुंजाइश नहीं, पूरा सर्कल उनके पास।
बिल्कुल, यहाँ पर अभी के लिए अगर हम बात करें ऑडी की, वो हमें जोन के बाहर देखने को जरूर से मिल रहे हैं। इनफैक्ट डैडी है इनका नाम, डूडी है इनका नाम, बिल्कुल। और यहाँ पर एक 1v2 का सिनेरियो है। ब्लू जोन का डैमेज काफी ज्यादा आएगा, 3 फर्स्ट एड रहेंगे, बट अगेन कुछ भी खास वो वहां पर नहीं कर पाएंगे। ग्रीक गॉड्स की बात करें, एक बढ़िया गेम उनका हमें जरूर से देखने को मिला। एक पल को लड़खड़ाए जरूर दिखा रहे हैं। जो जोन प्रेडिक्शन है वो आ रहा है और वो कहते हैं कि उन्होंने एक्सपेक्ट किया कि जोन उनके ऊपर आएगा, बट जब वो चीज नहीं हुई तो उसके अकॉर्डिंग रोटेशन भी थी। लेकिन टीम इनविंसिबल जो वो आएंगे, टीम वॉरमेनिया आगे की तरफ है, टीम ग्लेशियर पीछे से, टीम इनविंसिबल पूरी तरीके से सैंडविच सिचुएशन। देखते कि अब यहाँ से क्या वो निकल पाएंगे। अगर हम बात करें टीम इनविंसिबल की, वॉरमेनिया की स्पाइक का एक बढ़िया रहेगा, डाउन किए जाएंगे। जो फिनिश है वो भी सिक्योर किया जाएगा और इसी के साथ एक प्लेयर डाउन जरूर से, बट यहाँ पर रिवाइवल इजीली एग्जीक्यूट हो जाएगा। बट वॉरमेनिया की बात करें ना, पहला मैच उतना अच्छा गया, दूसरा मैच भी अच्छा नहीं गया और तीसरे मैच की बात करें, ये लीजिए एक और खिलाड़ी वहां पर डाउन। स्पाई बचेंगे, आखिरी खिलाड़ी। एक बड़ी होप उनके कंधों पर, क्योंकि अगर यहाँ पर एलिमिनेट होते हैं तो मात्र 3 ही मैचेस बचते हैं और उसमें कुछ चमत्कारी प्रदर्शन दिखाना पड़ेगा।
देखिए कमबैक तो आ सकता है, बट बहुत देर कर रहे हैं आप। कमबैक करके जितना देर करेंगे उतना कमबैक आपके लिए मुश्किल हो जाएगा। मेरे ख्याल से यहाँ पे स्मोक भी लेट किया, तो ये देरी को रोकना पड़ेगा। बहुत लेट स्मोक किया, पहला प्लेयर नॉक हुआ था तभी स्मोक करना चाहिए था, शायद तब दूसरा प्लेयर नॉक ना होता। बट अभी के लिए स्पाई बचे जरूर हुए हैं, देखते हैं कि आप अपने प्लेयर को रिवाइव कर पाएंगे। जवाब है ना। बट ये जो मूवमेंट है ना, ये बहुत प्यारा लगता है। वो एक शॉप में बैठे हैं, वो मे भी काम कर रहे होंगे, बट काम करते के साथ साथ ये गेम खेल रहे हैं। ये दर्शाता है कि ई स्पोर्ट्स का जो क्रेज है भारतवर्ष में वो कितना ज्यादा बढ़ चुका है और ये देख के मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। बट वहीं पे स्पाइक की बात की जाए, नेट हाथ में, लास्ट में निकल अच्छा नेट करा जरूर है, क्या जगह ढूंढ पाएगा, एक डैमेज तो यहाँ पे जरूर दिया, लेकिन रिटेलिएशन नेट्स भी उनके ऊपर आएंगे। बट उससे पहले अभी अपनी बैरल के साथ खत्म करेंगे उनको। एंड इसी के साथ वॉरमेनिया बनती हुई पहली टीम जो एलिमिनेट होगी इस मैच से। की मुश्किलें बढ़ जरूर सकते हैं, क्योंकि जोकर को नॉक करा जाता है और मोलोटोव के जरिए जोकर को जला भी दिया जाता है। फेथ के सैंडी जोड़ आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश आप जरूर करते हैं, बट आज हमने ये चीज देखी सैनोक के अंदर, जहां आप देख रहे हैं वहां से आप डैमेज नहीं खा रहे हैं, कहीं और से आप डैमेज खा रहे हैं।
देखिए ग्रीक गॉड्स जो वो जोन के अंदर मौजूद है, पूरी तरीके से इस चीज का एडवांटेज वो उठाना चाहेंगे। वो चाहेंगे कि जरूर से वो जो बाकी की टीम जोन के बाहर से आ रही है उनकी मुश्किलें बढ़ाएं। बट मीनवाइल इनके भी काफी करीब हमें एक टीम देखने को मिल जाएगी, नाम रहता है टीम मिस, जिन्होंने बढ़िया प्रदर्शन दिखाया था। इन टीम फेथ एंड टीम गॉड दोनों की वो मुश्किलें बढ़ा सकते हैं। आप देखिए साइड लाइंस पे मौजूद है, स्प्रेज दे रहे हैं और अब वो जो जोन के बाहर फाइट ले रहे थे टीम गॉड के प्लेयर, बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल उनके लिए हो जाएगा। एक और डाउन किए जाएंगे खिलाड़ी। टीम मिस्ट ऑफिशियल की बात करें, मात्र 2 प्लेयर्स बचते जरूर थे और 2 फाइट्स उनको एक साथ ले दी है। बट अगेन देखते हैं किस प्रकार से इस फाइट में वो इन्वॉल्व होते हैं, क्योंकि अभी भी टीम गॉड के एक खिलाड़ी वहां पर जोन के बाहर मौजूद है। जो 2 प्लेयर्स डाउन, उनका जो फिनिश है वो सिक्योर किया जाएगा। फ्रैगर ओपी कुछ और फ्रैग्स निकालेंगे अपनी टीम के लिए। वहीं अगर हम बात करें स्पार्टा जॉर्ज की, वो आगे की तरफ बढ़ते हुए नजर आएंगे। ग्रीक गॉड्स का वो एक खिलाड़ी अगर सही वक्त पे वो उठते हैं तो दोनों प्लेयर्स को डाउन कर सकते हैं। चलिए पहले उन्होंने जो ब्लू जोन है उसको आउट रन करता सही समझा। उनके सामने से प्लेयर जा रहा है, वो देर ना करते, हील करेंगे अपने आप को। टीम फेथ के ऊपर पूरा ध्यान जा चुका है। अब टीम मिस्ट का एंड टीम ग्रीक गॉड के जो एक प्लेयर हैं वो अभी भी सर्वाइव करते हुए।
देखिए वो सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं और नीड उनके हाथ में। मैं देखना चाहूंगा कितना ज्यादा डैमेज दे पाएंगे, बट अभी के लिए स्पार्टा जोड़ आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश करते हैं। फेथ बैकफुट पे जा जरूर सकती है, शॉट दिया जाएगा, नॉक करा जाएगा, प्रोन शॉट काम उस समय नहीं करेगा। स्पार्टा जोड़ क्या सर्वाइव कर पाएंगे? अंकी मना कर रहे हैं, बट अभी के लिए जंप करके कैन ही डू इट? नो, यस ही कैन, यस ही कैन। अंकी पहुंच जाएंगे स्पार्टा जोड़ जोन के अंदर। देखना पड़ेगा क्या यहाँ पे वो फिनिश कर पाएंगे। मिस्ट पिछले एरांगल में लाजवाब प्रदर्शन करना जरूर था, बट इस बार अभी के लिए थोड़ा स्ट्रगल करते हुए गाड़ी ठुकेगी। ये छोटे छोटे एक्सीडेंट्स बहुत देखने को मिल रहे हैं इस बार।
दो खिलाड़ी यहाँ पे डाउन हुए, तीसरा खिलाड़ी वहाँ पे रिवाइव करने की कोशिश करेगा। फ्रैगर पहले मैच के MVP, 8 फिनिशेस उन्होंने निकाले थे। फेथ की बात करी जाए, ऑलरेडी 5 फिनिशेस उन्होंने निकाल लिए हैं। 2 खिलाड़ी वहाँ पे नॉक है, अगर पा पाए तो 7 टोटल फिनिशेस उनके पास रहेंगे। और ये वाला ग्रेनेड अंगोरेक्स का जाता हुआ, काफी ज्यादा बेहतरीन गेम प्ले उनका हमें देखने को मिलता हुआ। पहले मैच में भी टॉप 5 में थे, अभी भी मुझे लगता है कि टॉप 5 में अपनी जगह बना सकते हैं। MVP भी बनने के बहुत ज्यादा करीब थे वो। बड़े एक और ग्रेनेड आगे के साइड पे गया है, मॉलीज का भी इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा। ग्रीक गॉड के अब्बास जो थे वो भी अभी के दौरान यहाँ पे डाउन किए गए। प्लेयर 69 को आप देखें, एक बढ़िया रोटेशन, अकेले फंस सकते थे बट शायद पीछे से एक बढ़िया कवर फायर आता हुआ। मॉली में खुद को वो जला बैठेंगे, अपने ही प्लेयर को जलाते हुए। बट इसी के साथ आयरन साइड की स्क्वाड पूरी तरीके से एलिमिनेट होते हुए। 8 फिनिशेस टीम फेथ के पास, बट अभी भी उनके 2 प्लेयर नॉक है। रिवाइव करने की जरूरत पड़ेगी, जोन के एज पे मौजूद है। और अब सामने वाली जो टीम है, टीम इनविंसिबल, और वहीं पे दूसरी स्क्वाड की बात करी जाए, सामने मिस्ट की स्क्वाड, दोनों इस फाइट में फायदा उठा सकती है।
देखिए दोनों यहाँ पे अटैक करने की कोशिश करते हुए, मिस्ट भी यहाँ पे आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, धीरे धीरे नेड परेड करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। वहीं टीम इनविंसिबल भी आगे बढ़ते हुए, नेड उनके हाथ में भी। क्या फेथ यहाँ पे सर्वाइव कर पाएगा? जवाब मुझे तो ना लग रहा है, बट अभी के लिए ब्रेक कनेक्शन ढूंढेंगे। एक और प्लेयर को नॉक करा जाएगा, एक और प्लेयर बिल्कुल ओपन में, कोई अंदाजा ही नहीं। फेथ अब अपने फेट के अगेंस्ट खेलने की कोशिश करते हुए, बट अभी भी यहाँ पे स्पीयर RX बचे हुए जरूर हैं। क्या वहां पे वो कुछ कर पाएंगे? नहीं, उनको भी स्पॉट करा गया, उनको भी खत्म करेगा। राइट हैंड साइड पे एक और प्लेयर है, स्पार्टा जोड़, उनको स्पॉट नहीं कर पाए और मुश्किलों में फंसती हुई टीम मिस्ट भी। बट कितनी देर तक इनविंसिबल शानदार एक 360 डिग्री टर्न करा और बहुत शानदार वापस स्प्रे दिया।
फ्रैगर के HP बहुत ज्यादा कम, अपने आप को हील करेंगे, कामयाबी उन्होंने हासिल की। इनविंसिबल यहाँ पे अभी भी धावा बोलने की कोशिश करेंगे, बट अभी भी आप देखें रैंगो बहुत ज्यादा दूर है अपनी टीम से। यहाँ पे जो टीम जीतेगी पूरा साउथ का इलाका उनके पास रहेगा। स्पिरो अगर थोड़ी देर में हमें मैप देखने को मिलेगा तब हम बात कर सकते हैं कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पे पूरा साउथ का इलाका, इनमें से जो भी जीतेगा इनके पास होने वाला। बट स्पायर की बात करें, वो यहाँ पे फ्रैगर के द्वारा डाउन किए जाएंगे। क्रिश अभी भी बहुत ज्यादा दूर है अपनी टीम से। और की बात करें, अभी भी शॉट देने की कोशिश करें, स्पायर यहाँ पे खत्म किए गए। 5 फिनिशर्स हमें मिस्ट के पास देखने को मिलने वाले हैं। पूरा साउथ का इलाका खाली, नेक्स्ट सर्कल आने वाला है, देखना है कि अब ये सर्कल किसके पास जाएगा। 19 मिनट का गेम खत्म हो गया, 6 टीमें एलिमिनेट हो गई, मात्र केवल 10 टीमें, 32 प्लेयर बचे रहेंगे। पर वहां पे अभी की बात करी जाएगी, फिर से उनको डाउन किया जाएगा। स्पार्टा अकेले अपनी टीम को यहाँ पे बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया पोजीशन में बनाते हुए, रैंगो उनको भी डाउन किया गया। बट एक ग्रेनेड वहां से आता हुआ, मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली मुझे लगता है कि क्या एक लौते प्लेयर सर्वाइव करेंगे अपनी टीम से? शायद वो भी नहीं सर्वाइव करेंगे। इसी के साथ क्रिश, उनको भी खत्म किया गया। टीम इनविंसिबल 2 फिनिशेस के साथ इस मैच में 10वें स्थान से बाहर। बात करी जाए, डैमेज उन्होंने अच्छा खासा डील किया, चोनो वहां पे मौजूद रहेंगे। फेनिक्स अभी भी ऊपर है, कम से कम जिन प्लेयर को डाउन किया गया बड़े आसानी से रिवाइव कर दिया जाएगा। फेनिक्स के पास एक बढ़िया एंगल है जहां से वो प्लेयर्स को आने के लिए मना कर सकते हैं, रोक सकते हैं। ग्रेनेड्स एंड मॉलीज का ऑलरेडी इस्तेमाल किया गया। ग्रेनेड की बात करें, फिनिक्स के हाथों में आपको ग्रेनेड देखने को मिलेगा। गोप की बात करें, उनके भी हाथों में एक बढ़िया ग्रेनेड है। देखना यह है कि क्या उन्होंने अंदाजा लगाया कि जस्ट उनके सामने प्लेयर मौजूद रहेंगे। जी हाँ, अंदाजा लगाया जरूर है। चोनू की जो HP थी वो बहुत ज्यादा डैमेज हो चुकी है। ऑलरेडी बात करें जाए हीरोज, उनको भी डाउन किया गया। और अब KTR की स्क्वाड, सॉरी RTR की जो स्क्वाड है, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली इसी के साथ डूडी लास्ट प्लेयर सर्वाइव करेंगे, बट ज्यादा देर तक नहीं।
अनस्टॉपेबल ने बहुत ही शानदार यहाँ पे रोका उनको। जो नेट्स का यूज किया गया वो काफी शानदार था, प्रेडिक्टेबल नेट्स के साथ। डूडी अब आखिरी प्लेयर बचते हैं। रेट्रिब्यूशन RTR के पीछे जाने पे उनको मजबूर करेगा। फीनिक्स अब आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश यहाँ पे करते जरूर आपको नजर आ जाएंगे। 4 टीमें, 8 प्लेयर्स, इट इज गोइंग टू बी डिफिकल्ट, बट अनस्टॉपेबल्स अभी भी उनके पास नंबर्स गेम है। 3 प्लेयर्स उनके पास देखने को मिलते हैं। बट वही अगर लास्ट लेजेंड की बात की जाए, दे हैव द नंबर्स गेम एडवांटेज एज वेल। उनके पास भी प्लेयर्स आपको देखने को मिल जाते हैं। डूडी जो आखिरी प्लेयर बचे हैं वो बस इंतजार कर रहे हैं क्या ये गेम खराब कर सकते हैं। एक नेट बहुत क्रूशियल साबित होगा, नेट आएगा बट प्लेयर्स उससे दूर चले जाएंगे। अभी भी एक और नेट उनके हाथ में, तीनों प्लेयर्स बहुत करीबी पे यहाँ पे है। एक नेट 3 शिकार हो सकते हैं। दैट नेट इज इनक्रेडिबल। क्या डैमेज देगा? डैमेज नहीं देगा, बट प्लेयर का जो नेट आएगा वो खत्म करेगा डूडी को। इसी के साथ रेट्रिब्यूशन RTR खत्म होंगे चौथे पायदान पे।
सामने एलिट स्क्वाड को पूरी तरीके से एलिमिनेट कर सकते थे। और अब आप रैंगो को देखें, उनकी भी एचपी बहुत ज्यादा कम हो गई। ये फाइट इनविंसिबल बड़े आसानी से जीत सकती थी, बट आपको अब हार के कगार पे वो देखने को मिलेंगे, क्योंकि उनको पता है, एलिट स्क्वाड को पता है कि अब वो आखिरी जो प्लेयर ऊपर बचा हुआ वो इकलौता प्लेयर है। और यहाँ पे स्पायर की बात करी जाए, एक बढ़िया शॉट आता हुआ वहाँ पे परमार को नॉक किया गया। और वहाँ पे डैनी की बात करी जाए, उनको भी नॉक कर दिया गया। लास्ट प्लेयर वहाँ पे बचेंगे गॉडविन अपनी टीम से, स्पायर अकेले यहाँ पे बचे हुए अपनी टीम के साथ। एक एक का जो सिचुएशन है वो हमें देखने को मिलेगा। 1v1 की ये फाइट चलने वाली है। डैनी जो थे उनको भी डाउन कर दिया गया था। देखना पड़ेगा रैंगो क्या वापस से घूम फिर के आने वाले। जी हाँ, वापस से वो घूम के आने वाले और शायद एक बार सीधा स्लैम किया जाएगा। और गॉडविन वहां पे स्पायर को देख रहे थे, इसी बीच रैंगो वो फायदा उठाते हैं और शायद गलत ठिकाने पे जाके गिरेंगे। बट चलिए, कम से कम कवर फायर वो प्रोवाइड कर रहे थे। पीछे जो स्पायर थे उन्होंने कवर फायर दिया, बट अभी भी वो प्लेयर नीचे कूद गया। स्पायर के द्वारा स्पॉट किए गए। गॉडविन ज्यादा देर तक सर्वाइव नहीं कर पाएंगे, क्या पता इस मैच में भी शून्य के साथ एलिमिनेशन झेलना पड़े। बट नहीं, दो प्लेयर के खत्म हो चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल 1v2 का यहाँ पर सिनेरियो हमें देखने को मिलता है और कुछ वैसा ही गेम प्ले दिखाना पड़ेगा जैसा कुछ देर पहले स्पायर ने दिखाया। एक बढ़िया 1v2 उन्होंने किया, वहां पर जरूर से था वो ग्रेनेड जाएगा, कनेक्शन भी बनाएगा, बट उतना स्ट्रॉन्ग वो कनेक्शन आएगा नहीं। अभी भी गॉडविन वहां पर अकेले खिलाड़ी सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं और पूरी जो टीम की अब दारोमदार है वो इनके ऊपर आ चुका है। 1v2 का वो सिनेरियो है, प्लेयर्स अभी भी नॉकड आउट है, यानी कि अगर वो जल्दी से फिनिश ऑफ करते तो शायद रिवाइवल पॉसिबल हो पाएगा, बट धीरे धीरे वो भी ब्लीड आउट हो जाएंगे। 1v2 फॉर गॉडविन जहां पर है, थोड़ी सी प्रेडिक्टेबल पोजीशन जरूर से रहती है। ग्रेनेड्स का अच्छा इस्तेमाल यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है, नीचे आने के लिए कंपेल किया गया, उनको स्पॉट करेंगे, एक प्लेयर को स्प्रेस देंगे, लेकिन ज्यादा देर तक सर्वाइव नहीं करेंगे।
अनस्टॉपेबल वर्सेस BR1 की जो फाइट हुआ हमें देखने को मिलने वाले। BR1 का एक प्लेयर डाउन है, ट्रेवल की बात करें, उनके हाथ में मॉली देखने को मिलेगी। फिनिक्स वहां पे डाउन किए गए, प्लेयर्स 3 वहां पे मौजूद रहेंगे, बट इसी के साथ लॉन्ग क्लॉक को डाउन किया गया। सामने अप्पू थे, उनके शायद हाथ जो थी वो दिखाई दिए थे, जेतु दे चुकी है यहाँ पे ट्रेवल को, बट आईएसओ सामने वहां पे मौजूद थे, उन्होंने उनको बिल्कुल भी नहीं देखा। लास्ट प्लेयर सर्वाइव कर रहा है, वो टैंक की अकेले प्लेयर वो बचे थे, वो खत्म हो गए। एक बार फिर से 5वें स्थान पे 0 फिनिशेस के साथ BR1 बाहर।
अनबीटेबल, अनस्टॉपेबल, ये क्या था? वो उड़ते हुए यहाँ पर आए। ट्रबल कुछ अलग ही तरीके के जो जिंक्स है वो हमें यहाँ पर दिखाते हुए, लेकिन वो भी डाउन होंगे। एंड टीम अनस्टॉपेबल मात्र 2 प्लेयर्स के साथ सर्वाइव करेंगे। टीम फेथ एक और प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे और अब एक आखिरी खिलाड़ी के कंधों पर सारी जिम्मेदारी स्पॉट करके एक प्लेयर को नॉक करने की कोशिश, बट कामयाबी नहीं मिलेगी। एलिमिनेशन टीम अनस्टॉपेबल का।
ऑफ कोर्स नहीं, हमको पता है कि वो ऑलरेडी शायद क्वालीफाई हो चुके हैं, पॉइंट्स उनके पास है, दैट इज व्हाई उन्होंने यहाँ पे थोड़ा खुल के खेलने का डिसाइड किया, तो सही साबित नहीं हुआ। बट अभी भी फेथ की मुश्किलें बढ़ती हुई, थर्ड पार्टी का सामना उनको करना पड़ेगा। सैंडी जॉर्ज इज द लास्ट वन स्टैंडिंग एंड ही वुड जंप डाउन। क्या फायदा मिलेगा? बिल्कुल जंप डाउन करके एक और प्लेयर को उन्होंने टेक डाउन किया, नॉक करके फिनिश स्ट्रेट अवे करते नजर आएंगे। फ्रैगर उनकी तरफ आगे बढ़ते हैं विद नो एचपी एट ऑल, वुड गेट द क्लच डाउन। एक बेहतरीन क्लच उनकी तरफ से, एक फिनिश निकाला, बट इट वाज नीडेड फॉर मिस्ट ऑफिशियल। 3 प्लेयर्स अब उनके आगे बढ़ते नजर आएंगे।
It is hot and humid here in Hyderabad, giving us an exact indication for what lies in store for us, ladies and gentlemen, as it is day number 3 of the round number 3 of iQOO Battleground Mobile India Open Challenge powered by Loco, as I'm joined along with Arka for the first game. And before we have things started off, buddy, how are you?
I'm feeling good right now. It's just that I'm expecting something to happen like how it has happened in the previous 2 days. The final map can actually surprise us. Just one team is going to come out and surprise us. So I hope to see the same kind of variation coming in even today itself.
I mean, we've seen a lot of that. I mean, for the first 2 days, we did see Kratik pull off a comeback, something that we never really anticipated. And yesterday as well, RTR, Retribution, they were on a whole different high.
Yep, absolutely. And let's not forget Elite Squad in the final game, again blowing our minds. So that is also one thing, throughout the day, it shows that, we can't expect less from any team. Until the last battle, we cannot expect any team to be, defeated. It's just that they want to take the fight to the enemies.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you've got 6 games. It's there. The chances of pulling off a comeback are there. But yes, it is those 6 games that decide your fate. And to make things easier, you know, we have something for you. This beautiful device, right? The iQOO Z6 Pro that I'm holding in my hands, which have been playing a lot of BGMI lately. I must tell you, it is amazing. But, you know, to explain things even further, we've got the boys from iQOO with a special message for you.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Oh, this phone. I've got to tell you this, you know, I've been grinding BGMI for the past 2 days, and I'm telling you, I have been loving the experience. Been playing it for like 4+ hours, and I've got to be honest with you, I still had 30% juice remaining in my device. And the best thing to all of it is that, you know, I did not have even a single jitter while playing.
Exactly, and that is what I love the most about the mobile as well. You know, when I was playing with it as well, I was expecting to heat up. Then that's why I wanted to grind a little more and check how the difference is going to be. But it did not get heated up like
pushed
how
it
I
to the
expected.
limits?
Yeah, I did try to push it to the end, and that's why I woke up late and then, you know, had to rush through. But still, you know, it lived up to my expectations, and that's the best part about it.
Oh, it certainly did. And, you know, I've been elated with, you know, the boys from iQOO gifting us this device, as it has also helped Salty with making his vlogs, one of which is going to come out on his channel soon, as we take a look at the specs over here. Snapdragon 778G 5G, one of the strongest mid-range processors that we have. But, you know, to top it all, what I'm loving about is the 66-watt flash charge. Now, a lot of premium devices do not even offer a charger these days, and you're getting a flash charger at that.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the best part. And it doesn't end there, right? We
Yeah.
have 32,923 flagship VC cooling. This liquid cooling, you know, that is what I was challenging. You know, every single time some device has told us, you know, liquid cooling is there, I couldn't experience it, but this device actually gave me that. And also the 4D linear motor, you know, that was so good. You know, I wantedly played it on mute, switched it on, and I tried it. It does, you know, vibrate every single time you're getting shot from either of the directions. So it does help you. It does help you a lot.
You know, of course, it does help us, but let's take a look at the storyline that we've been having as how this entire event is panned out. Of course, it's the BMOC, ladies and gentlemen. As we take a quick look at the format, we, of course, started off with the in-game qualifiers, out of which we had the round 1 teams, you know, out of which just 512 teams heading on. And then we had it slashed out completely into halves, where it was the steepest climb, just from where we had only 64 teams to climb it out around and battle it in the round number 3, where we are currently present over. And from here onwards, it's going to be, again, half of the lobby slashed off. We're going to have 32 teams who are eventually going to be joined by 32 invited teams who are going to be battling it out. And then from there onwards, we will have just 24, the big 24 making the mark till the BMPS, which is something that we've all been waiting for. It's sort of a stepping stone. And the BMPS is spanned around for 3 weeks, where we have 24 teams battling it out against each other in the league stages. And eventually 16 teams, the top 16, just qualify for the grand finals. And whoever wins that will be crowned as the champions. And we still have a lot of other announcements, which are, of course, going to be made in the days to come. But yes, I'm excited for that as well.
Exactly, the battle is still not over until the final map of that game, the grand finale, is going to be played. We have seen, right? This is the second time I'm saying this. Until the final map, you can never say who's the team which is going to be crowned champions, because every single invited team and every single team over here is also proving themselves. And how are they proving themselves? Like, what gives them an opportunity is going to be how they're going to distribute that points to themselves. So points distribution goes like this, that, you know, the first place or the team securing the winner chicken dinner is going to get 15 points for themselves, the biggest of the chunk ever. But the best part amongst them all is going to be one finish is equal to 1 point, and that is where, you know, it's so unique when it comes to this one finish and 1 point which you get. But that is because obviously, you know, you have 5 to 6 finishes in your name, you're going to the 5th positions. Like, try to make an average between the placement points and finish points, it's going to be easier.
Oh, it certainly will be, right? But where do you fight it out? Of course, in these beautiful maps, ladies and gentlemen, as we've got 6 games in store for you guys. Of course, starting it all in Erangel. We've got 3 maps of Erangel each, and then we've got 2 games from Miramar and 1 fighting it out in Sanhok, which I have always considered to be sort of a table turner, right? This is the map which changes the dynamics, because sort of coming at the 3rd game, this is the point where teams can even get on to a reset. We've seen a lot of teams, right? Sort of the late bloomers inside the game, the likes of Vicious Annihilators yesterday.
Yep.
The first 3 games, they were sort of silent, but
Yep.
after that, they really picked up pace. A few of them did. Of course, there were teams like VR1 who were silent the first 3 games, who eventually wanted to rack up a few points to their name, but it is all as far as they could get yesterday.
Yeah, and again, the different kind of strategies come in, right? The first strategy coming in, there's a team which performs so well in the first game itself, and they want to leave a mark, and then from there on, they can play really safe until the final map, getting an average of 5 to 10, and that is how they've made it so far. There are other teams who do not want to bother about, not making it to the top 4, just making it to the top 8, getting an average. But today, we're going to be looking at these teams who are going to be performing. The matchup is very, very simple. So many well-known teams over here, Fixes. Which one do you think is going to be standing out today?
Oh, really? I'm kind of looking forward to Initiative Academy and Team GL. Now, one of the sister squads of Team Godlike that we know of. And hey, for all you guys out there, it's an all-female lineup. Now, we have been having all these official events. Even in the past, we have had a few full-stack girls lineup, and we completely encourage that, right? Especially when you are in an ecosystem which sort of feels that it's kind of being dominated by the males, and then you have really amazing players coming in, and it's not gender biased or anything at all, right? It all comes down to how skilled you are, and they have proven that and earned them a spot for themselves in the round number 3. Of course, Rebel being one of the players to watch out for. And then again, we've got teams like Initiative Academy, right? Initiative Esports, a team from which a lot of big teams have also come into play. We've got players like Aditya, who's now a part of Orange Rock. But now, how did he do? He did manage to grind it out, and this device certainly helped it. And the boys from iQOO have yet another message for you.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Now, Arka, this is one of those beauties that, we've been having our hands on. We've been grinding it out. And of course, it is available on Amazon. And lately, we've got a sale going on. So the best deals are right over there. You can check it out, as it is time, ladies and gentlemen, that we head into the battlegrounds. The first map itself, it's going to be in Erangel. And we've had a fair share of circles yesterday, right? One of them starting off with a western circle towards the swampy areas. Then we sort of had an eastern circle, and then to end it all, we had a northern circle. So ideally, we would want a southern circle to start off with. But Arka, what about you? What do you think?
I think it's going to be a southern circle. Let's place our bets on the southern circle itself. When you're expecting right, left, you expect something to come at the center at the end of the day. But sometimes, until now, we have seen that there's not been a southern circle. So I want to expect the unexpected to be coming in over there. The flight path is going to be revealing more of where the circle might fall in. But for me, the most important thing is to watch out whether the flight path is going right to the center of the map. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be stepping into the first map of the day. This is round 3, week 3, and I'm looking forward to see that which team will be dominating from the get-go itself. We're able to see Team GL right now, full women squad. No gender bias is one thing which I love the most about esports, and the flight path going right to the center of the map, starting off at military base, ending it somewhere between Mansion and Rozhok, right over Yasnaya. So let's see which team will be going in for some initial clashes.
Well, that's what I love about esports, right? It does not matter if you're a boy or a girl. It all matters you're an esports athlete, and that is how these female ladies want to be recognized as. But enough about them. Let's talk about the other teams. teams that we have also in the fray. Now, this certain flight path trajectory sort of heading towards just now, ideally, I'm kind of anticipating maybe a Western Circle, but we do not know what's in store for us. But there's a certain team, Team Kinetic, is also one of those teams that I'm really looking out for because they managed to accrue the highest finish points. That's 52 in the round 2 matches.
No, but there was one more team, right? There was KO Retribution as well. They got 56 finishes in total.
Oh, yes.
So, yeah, these two teams heading on to one another, these Bulls locking horns is something which each of us will be expecting, but, looking out for as well. But look at where the circle has happened. It's going to be betraying all of us and trying to go to the northeastern or the northwestern side, to be specific, towards the side of shooting range, Zarki, centralizing the Rozok or the Ruins region. So let's see which of these teams will be choosing to go towards the side of Zarki and shooting range and have that, privilege of coming in late inside the center of the circle, but still be blessed with really good placement points. But for one thing is for sure, we have seen more than 5 teams taking the southern eastern side of the map to the farm. We are expecting some early skirmish to take place, obviously because of 2 teams trying to challenge one another. One is going to be one team is named 1X and the other one is going to be G2, right? So I am expecting somebody to actually lay the finger on each other.
Oh, we've got to see that. And D-Sync has already taken a couple of shots on him. And he's safe for now. He's going to get his loot done. But the biggest question is how on earth is he going to find his escape route, right? He needs his teammates to chime in and help him out to get out of here. And I think the boys from G2 Battlegrounds have certainly succeeded. They've got their hands on these buggies and the UAS. And now are they making a run to their desired drop location, right? And I'm starting to wonder where that could be, because these were the few early skirmishes that we really thought to witness. But One Nation Esports, they had a few pot shots being laid out on their opponents, but that was just about it, right? They know they've got to prioritize majorly on getting their loot done, and that is exactly what they're doing right now.
Some musicians on the cam as well. I did see somebody having a guitar hung up on his wall that comes up to say he's going to be good with his fingers, and let's see how good he's going to be in the game itself, because ultimately we are able to see right from yesterday the team which doesn't choose to go for an early fight, wants to play, lay low, come in late into the fights, tend not to perform, all because their fingers are not warmed enough to actually get into a close range battle or a frontal battle. So let's see whether that's going to be the case here itself. But what do you say? Do you have a second thought when I say this, that sometimes when you take the fight only in the final circles, it's going to be hard for you because you have not run your fingers properly around the screen?
I'm going to talk about that a little later. Since you've mentioned guitar, I could not help but wonder that have you had your tryst with any of these instruments or anything at all?
I do know to play several instruments. So primarily a keyboard or a piano. What do you say? I know the chords on them. I know the chords on a guitar. I randomly know how to play a drum, like 3 to 4 beats.
Oh, all right. So we've got a musician in the house as well, and he hasn't displayed any of those skills yet. I'm going to ask our production maybe to provide some instruments someday. If you're in for a jam, we of course have Salty also with us, who would not mind, performing a few moves or anything at all. Now he is giving me those indicators that he's the one who's going to be on the vocals. So I believe we could have a band of the English desk. I do not know about the Hindi desk though. Apparently we had a few reels where we did see how good the boys were sounding on the reels. However, yeah, coming back to your question, Arka, of course, I mean, it's going to be two-sided, right? Of course, ideally, warm-ups are for your training grounds. It's not the matches. I mean, you cannot just have yourself in the midst of the battle right from the early get-go. And there's always another possibility that you might tend to have a lot of casualties that these teams tend to avoid. That is their mentality, and I completely respect that, because it's the first game. You would want to have things started off a little slow, play the zones, respect it, have your vehicles, find a good compound, find good cover for yourself, have enough utilities, have good scopes. As there you have the iQOO Z6 Pro in all its might and glory, just at the bottom right of your screens, and stacked up with a lot of features. And yeah, it's available on Amazon as it is an Amazon special, so might as well check it out. And I've been telling about you, there is a sale going on, so you're gonna get the best deals right out there. Now, Intrepid Esports is again one of the most interesting teams, because this is one of the teams that we did witness even during the broadcast phases of round 2. So what do you have to say about them?
They are one team which do not go in for finish points, right? They tend to play for placement points more. I just hope that they change that mindset right now, because ultimately we're able to see, compared to yesterday and the day before yesterday's gameplay, one thing is similar. That is most of them having the right kind of placement points, right kind of finish points to be specific, from the beginning are getting selected into the next round. So you need to balance it out perfectly so that there won't be any kind of element of doubt when you're getting selected in the next round. For example, what I mean to say, I'm going to be even more precise. For example, you have around one game where you've got minimum of 8 to 10 finishes. The next game you go out early, it's not going to bother you much, because that round probably one last player of yours can actually play for placement points but still balance it out. So let's see whether that's going to be the case, as interpret they are the team to watch out for when it comes to placement points.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they had this entire idea in their minds, focus on as many positions, points you can, and eventually you're going to get the finishes also in order. And it's understandable. It's round number 2. You just had the top 4 heading in to round number 3. So that is where things got a little dicey, but it's all right, right? I mean, if you talk about things, it's all about getting here. Now, from here onwards, you've got to have a little bit of a change in a strategy, try to maintain that perfect equilibrium, as we finally have a few teams rotating right beside each other. It's going to be Team One Knock Push and, of course, OP Falcon Rising. So it's something that I'm really looking forward to, some early skirmishes, because we are yet to draw first blood. Could happen with Glock just passing by, and One Knock Push had no intention in messing around with him.
Absolutely. Now, but at the same time, One Knock Push should also understand that sometimes you need to tag and strike fear in the heart of the enemies, whoever is trying to pass through you. And in case you get a knock, by chance, if you get a knock, that's going to be one valuable finish points, which is going to be lingering around here and there. Now, most of them are trying to concentrate on this mountain region, which is next to Jojo. It's a very good thing that few teams are actually coming in earlier itself. But I just hope that all 4 players are equally distributed, having eyes on each corner of this hill, because ultimately we are able to see that more teams would want to come and take advantage of this high ground. All of these to be told, I still wonder if Zarki is in the zone, because that is one corner of the map where nobody tends to go, where nobody tends to gap some farming also for themselves. But somewhere far away, you're able to see that Reborn, Novo have already caught in a chaos with somebody and already got down on his knee. Is going to be Sasuke. Will he be get revived? Is going to be the next question.
I'm starting to wonder if he did not have his Sharingan activated, as a result of which just got taken down. It's going to be OPT Rising Falcon over here, doing that damage, and we are going to draw our first blood, as I really thought maybe he was just going to trample in over. That was not the case. However, wanted to keep things simple. It's the first pick over here for Juicer, as he gets the finish and will get all those loots, which was not enough, right? Look at him. He's already got his helmet damaged up, and then I do not know how many smokes does this guy have. But ideally this circle is kind of heading again towards those northern areas, right? Which eventually started off as a hybrid circle. Now, somewhere down the line, we are looking at a zone that we did witness in those final few games yesterday, where Retribution was absolutely mind-boggling.
Absolutely. I agree on that point. Mind-boggling is the word for them, because they exactly knew what to do right from the get-go itself. But there is a few chunk of team trying to get towards the side of shooting range, and I think that 1 or 2 might deviate themselves to go towards the side of 70, and that'll be a better thing to do. The skirmish over there is something expected, but for me, the girls team or the team which has been performing exceptionally well with good balance of finish and placement points is going to be Team GL. Yeah. They are on the most southern side of the map. They're now entering into the blues, out of the blue zone, entering into the circle. A late rotation coming in from their side when nobody's going to be their home. You're the Everest. I really want to see what kind of strategy they might bring up.
Oh, I'm interested as well, as OPT Rising Falcon find themselves, just reversing around. A little bit of a pickle, as Juicer, he did manage to get the first pick there, but eventually has his buckets destroyed, as Fraggy did spot spot, Juicer, just beside the edges of those smokes. Did not take any shots at him then, though. But for now, KO Retribution are enjoying themselves a really good spot inside the circle. They do not have anybody on their backlines. It's going to be just WSF who are on their western periphery. So that's going to be really interesting. But the center has been taken by the boys from G2 Battlegrounds, who eventually had a pretty rough start, which sort of thwarts me into thinking, do they have enough loot on them?
Oh, but look at the center of the map. There seems to be a person who tried to get close towards the side of Team INT and eventually falls back. That's going to be Shiva Bro from the side of G2. And that's a very, very wise decision coming in from him. He just was going in towards them. His eyes and ears are open. That's a very good thing to see, because sometimes in the initial game when you're not looking out around, because such a small circle and everybody tends to come closer to one another, it's going to be hard for you to, look around as you're driving. So, but still he was able to, look at somebody and then eventually fall back. Ultimately, we were able to see Team GL as well have made it towards the side of Giorgio. They have made it safe, but they have to watch out for one KPO coming in from the western side of them, right? So these are the only possible places of skirmish right now, with all 16 teams, with 63 people alive. Let me make it clear, 63 people still alive. And 11 minutes already gone. I can expect something huge to be happening in the next circle.
I'm starting to feel a little worried about Team GL's presence right now at this particular point, right? I really felt, had they rotated to that western Georgia Ball bridge, this could have been a better place for them had they taken those edges of the northwest Georgia Ball cities over there. But deciding to head over from the bridge, now they're going to be privy to a lot of action that awaits them right now. As G2 Battlegrounds, they were around those little bunkers eventually just to get his skulls cracked. As Shiva Bro gets taken down, it's going to be Delta who goes on with the revive. As Burnix officials, they have no monkey business over here. They're going to traverse to their next desired location and set camps over there.
The circle is telling a different story altogether. It's again come down a little southern side of shooting range into the open fields, and this is where every team is going to be challenged. They have to find the right dunes or the high ground advantages which they can gain, or else it's going to be so hard for them as this circle is going to challenge most of these teams. And I really love the way, few teams have placed themselves, just like Novo or Team GL as well. They are at one corner of the island where nobody's going to taunt them as of now. All they have to do is just wait out, watch out for their backlines. When nobody's going to be attacking them or backstabbing them, that is when, they're going to concentrate on the fire in front of them.
Oh yeah, they certainly will. And, for now, like you said, Team Nova does have a good position to hold on to just around the shorelines of there.
Exactly.
Well, around the topmost area of Rozhok. But this left eastern cluster still building up, and we've got that western cluster. There's nobody around the center, and that's a good thing, because it's sort of you've got a few hills and ridges to play around with, but then again there's always chance that you're just going to get clobbered down and crushed. So it's better to start playing around the edges, and this is where even I like the positioning of Initiative Academy. Just having the perfect spot right now. Ideally, we know the circle is going to be shifting up north. It's not going to be taking any more shifts down below as Desync. He goes after Dronzer, and who spins apparently really fast over there. But eventually Phoenix gets caught to the players of Burnix officials as they open fire, as now they would want to capitalize on the situation, as Millen has already started cooking up a grenade. Here the artillery going in as Zingsu finds not just one but two players courtesy to that one beautiful grenade, and they get the confirmation secured as well.
I mean, that was one coming in from the side of Zingsu, but still, the kind of opening it gave for the team is so good that they just evaded the last player from the team to just tuck his tails and run away. And that was a very good thing to see, that Burnix official are owning this part of the ridge. They want to make sure they control these dunes, but they need to understand this. One good grenade being tossed towards them, they're going to be tasting their own medicine. But somewhere far towards the western side of, all these things, we are able to see that there's another fight taking off. In the finish feed, we were able to see somebody getting knocked off, but KO right now need to be very, very careful, as more than one crosshair is towards the side of Dronzo, and grenade is going to be tossed right next to him, and this could be the beginning of the end for the side of Team KO, as obviously it's going to be hard for him to escape from that position.
Oh yes, stuck in such a hard spot over there with even the players of Indian Patriots coming from the backlines. And any moment he's going to get caught off guard, as WSF have also joined those nearby hills, right? Playing around them, just crouching and standing and trying to look out for any enemies that they can take down over here. But for Dronze, I know I can feel his heartbeat really fast, as there you have another sudden shift. Certainly something that I was not really expecting, but I'm pretty sure Initiative Academy would be proud of where they are, as Shooter does have that AWM, hits one shot to the body, but that is all that he could get over there.
I mean, that would have struck a very strong fear, right? No, nobody is going to be picking up their horizons and expecting not to get taken down. Now, Juicy is still going to rely on that AWM, and that's the kind of confidence I want to see in the first game itself. Now, we have to see how many knocks can he convert this into. He sees another person trying to peek from the very same place. Karan is going to be the next man. There it connects. A beautiful shot, and Juicy is not going to delay whatsoever. He's going to be picking up his vehicle, probably trying to run away and try to get a higher ground so that he'll have a better visual. But rather, if he's trying to rush in, that's not going to end good for the side of Opt Rising.
Yeah, that definitely isn't, right? Now, their initial thoughts would be trying to get themselves inside the circle. That was just about threatening the players, as Mohit, oh my goodness, he's in such a tough spot, as Nubi has already tossed that grenade at his direction, as Mohit will not get damaged, however, but OPT Rising Falcon would surely want this finish to their name, as Mohit trying to make an escape. If he can get one of those tires of the buggy flattened out, that could be absolutely devastating. And indeed, now Mohit somehow still finds cover though, but with no means to escape. How does he get himself out of this situation? As we find ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, yet another fight, as Viper gets taken down, as WSF, they're going to be charging in at GT Battlegrounds directions, as there you go, the nades are going to be flying in, as D-Sing is going to back himself out right now.
I mean, D-Sing had a very good opportunity over there, which he did not capitalize, due to which he had to pay the price. It's going to be Delta OP having a lot of hard work to do at this point of time. One good grenade being tossed into those smokes. It would be the end of the story for them. G2 are losing a lot of players. Delta is right in front of his crosshair, but still Karan doesn't look out for it, due to which he had to pay the price. But ultimately, a backup comes in at the right time. WSF puts an end for his squad earlier itself, and that's going to be G2 Battlegrounds hitting the ground.
I believe it was the spectator glitch, you know. Ideally, there should have been a smoke, which I think was the case over there, but that's just not about it, as we find ourselves in yet another battle, as OPT Rising Falcon, they find themselves in a whole world of trouble, and same can be said for 1TL over here, as they've lost out a few of the players, as sort of goes charging in inside this little shack, just spraying down all his bullets, trying to get one, gets two, but eventually just gets blown to smithereens, as OPT Rising Falcons from the backlines, they were doing the damage, but it is again another squad, Intrepid, getting all the finishes to their name.
I mean, I just love the way they timed that grenade, you know. They were like, let them fight. There'll be a point at which, you know, we can actually dominate and put that grenade at the right corner. Very well played over there. But OTP have still 3 men standing, amongst which one is down on his knees. So they need to pick him up as quickly as possible. But they're still wondering from which direction did that grenade come from. TINR official has eliminated another squad. And we were able to see One Nation Esports go down with 4 finishers, Interpret with 3, and KO Retribution with 2. So nobody's going on empty-handed except for the side of G2 Battlegrounds because of a small mistakes which they eventually did. But at this point of time, KF, this is the team which is getting a lot of damage, all thanks to the grenades being tossed up by the side of team Bule Butke. And we have seen Bule Butke very, very strong in dominating whenever they see an enemy in their crosshairs, and they do finish them off with 4 finishes, or with 3 finishes already in their name. It seems like somebody else was also in the fray, but they're going to be happy with the position they're holding.
You know, it's all a finish galore going out right now, as WSF Esports' Tango is going to go after the players of OPT Rising Falcon. I'm not really sure if Danger has the perfect visual at him. Finally, he does. Takes a few shots at his direction, but now Tango, knowing exactly where he is, hits the nail in the coffin, as OPT Rising Falcon bow out of this game at the 11th position with just 2 finishes to their name.
Now this is where the circle is going to play a lot of mind game. Those squads who really thought they had a very good spot in the house now will have to rotate longer, have to face a lot of challenges. WSF is going to be one of those squads. At this point of time, we can see the vehicle is almost bursted out, and Karan is going to be using that as to his advantage, where he's going to be blowing it out, probably remove the tires as well, and try to, you know, avoid any kind of frontal battle which is going to be happening towards him. BB Heuristics on the other side is already down on his knees, as there's going to be Viper coming in from the side of 1K push, trying to put up some grenades, probably trying to push him away, and right now putting some smokes around. But this has always been a big question for me, Fixes. I think it's better I get an answer from you for this. You put up a smoke just to avoid, right? Avoid you being detected. But doesn't that make you, you know, get detected more?
I'll get to that. I'll get to that as Team GL. This is where my worst nightmares are finally coming through. Find themselves in a little bit of a mix against the players over there of BMOC officials. Nikki already getting knocked out. Alpha Didi has an idea of where the other player could be, just below the bridges, but look at her all out in the open with Indian Patriots right beside them, as she's going to be landing a few shots maybe at a certain time where she finds themselves out in the open, as Order finally falls prey to Alpha Didi, who is going to get the knock instantly, the finish secured. But now she has to focus on the threat that's looming right beside Team GL, which is in the form of BMOC officials. Now already losing out on their star player Rebel. That certainly isn't a good news.
Absolutely. Now Nova on the other side is also not having a good time, as Vijay is already down on his knees, and it's important for Sam to actually live a little more longer to get some finish points for himself. But ultimately, what a clutch. It looks like he can clutch this out, as people are just walking into his crosshairs, and due to which he's going to be rewarded with 2 finish points over there, a total of 4 taking in their name, and Reborn Novo hitting the ground the hardest.
Oh, they certainly are, but right now BMOC officials just charging in as Clutchy trying to put the last stand eventually falls down, marking the end of the round for Team GL in the first game here, ladies and gentlemen, as BMOC officials, 6 finishes already, a 4-man strong squad, have the players of Indian Patriots right beside them. But Sam has been a con for a lot of teams, but now Team INR officials were enjoying a really good covered position for themselves, all for the circle just to go out of their reach. Now Dare, he's going to be making all those movements, is spotted out yet another player of WSF, as Karan lies down just waiting to meet his makers. Eventually that happens though, but for now it's going to be interesting to see. INR have had an amazing start today with the way they've been taking all the position, but one knock pushes Karan. I really want to see what this lad does today.
Now, there is one more thing which happened among all these things. WSF, they got erased off as well, and one knock. This is one team which is trying to play the slithering snake game, but BMOC official on the other side is actually living up to what they had done in the previous round. We did watch them do the same thing, try to avoid any kind of initial skirmishes, but later, when the time was right, they did try to, you know, dominate. It's going to be one knock push, getting eliminated again with 6 finishes. That's a decent amount of finishes, and they're going to be happy with what they were doing so far. But IP on the other side, Crypto, can he beat that Bitcoin for the team? Can he cash in and get the maximum of what he can gain? Or is it just going to be a graph of up and down? It looks like he can be cashing in against 1 and also probably against 2 at this point of time. He's going to be pushing in with some space, but ultimately gets taken down. As we speak about the Cryptos, they're going to be going down as they go up.
As the saying goes, hold on to your dear life, which was not the case this time around. But BMOC officials, of course, still, you know, survived with 2 members to themselves, Millen and Robert, the 2 survivors over here. Thunder, Shooter, INR, they look completely strong. They've got a really good cover around the map, and for now, it's going to be interesting. Even Kinetic, they were silent throughout the game, but this is one of the squads that looks the strongest right now, having that little bit of a high ground, having the numbers advantage to their name. And finally, as we did witness all that chaotic play going on throughout, after the 5th circle started closing in, a majority of the teams getting wiped out, just survived with the final 3. It's going to come down to them. A Mexican standoff, not really fair, at least for teams like BMOC officials. But I'm going to be really keen to see this 4v4 battle breaking out between INR and Kinetic.
But somewhere I feel it's going to be Team INR, because they're spread out in the map at this point of time. They have a huge advantage, having covered most of the ground. But yes, I do see that, you know, Kinetics have already picked up the pace, picked up the momentum, and they've already put 1 man down. And there is a very good opportunity for the side of Kinetics to actually put an end for the side of INR, or at least, you know, steal away 2 finishes from their side, as the circle is going to be closing in and rewarding INR, as they're going to be very, very happy with the position they're holding. Now, the big question is going to be this: is BMOC going to be committing to the fight with the side of Kinetic, or will they be making it inside the circle, prioritizing it first? But we need to understand one more thing. Man advantage coming in from the side of Kinetic can actually give them a very good chance for the next round.
You know, look at the circle shift go. It is going to be Team INR circle to play around with, and Team Kinetic will have to be the first ones making the move. But if Kinetic can get a single knockout there, open things up, then that is exactly what they would want at this particular situation with Burnix officials. They're just going to be hoping that this fight erupts between these two teams, and they should be the ones trying to scavenge, as Thunder is going to be opening it up onto its Bio. Gets that knock secured, as now Kinetic are slowly but surely starting to lose out on their numbers as they make a mad dash inside the zone, as God eventually also gets taken down. Kinetic losing out on numbers in a hefty fashion, as INR, they are trying to put a beautiful stronghold, as now the Burnix official guys were also trying to come in, eventually just being laden down with all those bullets from Thunder coming in. Onyx gets picked off. It was the final player surviving for Kinetic. Not anymore.
I mean, Thunder is just, striking every single way in every single corner. He's making sure he leaves a mark as the champions of the match. Will be going... Nevertheless, it was like expected that this squad can actually do wonders, but not like this. Eventually, I did see Team INR's stats previously, and it did impress me a lot, right? So I was expecting the same thing to happen in this game as well, but let's not forget 2-3 things.
Yeah.
One is going to be that Burnix official were almost getting the maximum number of finishes. They got betrayed. And then comes the side of Kinetic, who actually had everything under their control. There was a person who just moved off from the position, and he gave away the location of at least Thunder, but it's just that the teammates could not, dominate on it, and due to which we get to see something not happening.
Yeah, I really felt, the cover fire should have really come in, at least from the players of Kinetic, right? And, that is something that did not happen, which INR really capitalized on. You had one of your players pushing in. Where were the other three? You had the man advantage. You had the numbers into your favor. Could not get that done. But now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a quick look at the highlights of the first game that did happen eventually, in which Team INR came out as the victors. As it all started with one of the players of Reborn Nova getting picked off, and OPT Rising Falcon, they were all over the place, right? They were absolutely everywhere. Were trying to get all those knocks, get themselves into the midst of fights, which eventually led to their demise as well. And now Burnix officials, this was also again another one of those teams that really impressed me with the way they were holding around the edges, took some really good fights, especially the one against Team GL, and then heading into the zone, getting a top 2 finish is something that I really love from their side. But Juicer, he certainly is one of my favorites now.
There's a lot of favorites for me in this game, obviously. One is going to be Thunder, who did do wonders in the final circle itself. For me, those are the moments which matter the most, where you know that you're on a bit of a disadvantage because you're all not sticking together, but still you tend to strike. But one other team which was absolutely working like a charm, which was actually, playing like a charm, was WSF officials. But this one grenade, which is going to be tossed inside the hut, that one grenade made a mark for all these players. It looks like it was the same grenade coming in from the team. It's just that, they were going in for a suicide grenade or something like that, and eventually it all bursted out and they gave away all those finish points to someone else or to themselves. I think it was coming in from the side of Interpret, where he just put a grenade just in case they get taken down. It's going to be easy for them not to give away the finish point.
Oh yeah, and the best part was eventually both of them were taken down by a complete different team from the backlines, right? It was an absolute abomination. It was a slaughterhouse inside that little shack over there. But yeah, WSF did whatever they possibly could, especially, Tango just marching in over there, making sure he had those few covers to play around with. But this is where, Team GL, once you're playing around the edges, you need to ensure that you get a good position inside the circle before starting to take fights. It's just that not spotting bodies out there and you go ham after them, because eventually there's going to be some or the other team that's going to be on a lookout for you, and that was the case with them. Had they maintained their stealth, had they gotten themselves into a better position and then engaged in fights, maybe they could have gotten a little far, but there you have it, Clutchy with no means of escape. She was caught all off guard over there and eventually got taken down. But no, what I liked about INR, they were holding on to one of the best compounds inside the circle, eventually got themselves inside the zone, had a little bit of a scatter. But, you know, in that final phase, it all came down to the zone, right? Had the zone shifted towards Kinetic, it could have been their game to lose. But, you know, since it shifted around INR, they took advantage of that. As a result, got a beautiful chicken.
Yep, Thunder, that is where he struck exactly when, you know, Kinetics were vulnerable. And after that, it was not just one team he was looking out for. He was looking out for the side of, you know, Burnex as well. So that's a very good thing to see. Now, speaking about WSF, you know, there are two players who have done an amazing job. One was Tango and one was Honey. Previously, they were the players who did heavy lifting for the team. So I was expecting them to do wonders even in this game, because sometimes we do understand that, you know, first game is just a warm-up game for most of these teams. And I hope that it's just a warm-up game for the teams who have hit the middle or the lower bracket when it comes to the points, overall points table, or the first map points table itself. So the teams on the top, they won't have to worry much. They just have a lifeline left for them in the next map. In case things don't go well for them, then it's going to be easier for them to, you know, come back in the further games. But yes, all things said and done, from the beginning itself, it's better to be geared up, just like this device in your hand. If you have a device like this, it's going to be much more easier, as to why this video is going to be showing you all.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Whew. I mean, just as we had the promo going on, I did manage to click a few selfies, and I've got to say, I look
Oh,
good.
that's what you were doing. I was like, why are you looking at the phone screen?
I mean, what else do you think? I was like, you know, I did not have my double chins coming up, you know. It was the beauty shot from this device, and doing its wonders, though. And again, you know, coming back into this particular matchup, right, I really loved how the circle kept on just throwing us out of our seats, right, every single time. You know, we imagined, you know, it could be going a little bit up towards northern side, but eventually it did pan down towards the southern side. And for the ones you are, you know, wondering, where can we get our hands on this phone? Well, you've got a deal going on in Amazon.in. All you've got to do is visit over there, as it is an Amazon special for you guys. So you've got the great deals going on. Might want to check this one out. As well, finally the time has arrived. We've got the point standings for you guys over here right now. As of course, INR officials, they're going to be right on top with 26 points to their name, with those 11 finishes that they've secured, and kids to that chicken dinner.
Good to see a team actually taking things in their hand when it comes to finish points and placement points itself, because a good balance like this is obviously going to lead your team in a better position as the day goes by. Because yesterday we did see the team which prioritized finishes from the beginning itself were awarded in a very good spotlight position. That is going to be the side of team RTR Retribution. You know, they had 50 finishes by the end of the day, and when you have something like that, it's going to be easier for you. And we are able to see that Burnex and Kinetic are also looking forward to that direction, having 12 and 10 finish points. They're not bothered about, you know, 8 and 2 finish points. They're not bothered about much of finish points. They're bothered about placement points as of now. But this space which they picked up is going to be giving them a space to get finish points.
You know, yesterday also, to be honest, yeah, RTR, of course, we're going to talk about them. It started off with Mr. Fishes, right? It was with a banger. And then suddenly towards the second, third, fourth game, they started languishing down, and they were not having the best of the games up and until the final game that we had, where they had a really good play to them. But talking about the teams on the bottom half of the table, I really felt, you know, we could have seen something from Initiative Academy, considering how quickly they took such a good spot inside the zone, but it eventually just got taken down, I think, by the boys from One Nation Esports. That M249 just going burrah as we head on and transition to the iQOO MVP of this game. Has to be Shooter, the way he's been playing around. 737 points of damage, 4 finishes, a really good start for this lad.
Absolutely. I mean, you need to understand the game earlier itself. You need to know that, you know, one of those players who are going to be supporting your teammate who's leading it from the front. So, the INR shooter is going to be one of those players. With him is going to be another teammate of his. That's going to be INR there, coming in with just 2 finishes but 712 damage. The person who is trying to initiate those knocks and trying to get those finishes. With them is going to be One Nation Esports coming in with, you know, Sora with 4 finishes. And then we have another coming in from One Knock Push. One Knock Push was also looking very strong with the side of WSF. So, you know, they were looking strong. So 435 damage coming in from Arnav. He's going to... Anup, I believe. I'm just going to call him Anup as of now. He's got 4 finishes in his name. And then we have Karan coming in from the side of WSF with 2 finishes. One thing good to see that the average lies, the damage for all these players, average is going to be somewhere between 400. So let's see how that goes. Yeah. So coming back right into the match summary, that's going to give us a more clearer picture of what happened in the game.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was a pretty standard game of Erangel with the tinge of Circle playing its own games, right? Of course, we did get to see that one vehicle finish, but that's just about it, you know. 2 of those airdrops were looted, out of which we had one on Juice, and he was absolutely getting on fire, but up until the point was eventually taken down. But 11 grenade finishes is something else that we witnessed amidst all those chaos, you know, around the peripheries. We had that little bit of a eastern circle, and then we had those western circle, and even for the longest finish distance had to be Shooter, the MVP that we had with 265 meters of a knock.
And number of grenades used were plus 90. That shows that, you know, the right number of farming was done for all these teams, and they knew that, you know, at the end of the day, when it comes to throwables, when nobody is getting finished off from the beginning, is going to be easier. Squad spotlight is going to be going towards the side of Team INR for an amazing 11 finish, winner chicken dinner, which they could gain with the total of 2,234 damage. That shows the kind of domination they were showing, because ultimately I did see them. It's not only just, you know, with the guns they were doing it, they were moving around every now and then. They were not bothered about any kind of skirmishes to take place while they were going around. They were ready to take any fight, and that's why they're rewarded with something like
You know, I really felt that they won the game, especially with the moment they had that northwestern circle to their names, right? And we'll talk about that in just a wee while, as we have a squad face-off in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Burnix officials and WSF Esports. Now, one of which, you know, Burnix did accrue a lot of finishes to their names, and even WSF was getting themselves into the midst of all these fights, but they could not last long, right? You can see that in the average survival time, still 19 minutes, and they got pretty eliminated pretty early on. And had they kept on rolling around, had they got a few more placement points to their name, I'm pretty sure even those finish numbers would have gone up.
See, the first game, right? So you're trying to experiment few things. It's not like you have a specific goal that you're going to just hold back to a position. Very few teams will have that. Like we did see that, you know, there was a team like Team GL who had such kind of a mindset that we're going to go late into the circle.
Yeah.
We'll try to dominate from one corner where we expect least teams to be there. But things don't go that way. But sometimes when you're experimenting, allowing your assaulter, like in the first game, we're going to just allow our assaulter to go in, let him do the opening, and then we'll try to support him and see what's going to happen. In case things are not going fine, then me and IGL, you know, we're going to stick together and try to play for placement points. So the first game, I somewhere feel the mindset is going to be more like, you know, getting yourself into the circle first and try to experiment, rather than making sure you have a hardcore strategy.
You know, the problem with Team GL was that, again, like I said, we've discussed about this a little earlier, they were playing around the peripheries. Now, you've got to maintain that stealth, right? No, it's just not anybody that you see, you take shots at them. And that is where things really got messed up for them, and eventually had to take the brunt from Burnix officials. As, ladies and gentlemen, match number 2 is ready, as we take a quick look at the matchups again, as my friend Arka is going to be taking a little bit of a break, because we've got the dancing man Salty with us, who's been apparently even practicing his skills with his vocals, right? And we've been discussing about, you know, creating a band amongst the English talents that we have. And you know, I've got a. Are you sure you're gonna not? Are you sure you're not gonna take the audition, or you're just gonna directly take over the mic?
Dude, I'm a stage person, man. I love to be thrown into the stage with. I mean, I don't know, man. Give me a song. Let's just perform. Not now. Of course, I need permission before doing that, because, again, dude, I had a pretty heavy lunch. I'm not really sure if I could give my best.
Okay.
I might actually. I don't know.
All I hear is excuses
I don't
Just
know.
the moment you took the mic and you laughed at all those excuses. But, there's one phone that does not give any sort of excuses, right? It is the iQOO Z6 Pro, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful phone already. I've been clicking a lot of selfies along with it. And while I'm going to get all of it done, the boys from iQOO have a beautiful message for you guys.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Sort of loving myself.
Hi guys, in the middle of a vlog actually. Oh, sorry.
I mean, you could have done that. I mean, you really could have done that, which is, of course, happening off stage, right? After we get done
It
with all
certainly
the
is.
events, we've all those BTS, we've all those, how do talents spend their day in the studios block coming up. And we made sure we're going to have it recorded with this beautiful smartphone over here, which is feature packed, right? And you're going to get it on Amazon special. So www.amazon.in is where you've got to head in if you do not have the app yet downloaded on your phone, and there's a great sale going on as well. And you've been talking about content creation. You've been
Yeah.
clicking, you've been getting a lot of vlogging done. So tell me something about it, man.
Dude, I mean, trust me, the camera is perfect. So, two things which are very important in content creation, that is your mic quality, which is fabulous in this one, and the camera quality, right? You need this front-facing camera, really, really good. I was watching Fixes, clicking some selfies even while the match was going on. Now, speak about
didn't have to tell that.
self-obsession.
You didn't have to tell that, but I mean, once I started clicking pictures, you get those good angles and the proper lighting
Yeah,
over you.
yeah.
I mean, it's something for my Instagram out there, so of
Something
course that.
for us.
But hey, it's not about us anymore, right? We're taking a lot of attention. Let's not take it away from the players, because we've got Miramar coming up, and with the way things have started, of course, you were on the sidelines,
Yeah.
watching INR dominate. But were there any other teams that caught your attention?
Not really, man. It was a pretty standard game, to be honest, when most of the teams were looking to play it from the sidelines, not someone going absolute bonkers
Yeah.
in this entire game. Something which did surprise me was a circle. Now, lately we have been seeing these northern circles in Erangel.
Yeah.
Every single week we start getting to see a pattern. Initially it was that Gatka pattern. There was in the past that southern island pattern as well, and now it's more towards a shooting range. I feel like BGMI gods, they sometimes develop certain likings towards different parts of the map itself, and they reward us every single week. This is going to be a circle, guys. Practice, do your homework, and come.
We were completely full till our tummies lasted, right? I was still this, till my necks go on. And of course, I've made my prayers, I've offered, but it's not always the gods that are merciful
Yeah.
on me, right? There've been days where you were asking for that northern Miramar
Miramar
circle,
circle,
yesterday,
yes.
and you were granted with that. But however, we sort of, we were kind of getting a little greedy. We wanted it to go around the Oasis area, which
Oasis,
sort of
yes.
did not happen. But hey, there's always possibilities. Today, maybe because, the gods have been tilting a little bit towards the northern side, could also happen in this beautiful map of Miramar. And who might this person be?
Oh, it's a statue of mine when I get old.
You're gonna get the goatee?
Yeah.
Do you even
I'll-
have a beard growing up?
I'll
Salty?
grow it up. It'll come eventually. It's loading, right? Also, I opt for a clean shave every single morning. That is why you don't see it, but it's there.
It's there. That is what he says. And I've got a check from a few of his colleagues and a few of his relatives as well. If he does have all those, beardy patches going on, which hasn't really been the case with me also. But again, getting back to Miramar, things are going to be completely different with how teams are going to be approaching. Now, Team INR officials getting that first chicken dinner, they're on a whole different high right now.
Yeah.
And this was the case again with teams like Mist Official yesterday. Now, they were absolutely madmen. The way they were, kind of playing yesterday after the first game, we really thought they were going to be thumping the lobby, but it was not really the case. So, do you think Team INR is going to be subjected to such similar fate?
Not really, man. And it just comes down to having that consistency, right? We are sort of used to teams getting that initial phase of domination and then certainly die out in the later phases of as the day progresses. So I really want to find out if INR Official can maybe continue this run of form that they have found. Of course, it would be good for them because one game is certainly not enough. And yes, Fixes, you do look good in that selfie.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Let me click one of mine actually.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of have my eyes hooked on the phone itself. And I'm clearly saying, you guys, you're going to miss out a lot if you're not going to get your hands over here. But I'm pretty sure you're not going to miss any of the actions in the Battlegrounds as we head in to the map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. The flight path trajectory heading all the way from Los Leones towards Oasis. Now, my friend Salty, give me your predictions. What do you think is going to happen? Where is the first circle going to be formed?
Towards Chumacera. Let's just call it a
Chumacera
day.
it is then, okay.
It would be the center of the circle, but then I'm not really the prediction man. It's those foods that I've been offering to the BGMI god, certainly Hyderabadi food. It's not really doing justice to my muscles, honestly. This is not what I'm supposed to have, especially when I'm working out. But I'm pretty sure these players, they worked out their game and warm up as well.
Oh yeah, they definitely have done that, right? Because again, I really felt a lot of these teams were in the mood to get into fights from the very start. I think one of them were OPT Rising Falcon, right? Eventually they managed to get a few knocks here and there just to finishes, but that was all about it. So of course they're going to be looking for a little bit of a consistency in their style of play. And talking about consistency, we've got another team called Bhule Bhatke.
Yeah.
Like their name suggests, they've played otherwise, right? They've never seemed lost. They are not the ones who get majority of the finishes in the game, but still make sure that they have good position points to bank upon. And as a result of which, they did qualify to round number 3. But, well, I mean, Chumacera is still there, but it's not a certain circle. Again, that, standard Monte Nuevo zone that we've been witnessing a lot around lately, because I think that is what even happened in the first game of Miramar yesterday.
Not yesterday. I feel like it was probably day before yesterday when the zone was very close towards that western edge of the map itself, right? Most of the teams were starting to dominate, starting to rotate from the western highways. But for now, again, INR official right in front of our eyes. They're the ones who have been the shining stars of the first map itself. I just want to see how they kind of adapt themselves to Miramar and this particular circle. Ideally, they're not inside. The circle demands those early rotations, demands those capturing of places where you can be comfortable in the later part. And we sort of know where the circle is going to end, right? Towards the region of Monte Nuevo, probably towards the south of it, in north of Ladrilera. We'll just have to figure that out if that is the case, of course. But we've got two teams in this region. You've got Knock and Finish as well as, I believe, One Nation.
Yeah. And again, you talk about this fight, La Praria fight. We've seen a couple of those skirmishes happening around. And this is where I really feel that Knock and Finish, they're the ones, kind of looting around the center of the cities. But I really have some good vibes coming out of Divine, right? The angles that he's formed. If he can get a knock or a two and then, start engulfing the players of One Nation, then that could be a whole different story. But, what I like about One Nation is they've kind of split into two groups over here, just playing around the edges. And it's really going to be important who finds the vehicle if they do not want to engage in any fight, because ideally you would want to be inside the circle.
For sure they do. And the problem with this positioning is that they can certainly surround Knock and Finish, but they don't have enough strength to actually go after them. So if Knock and Finish decide to probably engage in an early fight in this map itself, I don't really think they have an escape strategy at this point. Just like you mentioned, getting those vehicles early on would be very, very important, considering that you are in the vicinity.
Yeah.
You might actually find something near the highways and near the roads, but if that's the otherwise, then obviously it would mean a world of trouble for them. Have a look at this. Saurabh is quite close to Goblin and shots are already been taken. I'm not sure Archu is taking in some damage but from whom?
It's going to be really dicey. But Saurav, he's going to get those nades coming in at his direction. I do not know how does he escape from the situation, because look at Knock Finish. They're hungry for blood, right? They're just, going and checking out each and every compound, just ramming in. And Saurav, he's going to ensure that he has got the support from his teammates. He does, though, because two of the players were right out in the open. Katil, of course, landing a few shots, but eventually will prone down as Divine knows exactly where he is. Trying to press him down, but that is all that he could get.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Saurav needs to be the defensive player and be the support for Katil. Not really sure if he'll find the positioning, though, especially with Gaurav as well as Divine right in front of him. Divine with the nade, of course, lobs it in, but Saurav finds a sweet time to spray him down. Brilliant start from One Nation.
Indeed it was, as Qatil eventually knowing where the other players of Confidence were, he goes ham with his arm, eventually landing that knock on Goblin. Will never lose, who apparently has lost right now as knock finish. They're starting to lose out on numbers now, to survive with two of their players, and Arju is not at the best of his HP, and the same can be said for Ripper.
He is Aju again for one guy, and the entire team bites the dust as one nation. We talked about this, the split approach, right? They did not have the numbers advantage, but when every one of those players synchronize their movements to come in from different direction and pin down, knock and finish exactly at that inside the small room itself, I think it was just brilliant, beautiful calling coming in from them.
You know, knock and finish, they were two-way hasty in that fight, right? What they should have done was, you know, try and scour the land a little bit more, because they eventually just wanted to go after Saurav, right? And they were so bloodthirsty that they just absolutely forgot that there are three other teammates of One Nation that could also attack them, and which eventually was the case, right? Qatil providing that perfect distraction, giving enough room and time for Saurav to just to back off around that little fence over there, and he got that first knock opened up. But Team GL, all right, you know, now they've not had a really great start, right? Kind of trying to play around the edges, trying to keep things slow, made a few mistakes, had to pay the price. But now they're just trying to rotate around, and it's going to be Team Kinetic who's at the nearby vicinity to them. But I do not believe that they're going to be in for any action. They're just trying to spot each other out, and that's just going to be about it, right? Am I right?
Yeah.
sir?
Exactly. Now, I was really intrigued by what Kinetic did in the first game itself, right? Finding that sweet spot inside the circle. It was really hard for me to witness the fact that they just threw the game away, considering the fact that they had the high ground, they had the circle, they had the numbers advantage, everything that you need to win a final circle fight. But Team INR just managed to hold on to their position. Now, Kinetic is one of those teams who have the highest number of finishes from round 2 in this particular lobby. It just goes to show that their finish prowess or their gunfighting prowess should actually be on a different tier, but that was just not the case, and in the final moment just could give up.
I mean, do we blame them? It's the first game. They
Yeah,
want
it
to
just
have
is.
things started off in a good manner, and I believe they succeeded at that, right? Eventually, they're going to start racking up a lot of finishes to their names. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be the ones, you know, with the kind of body language they've been showing. Just those few last circle jitters is what I felt from their side, but it's all right, you know. It's still the round number 3, the first official event of their life. You're gonna have the butterflies in your stomach, right? Because I still remember my first time in the officials, and I almost wet my pants.
Oh, you probably do.
Almost
Almost?
was the word. It was
You're just
about
holding yourself back, man. Don't do that. I know the truth. I have my sources.
Were you spying? Do I contact Homeland Security over here? I do not know. I mean, we might be engaging in a legal battle soon, but for now, we're going to be friends because we're casting together. But Team GL over here. All right. Now, again, in the first game, they lost out on Rebel quite early on. Now, survived with, I think, just Alpha Didi and Clutchy.
Yep.
They could not do much over there, but still Alpha Didi managed to get a few knocks here and there for herself, managed to get a few finishes to her name as well. But it's so important for them to keep Rebel alive, because she was the one who was racking up all those finish points. And if my memory serves me right, she accrued 13 of the 31 finishes that Team GL got in round number 2. So I think, you know, you've got to play around her a little bit, you know, try to protect your precedent and, you know, have a sort of a gameplay built right about Rebel. But it's going to be about how they're going to, you know, execute their rotations, because that is what has been bugging me, right? Playing around the edges, it's fine, but, you know, taking those shots when it's not needed, that's not.
Exactly now, right? And we've seen this in the past as well, where a couple of teams were sort of quite reliant on one of the players. When one of your players, for example, Rebel, who is more than 30 or 40% of the team's finishes, that is a lot of responsibility. And considering that she's one of the oldest players in the community, I'm pretty sure she's also the one who is sort of taking the calling in terms of rotation, in terms of other things as well. Too much responsibility on one player. It's fine when you've got the experience to sort of back it up, but I also feel like losing losing that player early on sort of puts that same pressure on the newer players, on the younger players. And that is exactly what you mentioned, right? Keeping the precedent alive till the final circle. And I feel like they will be able to do that, considering it was just the first game. Can they manage to make it inside the final circle, maybe till the 5th or the 6th circle? I feel like Team GL can be a really big problem for the others.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you can see how they're playing around, right? Again, through the peripheries, they're still sticking around the edges, as WSF seem to have lost out on one of their players. But, you know, talking more about that, I can understand how much of a detrimental factor that it is, right? You lose out on your star player, and suddenly it's panic all over in your voice comms, right? You know, what are we going to do? What are we going to do without you? How are we going to survive? But this is where, you know, you've got to believe in your team, you know, understand the strengths and weaknesses of every single player, and maybe approach accordingly, as Kinetic trying to get inside that little compound, but eventually are being rattled down with bullets, as Shiva is doing the same with Carter, just surviving with a sliver of HP. How on earth is he even alive, Salty?
I have no clue. Shiva, bro, right underneath Titan, if I'm not mistaken. Now, one nation for them. This is a good position, but this is also a very weird position because you're so vulnerable from different directions. Now, what they can potentially do is just hold this angle as much as possible, make the job difficult for the other team, make them do the hard climb, and probably hit them when they're not, when they don't really have their backs up. But looking at G2, you know, when I first saw this name, I was like, wait, is this a European organization coming into India?
I mean, there were rumors. There were rumors. There still are. G2 is trying to get an Indian org. I mean, I think they're waiting. They're waiting for any underdog over here, you know, some rising stars to perform really well in the BMPS maybe, and you never know, you might get to see, you know, them and their Twitter battles again, at least in BGMI as well. You know, I would love to see what they have to offer, but, you know, there you go, the vehicles just blowing around. But One Nation Esports, now I really love what Saurav is up to with that big green cannon, right? Now he's got that perfect vantage point. Does he have an 8 times to go along with it? Does he? Oh, yes!
Yes, he certainly does. But the Arctic Warfare Magnum, will it be at its full unleashed prowess at this point? Now, so I saw one shot in the map of Erangel as well, just right, breaking open that skull over there. And I'm looking something in the map of Miramar as well, right? He's got that thing where he wants to go after the drop, where he wants to go after that big green gun right from the start of the game itself. Now just put it to use, right? That's a lot of responsibility on your shoulder. Holding it, it can turn into a liability when your short-range guns are sort of limited. But if he can use it to his utmost best, I feel like he can make a lot of rewards out of that investment.
Oh, it certainly can. You know, it's high risk, high reward, and you know, one of my friends, Ocean Sharma, loves to call it, you know, this is a gun which comes with a huge responsibility, something like that, but I'm pretty bored and I've really even forgotten about it, and I really don't ever have to pick that one up. But Intrepid Esports, of course, you know, they're trying to traverse inside the zone over here, just around the edges, would want to get themselves a good spot, you know, because this time the shift has been a little bit towards the western side of Monte Nuevo. So that is the new variable that we have into the fray. And I really like how, you know, teams like Indian Patriots, how teams like Burnix officials, if they get that little bit of a hill cover to themselves, could be in a really good spot. But now for Initiative Academy, now this is again one of the really promising teams out there. With one of their players, Ayush, being their highest fragger, eventually now they get their hands on the players of Team GL.
Oh no!
Being already knocked out, and BG, I do not really know if ARM is the best weapon to be firing from this distance at least.
Exactly, and with that scope once again, but certainly that Team GL, they've got to pick up their fallen sister at this point, because it's not going to be easy, especially with Team INR in the vicinity. Thunder is closing in, and Rebel once again needs to pick up her socks and maybe go after them, shooter and dare, having that vantage point. Thunder closing in the distance, showering in those nades. It's very, very difficult for GL to survive, especially with the other team, Initiative Academy, right from the back lines.
Yeah, stuck between a rock and a hard place with nowhere to run and hide. And it's Team INR, which we're talking about, you know, the team that did manage to win the previous chicken dinner. it's going to be really interesting because at this point, INR have to make a few tough calls, right? They also have to make sure that they're in a good position inside the server, as Mirin does have that beautiful weapon around which he was trying to spray, but it was Danger and Newbie who are going to be putting a stop at his run. And Burnix officials, right from the very start, they're starting to lose out on numbers, just survived by 2 of their players.
Oh no, even bot actually goes down. Now this is not an ideal start for Burnix. They had that vantage point. Have a look at this. Robert is still up there, but KO Retribution from the backlines, from behind, just got a vantage point over it. Took some reconnaissance and are gonna falling back. This is disciplined gameplay. But I want to come back to this fight once again, where OPT Rising Falcon once again getting the advantage for themselves. I believe only one player from the other team, Burnix official, is still alive. I'm not really sure how they lost it, right? They had the numbers advantage, but then Newbie and Danger tag teaming the first player out of the equation just completely bolstered the entire Burnix defense.
Now though, this is something that we were talking about, right? Burnix officials and OPT Rising Falcons, both of them contending for that little bit of a high hill situation over there. OPT Rising Falcon did come up top, but now again with Rebel getting knocked out, it's going to be the 4th circle that comes in soon. As INR, they're hell-bent on, going in and get those finishes secured again. Clutchy being the last solo survivor for her team, and she gets spotted out right in the open, eventually to get taken down by Dare, but apparently Ice, he's being shot from elsewhere. It's going to be Loki who puts an end to him.
Jitters fixes jitters. It's all about the nerves once again, Team GL. They were en route to making this sweet rotation, right? They were en route on a long drive with their vehicle, but then suddenly a spray comes in, one player gets knocked out, and just like you mentioned, the comms go berserk, and it's all panic in their camp. And this is something which they probably have to overcome by the 3rd game. Sanhok, just like we always mention, is a table turner, but Team 1 knock push. Oh my god, that name is pretty large. Guys, mind just maybe shorten it up a little bit so that our graphic team.
But yeah, I mean, I totally understand. We've got knock push, we've got knock finish.
Yeah.
We've got more of those names with us this time. But again, knock push is one of those teams that, again, like their name really suggests, is one of those teams that could really do well in terms of first-person perspective tournaments, which we really do not have enough. Because, again, in TPP modes, you've got to wait for those 2 knocks at least, right? But, if they say that they are going to stand to that mantra of 1 knock and go push and finish off the squad, you're going to start assuming that they're the daddies of the lobbies, the Greshthers. But for now, again, the circle shift exactly towards what we really thought could be, and KO and OPT Rising Falcon have a really good spot at that.
They certainly have, and Team Kinetic, they have a vantage point over G2, and shots already being fired. Senko ID as well as Viper on the receiving end of those shots, but Team Kinetic, they are very vulnerable at this point, especially with 1 knock push in the vicinity as well. Now, all of these teams start beginning to form that trifecta, the triple threat situation that we always talk about. Mohit being knocked on, completely surrounded with G2 players. Now, all I want to understand is what is their priority. Do they save their fallen brother, or do they go after the other players? Ayush is going after, but look at this rotation coming in from Sam. Beautiful flank, but of course could not really capitalize on it. Nades being cooked up as I really am waiting for Reborn support coming in. Sam just the only one is holding the entire team at bay as a nade does not connect. Where is your support, my friend?
And this is again redemption for Team IE, because the last time San absolutely clutched their whole squad. It's going to be interesting for them, a little bit of a personal rivalry being built up as Sam all by his lonesome. Finally reinforcements do arrive as Ayush eventually gets taken down. What on earth was he doing trying to prone him down like that?
Especially with one nation in the vicinity as Sam is pushing up. They have idea exactly where 2K is. Now have a look at this. The first finish gets confirmed. Revive at this occasion is not the best opportunity, but reinforcements come in as Sasuke activates his Sharingan and demolishes him.
Oh, he certainly does, as Vijay now instantly pushing him, has a slight idea as to where Loki could be, who is on a really low HP, can get taken down from the backlines as Vijay, still not overextending, though finally gets a Q where he can get the knock and the finish secured, as somehow Nova Reborn tend to survive, but with just that one casualty around Sam, as Delta is going to cook that grenade to perfection, as Scooby-Dooby-Doo gets taken down.
Certainly not for the win, but they're going to survive as that man has been taken down. G2 Battleground have been completely eliminated as Team Kinetic are still maintaining that vantage point. They've got that sort of small fetish towards those higher grounds. I don't understand why every single circle they find those high grounds for themselves, but what do they do right now? They've got teams left and right. They've got to make that forward dash inside the circle where Team KO have got the complete control over it.
Yeah.
They're planning to target them right from the beginning so that their defense is sort of bolstered a little. It's not going to be an easy entry, especially with OPT Falcon right there at the edge of the circle.
You know, I still like INR's position right now. Even Indian Patriots in the last game were really consistent, as well as Kinetic's KU is going to be rattling down a few bullets at the players of OPT Rising Falcon. What's going to be interesting is who gets that Eastern Hill coverage, right? Now, had Burnix officials been a whole, four-man squad, that this could have been their game. But it's going to be the boys from KO who are really going to enjoy that little cover to them, that little compound that they have to their name, as One Nation decide to push upon the players of OPT Rising Falcons who are sort of congregating at that one little spot. It's going to be really risky for them.
It certainly is, and this is a very high ground, right? Elsewhere, we have another fight going on. It's Juice RF unleashing the Juice. I'm pretty sure it's coming in from the iQOO Z6 Pro, but One Nation Esports Cartel is still trying to go on the offense from the backlines as Spray comes in. Revive at a very, very weird time as Pre-Fire still go berserk. And it's nobody connecting their shots.
Finally, those nades keep coming on in, and this is getting so chaotic over here. Juice, all he needs to do is low toss a grenade.
Oh,
Eventually
Juice is
goes
on fire.
towards Leo, does substantial amount of damage though. But look who's joined the party, as we do have Kinetic coming into the fray with Bill going up with a push as Reaper Nova. They get themselves eliminated out of the servers. Juice, oh certainly, he knows how to make those moves, Salty.
Team Kinetic, though, have finally managed to enter the circle. As God is still looking to clean up the vicinity, maybe take down any particular team lying around, like snakes here and there. Nades coming in, bed going down. This is not good news for Kinetic as they start asserting control over this region. One Nation is still looking for absolute authority over this ridge.
Oh yeah, now with Beo knocked out of the situation, he's going to get that rest back up, still playing around the peripheries of the circle. Now One Nation has that slight high ground advantage to play around with. Now Onyx, these footsteps is going to be bugging him a lot. He has that slight idea of where Saurav could be, but did not eventually step it up because he knew the moment he would have climbed the ledge, he would have been taken down.
Exactly, but good timing by Saurav. That man wide swings. Even David Beckham would shy with that bend coming in from him, but Leo OP trying to fall back gets completely wiped off. Players lighting themselves up, players dying to their own nades. Everything is happening, ladies and gentlemen, in this iQOO BMOC as Team Kinetic still have to press forward. What's gonna happen? How are they gonna do it? No idea at all.
It's pandemonium, ladies and gentlemen, all over the place. You can see bodies flying left, right, and center. As now Team One knock push. They've got a little bit of a lower ground. They need to, get a substantial cover. If they do not, they're gonna find themselves in a lot of trouble because it's not really advisable to try to take a fight when you're on the lower ground, when you're outside the circle. Maybe it's just about Red Viper keeping watch. He's being the sacrificial lamb for his teammates as they have to make a way inside the zone, which they aren't.
They certainly aren't, but now they are moving with their vehicles. Maybe, just maybe, they've got the entire team, the entire cavalry on top of vehicles. Now, vehicle rotation at this late stage might draw a lot of unwanted attention. Do they want that? I'm not sure. For WSF, though, they've got this small ridge where they can play around. Kinetic God, though, has already made his move, invading into the compound, and TKO Red Division are already on the offense. It's Fragio because Berserk takes down Cardon from 1KP, and this is a trifecta once again coming true.
Yeah, they're living up to their name. It's just a one knock and a push for 1KP, but somehow they still have all their players surviving over there with just Mohit taken down. So it's going to be really imperative for Red Viper to get all those raises up, and as a result of which he's going to go in for the smokes. But now KO are under threat from Kinetic this time, as it's going to be Onyx and Bio who are going to be pushing at his direction. Both these players not at the right crossfire position, as Phoenix is going to patch himself up, as Bio and Onyx still trying whatever they can to go in and get the wipe.
KO Red they're holding their ground, but Atharva giving up the ground floor to Team Kinetic. All they've got to do is go up to the first floor and maybe clean up the entire team bed, or rather Onyx as well. Two players were still surviving. Kinetic make the big push, but Phoenix, what a nice timing over there. Wide swings, but Onyx is there to save the day for Team Kinetic as they survive once again. But KO has actually been knocked out outside the compound. Reviving him would be a very difficult task, Fixes.
Yeah, and as he did that, it was a huge sigh of relief for him. But OPT Rising Falcon star player Juice, he's still alive, has 4 finishes to his name. He's taken his team far enough, right? And
Yeah.
OPT Rising Falcon, I think they've been the ones who've been creating a lot of menace inside the entire lobby. Now just survived with their one player. This time does not have his AWM though, playing around with the Car 98. But Indian Patriots, again, they played, kept quite of their players alive. Now get the better out of Zayden from Bhule Bhatke, who apparently ended up at the 5th position. Quite respectable though.
Definitely, definitely. And Indian Patriots, once again, just holding the ground for themselves. And I love the fact that they were probably holding somewhere inside the top 5 in that region as in the previous map as well. But this time they've got to make a move, 40 seconds, and they've got to traverse almost 60, 70 meters. Elsewhere, you've got OPT Rising Falcon. Juice RF, I think it would be the end of his journey once he starts pressing forward, right? Tim's marking his left, especially IP. You've got Kinetic there. They have that vantage point over there. Small little valley that starts forming right in front of the ridge that Juice RF is. 1KP have got the compound for themselves. 2 teams especially having the compound. I believe it would be a final end game between 1KP and Kinetic. What are your thoughts of this?
You know, I really have good vibes oozing out of 1KP, the way they've been playing. But right now, they're on the threat because it's going to be the players of Kinetic. But it's going to be Proxy, who apparently gets a knock, but eventually takes him down as well. How do you take yourself down? It was a fall, was it?
I have no clue. His bed gets taken down by Jerus once again. OPT Rising Falcon. They're not just dying out, are they yet? Still on the offense though. But at this point, it's Team 1 knock push. They're the ones who have got the utmost control over the circle. They've got compounds to work with as well, inviting attention from 1KP as well. You've got OPT. Have a look at this. RF still not pushing up. Kinetic though, this brawl has actually broken out. This is good news for the rest of the teams in the lobby. SKU goes in a 1v1 duel. Loses it though, but Onyx is there to save the day once again.
Yes, Kinetic back-to-back consistent games. Last time they were denied the chicken dinner. This time they have their eyes secured as BO will be going up the final player. Karan eventually takes him out, and this is where Indian Patriots need to understand that Kinetic Esports are at the most vulnerable moment. They need to go in with the push, but they seem to have few of their players knocked out as well, getting that rest back onto its crypto. But now they've made it inside the circle. It's going to be about a gamble that they're going to be taking, right? The 8th circle, who does it favor? Does it favor Indian Patriots, or does it go into the hands of Kinetic?
Or do they even wait for that? Are they going to smoke up the entire region and push on to Team Kinetic? That is also a possibility which we might witness, but so far it's a patient game. Both teams having similar priorities, getting their fallen brothers up and just wait for the right time. Of course, the circle is right at the edge of Kinetic. Is a 3v3 battle is for us to witness.
It's come in, and this is the exact opening that Kinetic needed at this point. But I'm starting to wonder if they're going to go in with the push. Yes, 8 meters is what they need to travel, but it is going to be out in the open as gunshots keep coming in from the flank angles. And there you go, the push comes in as all the players of Indian Patriots are getting hammered down. It all comes down to Hit and Proxy, who sort of are putting up a last stand, but now it's all down towards Hit. Now in a 1v2 situation, how does he fare off Salty?
I have no clue. Hit, still taking hits coming in from every single player of Kinetic, and those players, they secure the champion and just with their name displaying their kinetic energy in them. Of course, I read in physics that potential energy gets converted into kinetic energy, and that's what they did. They had a lot of potential, and they had, little physics out there, ladies and gentlemen.
You did not have to be Ocean Sharma right now. He does do that, and I get bested by it. But regardless, Team Kinetic finally getting that 14 finishes chicken dinner, something that they sort of missed out on in the first game. Still a top 3 finish for them, and now getting into the second game, getting what they deserve, and rightfully so, right? The way they took that entire compound, that one little fight against KO, then went up against 1KP, and then eventually going after Team Indian Patriots, earning themselves 14 points chicken dinner. dinner, getting themselves 29 points overall, and I really have this feeling in my heart, you know, they're getting very closer to establishing a spot solidified in round number 4.
They certainly are. Third position or probably the fourth position. Podium finishing the first game. Second one getting that pole position as well. This is really good stuff coming in from Kinetics. But I also have to praise Indian Patriots. Every single time the positioning has been spot on. You've got OPT Rising Falcon as well, who are doing really good job. But of course, in the second page, there's a lot to worry about. Primarily has got to be Team GL as well as Team G2. Now, these two teams were something which I was really looking forward to, but I feel like they still haven't really been able to kind of break out of their nervy situation at this point.
You know, a little bit of a fall down even for WSF, right?
Yeah.
Especially the first game. They managed to get 7 finishes to their name, but this time not that good. Reborn Nova, though, I mean, it all came down to Sam. He held on to the fort for quite a long time. But, you know, it's time to find out who the iQOO MVP for this game is going to be. And who do you think? Do you have anyone from Kinetic in mind? But no, it's going to be Juicer.
I love this, right? I love this man, Chooser F, with 4 finishes and 27 points of damage. This man alone got OPD Rising Falcon a lot of points to work with inside the final circuit. Not just surviving, but also having the ball to actually go after players of, squads having 3 or 4 players up and running.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've been loving what Juicer has been doing for the past 2 games over there. But as we transition into the top 5 players, it's going to be filled with players of Kinetic. It was a team effort, right? There was not a single player that you could pick up. You've got Onyx with 5, you've got God with 3, you've got Beo with 4, and Horrorist from Pule Patke comes up with 6. So a really decent performance from all these lads out there. But Kinetic, they're on a whole different league right now, especially the first game, how it started, transitioning that into a chicken dinner, being very careful with all those fights that they were engaging in. As we head on to the match summary, and you could see 8,000 points of healings, and what am I witnessing? 440 meters? It's absurd.
Is it with one of those arms that we witnessed? I'm not sure if DG was the one who was holding it, but it is 440 meters. This is probably the farthest kill that we have witnessed in this entire.
But it's the second highest on from the BMOC. The highest one I believe was 555 meters. And
absurd.
That's so nasty, dude. How do you do that? You're not even rendered that far. But you've got to completely ensure that with the bolt action you've got to take in account the bullet drops and everything. And I'm pretty sure that could have been in a game of Miramar, because in Erangel, we've seen those things happening. We've seen in the PC renditions of the other titles where players tend to go on with 1,000 meters with, and I think there was this clip of Doc, right? Dr. Disrespect, but we're going to talk about him a little later. Now let's take a look at the FT graph over here, as it is going to be absolutely dominated by Kinetic Esports. But kudos to OPT Rising Falcon, man. They're the ones who are putting all that masala into all these fights.
They're doing justice to the name, Rising Falcon, once again just coming in from out of nowhere, honestly. But just like you mentioned, it's completely dominated by Kinetic Esports, just building up that huge monument for themselves. 2,587 points of damage. Good conversion rate as well, right? When a team kind of has that vantage point, they are going to get a lot of damage for themselves, as they're going to pincer upon a lot of teams in the vicinity. But finding 14 finishes is something which I have to give them credit for.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, if they sort of keep on continuing like this, I'm pretty sure one of those chicken dinners is inevitable. Something that happened with Team Retribution RTR, if you remember, yesterday. But now there's a squad spotlight coming out of Pule Patke. Out of this game, they managed to accrue 8 finishes to their name. I think it was Zayden who survived till the very end, who was eventually taken down by the players of Indian Patriots. But I think it's fine, right? Especially when Pule Patke eventually have their mindset of trying to play a little bit more defensive, try to focus a lot on the position points. But 8 finish points is something really good that they would be happy with.
Exactly, not even had to engage upon a lot of enemies out there, but this is a face-off which we might actually witness throughout the entire day. OPT, Rising Falcon, and One Nation Esports have actually gone against each other a couple of times in the two matches that we have seen so far. Both of them being very neck and neck. You've got 14-29 on one team, 15-92 on the other. Both averaging having 6 finishes in this one, and the survival time also very strikingly close. Now every single stat that we see, it's pretty neck and neck, just signifying the fact that how close these two teams are. Of course, both of them will have an opportunity to kind of solidify that position inside the top 8. And I'm pretty sure that is exactly what all these teams are looking for, right? To try and battle against the best of the best who are going to come in round number 4, ladies and gentlemen.
Of course, I mean, with One Nation and OPT Rising Falcon, like you said, this is again, these are the two teams that we're going to see a lot more out of, because they've always constantly got themselves into the midst of the battles, right? Those damage numbers were a testament of that. And talking about really, really nice things. This one little phone in my hands, man, and I've got to take a selfie yet again, and I'm gonna have myself hooked. I do not know if I'm gonna get kicked out of it, but the boys of iQOO certainly have a very special video right for you guys just about now.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
I do not know if I can show the pictures on the camera.
We just can't, we just can't.
I do not know, but the quality and the clarity, man. My current phone does not give that to me. But you can get it at Amazon Specials. All you've got to do is get over there. You've got the special deals going on.
Yep.
I did make a few purchases. I did have this phone handy from the boys of iQOO, so I did not bother myself to get one more. Just hoping, I'm going to keep it a little bit more longer and then eventually just sneak it. But they're going to be watching us right now. But Salty, of course, you've been talking about content creation, but I really heard that you've been also trying out a couple of other things as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've been trying out, trying to get into streaming and stuff as well. Of course, Loco is a platform where you guys have to stream because it is India's biggest gaming and live streaming esports platform. All your BGMI idols are streaming over there, including me. Of course, you can count me as your idol as well. I have a couple of followers, but you guys can also start streaming and your career as well over there if you got some good action under your belt.
What was the highest rank that you ever achieved in BGMI, Salty?
Oh, I was an ace. I was an ace.
Every other guy in my neighborhood is an ace dominator these days. So unless you make it to the Conqueror standards, you've got to hold on to streaming. Let the professionals do that. You're better at the desk with me. But it all started off like this, right? One Nation Esports absolutely outplaying other players over there. And, somewhere down the line, I do not know, Nocturne just really felt lost to me in this one particular battle.
They certainly did, right? They just did not anticipate the movement coming in from One Nation from every single direction, right? They probably thought that, it's going to be Saurav, he's all by himself. But elsewhere, you've got to talk about GL, right? They were on their smooth rotation. One spray comes in, one player gets knocked out, and it's panic everywhere. Every other player just jumps in to save that one player in a completely open area, getting knocked out, inviting further teams like INR and others. It's pandemonium in their camp, and certainly not where they want to be at this point.
Yeah, at this point, they got to have a hard reset, get back to the drawing board.
Exactly.
Not a lot of times to, speculate as to what really happened. It was a huge blunder that they committed, right? You need to know that every time you go in for a, knock, you have to ensure that you have a slight idea as to where the players could be.
Exactly.
And I really felt in that one particular fight, it was Katil who came out as clutch. But this was, again, one of the other fights that we got to witness, right? Initiative Academy going up against Reborn Nova, where I believe Sam held the fort for quite a long time, making sure that his comrades do arrive in due process and eventually just got the better out of them. But that was all as far as they could go.
Exactly, right? After that, didn't really see much about them. But One Nation, of course, did try and put up a fight in this ridge over there, in this hill, small little that you've got. Now, I love the fact that these ridges were utilized beautifully. And Team Kinetic actually did justice, right? They got this high ridge all by for themselves. One Nation did try to invade it, but they did not allow it. That's a sign of a good team. That's a sign who is confident in what they actually go for. Because a lot of teams try and go for those high ridge territories. A lot of those teams try and get those real estates for themselves, but they just can't hold on to the pressure that they invite from external.
I mean, Red Viper, he was sort of camouflaging to the surroundings, right?
Yeah.
He was like, you know, guys, I'm not even there, but just I'm gonna blow you all up. And he did that, right? And ensure that his team got till the very end. And this is where we had a few of the players of Bhule Bhatke also getting taken down off a little point. It was just that poor lad Zayden just trying to hide around, eventually got picked off. As Burnix officials, you know, they had a really good start. They were kind of trying to get into that control over those hills, but eventually were stopped over by OPT Rising Falcon, and they could not do much.
They absolutely could not, right? And this was the sort of a triple threat that started happening, right? You've got Indian Patriots in the background, you've got Kinetic, right? Look at the confidence with which they move. And this is what I love about a team when they move in synchronize with each other. They have this beautiful communication. The lines of communication are very clear. They know what their responsibility is, who is going to be the first form of offense, who is going to be the backup. And this is how they sort of function, right? I always mention a well-oiled unit, and Team Kinetic just seemed to be one of those. Figuring out exactly the trajectory of the grenade in the final fight against Indian Patriots was the key for them to win this one. Was, of course, positionally, if you talk about it, Team IP, they did not really have much to play with.
You know, I really love the spread coming out of Kinetic, right? They were not just pushing in a single line, right?
Yeah.
They were spread out. It was sort of confusing for the Indian Patriots to sort of retaliate back. Because the moment you go after this player, this and this player are going to be shooting out at you. And that is exactly what happened with them. And Team Kinetic, you know, in such a in these heat of moment situations, for them to really hold on to their nerves, keep calm, and then go and get those final finishes. You know, this is how you get a chicken dinner. And this is what we really want as we transition also into round number 4. Just one last day remaining. That's going to be tomorrow, where we finally have a top 32 teams qualifying. And Salty, I'm getting all but excited today.
We certainly are, because I just can't wait for the invited teams to chime in along with these underdogs. And I want to see how different is the skill level at this point, right? I want to see how good these underdog teams are. I'm certainly cruel at this point if I tell that I personally want the underdog teams to just dominate the invited teams, but yeah, that's what I want personally, but I'm not really sure if that's going to happen.
You know, because I love that, you know, I love all these dramas that kind of ensue after the, you know, the tournaments are over. You've got those team switches going around. Now
the stories as well.
Yeah, the stories as well. All those, you know, feud over the social media. And, you know, not just that. What is, you know, the silver lining over here is that these underdogs finally find a home to themselves. You know, these reputed big orgs, like you said, G2, they might come in. You never know. I mean, what Carlos has in mind, I have no idea. Certainly, maybe a Twitter announcement is due, because we've got some really good, interesting rosters coming up. You know, you've got Vitality, who's also, you know, made plans for the Indian BGMI roster. Might as well pick any one of these teams out here, and you know, that is what we need for the ecosystem to really grow.
I'm pretty sure Aurum has his eyes all on this tournament. This is exactly what he's looking out for, right? Just hungry players who are young and who know how to improve. And that's the important thing. You might have been an experienced player before, but if you've got the hunger to win and the hunger to learn, that is what makes you a true champion, just like this device in my hands.
Oh, you had to mention that, right? It's a good thing that I'm not going to be casting the next game, because I'm going to be clicking a lot of pictures, and I'm going to figure it out how to transfer it onto my device and have it uploaded on my Instagram, and you can check it out as well. And there you go. The voice in my head says that we have the matchup ready, ladies and gentlemen, as I'm just going to head off while Arka is going to be joining along with me and Salty.
Oh, yeah.
I guess you guys are going to have fun now.
I hope you are the one who is having fun with the mobile device. I'm pretty sure you've just got a new toy for yourself. I just hope we are allowed to take it home, but I'm not really sure. Production just giving you a cue of what we want. But coming back in the game, Arka is going to be with me right now. And with Kinetic getting that chicken dinner for themselves, and let's say Team Indian Patriots as well, who are also in the vicinity. Arka, what are going to be your thoughts, right? Do you think it is a solo run, it's a YOLO run for Kinetic where they can just absolutely dominate the competition, or is it the other teams who can also make a mark for themselves?
I feel in the map of Sanhok, it's just the game changer, right? So
It
there
certainly
could be some new teams which is going to be coming up and showing us that, you know, this is the team to watch out for all of a sudden. So I'm expecting someone else to come and pick up the pace, the potential. But right now, the potential, the space is all to be given to this beauty in my hand. It's going to
yeah,
be
of course.
iQOO coming. You know, there's going to be more to speak about this, but we're going to let the video do the talking for you guys. It's going to be on our screens any second soon.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Ooh, what a beauty, man. What a beauty. I mean, you know, me and Fixes, we
Yeah.
were all over the camera quality because we just discovered it right now, and I'm pretty sure I'm looking forward to its content creating potential. But the juice it has got under the hood is also something to talk about, right? The Snapdragon 778G 5G chipset is something which you can boast about, right? You've got the energy saving capabilities, but also you've got the highest ever AnTuTu score of 550k plus, which is the highest in the Indian market, under 25k. Pretty premium device for what you're offering.
Absolutely. Now, there's a lot to speak about this device, which we'll eventually do.
Yeah,
Right?
coming
Every
back.
now and then, the video is going to be shown to make you understand what this mobile is actually made up of. But right now, coming back to what we were speaking, you know, somewhere I feel that Kinetic could be restricted in the next game. But there is one team to watch out for, according to me. That's going to be the Wounded Lions right now. There's going to be Team GL, right? So they couldn't perform in the first two games. Obviously, they got restricted in their late rotations. But ultimately, in this game, if they tend to get those early rotations and try to get to the center of the map, I believe that, you know, they'll have a very good chance. Now, one other team to talk about in this game is going to be KO Retribution. They were the team with the highest finishes, you know, before coming into this round. So we can expect them to go a little bonkers, trying to dominate as much as possible and give us pace which they deserve when it comes to the placement points and finish points. But yeah, Novo so far, the way they performed, that has been impressing me, and I believe that they're going to pick up the graphics. But
They might just, as we look onto these beauty shots of the map of Sanhok, one of my very favorites, right? The beautiful lush green fields all across the map itself, the tropical islands where it's hot, but also it's got the shadows of so many trees. Also the grasses, there might lie some reptiles, ladies and gentlemen, as we see the entire territory where the battle is going to unfold. Of course, just like you mentioned, there will be a lot of teams to watch out for. Certainly the Wounded Lionesses for the side of Team Godlike, or rather, pardon me for that, Team GL. They are a sister squad after all.
yep, agreed. Now, there's one more squad which keeps lingering around my head, and that's going to be the side of WSF Esports, because even they are the teams who have got numbers. They had 53 finishes before they walked in. There are only 3 teams who have got such good finishes. One is Kinetic, performing and living up to what they've done so far. The second one is going to be the side of Retribution. Third one is WSF, and we'll be looking at Kinetic, right, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll be jumping off as the Big Bird takes off. It's going to be the flight path which is going to matter, and it's going right to the center of the map, giving an opportunity for all these teams to go to their respective drop locations, try to get the right kind of farming before they make it to the circle, or probably get right to the center so that they can have control over the zone as well as the game itself.
They certainly are. We start off from Lakawi and head all over towards Camp Alpha. But of course, just like Fixes wants to talk about it, it is the flight path that does not really matter on the map of Sanhok. It is the circle that actually does. Now, we've seen a lot of circles different circles throughout in iQOO BMOC so far. We have seen that triple threat circle between all the 3 islands, the Delta region. We've seen a Paradise Resort circle. We've seen Hathin circle as well. We've been craving for that southern circle, but of course we have been rewarded. A typical round 1 circle, ladies and gentlemen. This is where most of the teams actually played their games on the map of Sanhok, but it's not going to be easy, as an initial battle might just scuffle in. It is the territory of boot camp, where both Team Kinetic as well as Team IE have dropped in, and I'm waiting for the first shots to be fired, as Burnix official also quite close to Team GL.
Now we have to see whether Rebel will be able to take this person out. He's trying to show his back to his team, but ultimately he did run to the right cover, and I believe that Burnex will be living a little more stronger from here on, because ultimately if you run away from a fight, it's just that the Tiger is taken 2 steps behind before it pounces against you.
Yeah.
I just hope that's going to be the case coming in from the side of Burnex, but ultimately Team GL, the way they got landed right to the corners of the circle earlier itself, shows that they're going to prioritize zone earlier and try to get the mid control as quickly as possible, because that is the only thing which helps them out. But there's been some happening over here, as they're going to be rushing in quickly to see what's going to happen next. It's Alpha Didi trying to get that initial first with the teammates. Let's see what's going to happen next.
Yeah, certainly. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Team GL, they get the first finish to their name, and Burnix official are also sort of all starstruck, as they have no idea what happened. Million just dropped in and was abominated right from the get-go. As Team GL, they've got a decent loot, but they've got to scout for more, as this is not enough. They need helmets to actually work with. They need their players to get into good positions and make this rotation inside the circle, because we've always seen, right, GL, they prefer staying at the edge of the circle itself. They always prefer playing a rather passive game and maybe move inside the circle later in the game itself. But so far, that's really not the case, right? They have met their makers right in front. They've got Burnix official. It's not going to be easy moving ahead.
Oh, somewhere else, Kinetics have also met their makers. At this point of time, one person has already gone down. We're going to be looking at the instant replay to get a clear information of what has happened so far. This was where the landing of Millen went completely wrong. He just walked into the jaws of death and he got crushed down. And I still wonder what was he thinking as he was coming down. Probably he was kind of AFK and trying to look out somewhere else.
He had certain ping issues over there. He was not really moving. But of course, you've got to live with all of that, especially when the bootcamp fight also comes into the fray. Crypto, though, from the back lines is actually taking down Loki, and the fight sort of begins. This is a huge disadvantage for Initiative Academy as they start off their fight. They've got, I believe, Team Kinetic right in the vicinity, and certainly not the ideal start to what they should have planned.
But Indian Patriots are actually doing the right thing. Every time they've seen, it looks like every match they've watched, they've understood that there will be a fight which will be going on right to the center of boot camp. All we can do is rotate around and check whether we can steal 1 or 2 knocks or probably 1 or 2 finishes, and they've done the right thing. Now DG is going to be rushing in as quickly as possible to revive one of his teammates, but I just hope that Kinetics have realized that there has been a damage dealt to the enemies, and now is the time for us to strike and make sure that we take 1 or 2 finish points earlier itself. I know it's going to be hard as we speak and speculate all these things, but that element of doubt which comes in is going to be easier. There is
Onyx just saw that door open, right?
Exactly. I was coming to that point where Onyx is just going to stand there and see who's going to be going in for the peak. I just hope that Blaze does realize, now Blazy does realize that he did a mistake over there, but from far away, 1 knock push has already done the knock. Will they be able to push and dominate over here is going to be the big question, as G2 is going to be putting 1 player down from their side as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Team 1 knock finish. You've got Red Viper quite close. Beautiful stuff as he closes the door. As soon as he launches in that nade, of course, we know that the grenade does not break open the door. A Molotov does, so it's not going to be that easy. You've got 1 knock finish, 1 player being taken down, and G2 in the background. This can actually be a big problem for them. As we speak, the fight sort of disengages as both the team consider a fallback elsewhere, though. Team Knock finished. They are being hunted down by the 3 lone survivors of Team Burnix official, being completely triumphed in that situation, overwhelmed with numbers, Arka.
I mean, this is what I said, right? Those teams you did not expect to perform better will start to take it off. They're going to be starting to, become the flamethrowers and try to, burn out anybody in front of them. This grenade can actually do the damage as it falls in the right pocket. It's going to be accompanied with another, but ultimately, it's going to be striking fear and it's going to be running back. It's going to be Red Viper, but somewhere far away, a cover fire comes in. A beautiful one, and I feel the rush is going to eventually come in. Delta is going to be the next man in their crosshairs. Karan is going to be pushing in as quickly as possible.
It's certainly certainly was.
Should
Right.
be.
Beautiful, beautiful flank coming in from Karan, but immediately Shiva, bro, from the vantage point, takes him down. As I'm not really sure if Karan would have any support from his players. You've got G2, especially Sync Whitey right behind him. They've kind of sandwiched him from all directions, and this is exactly the kind of situation you want to be in. If Shiva, bro, as well as Sync Whitey can synchronize their movements, I'm pretty sure 1KP is done for in this situation.
But at the same time, you have to realize this, that if they start to blow one player at a time against the side of G2, they might have to run with their tails tucked in, and that's going to be playing for placement points eventually. But 1KP have one good advantage over here. Stick together. Make sure that you start to read between the dots, start to read between the lines. When you get a knock from somewhere far away, that means there's a 3-man squad in front of you. You might have an opportunity to rush in as you already received a knock. But ultimately, they also have to watch their backs. Now another person's location is going to be revealed. This is converted into a 3v4 against the side of 1KP as he rushes in. Not walking into the crosshairs would be the first thing you want, but ultimately he does. Delta from far away is also going to get exchanged. Now we have to see this close-range battle between Red Viper is also coming in. 1 HP. Again, a cover fire comes in from far away. That's going to be 2 people finished off. This is converted into a 3v2 all of a sudden. And again, a 1v1 where it's going to be KP pushing in and getting that off. I don't know how to explain this, but a very good gameplay coming in from the side of G2.
It certainly was, right? Beautiful stuff coming in place, coming in from all directions, and 1KP just supremely being dominated in this region as we look on towards the boot camp standoff once again. Now, this has been a cold war brewing up between Initiative Academy and Team Kinetic for quite a long while, but thankfully, DG has been resurrected.
I mean, I do understand that, the more you're going to brew this fight, the more enemies you're going to be, inviting so that the third party, they could take advantage of it. Knock finish at this point of time, not behind the right kind of cover, just in case KD does turn towards them and see who this person is. They're going to be spraying all those lead towards him and trying to end his story. K or Retribution, do you have any idea who's the closest to you and who's going to be trying to give you that right kind of cover? No, the right kind of finish is going to be against them. It's going to be Ripper starting to rip things off, but ultimately he's going to be falling prey for all the mistakes he has done, and the finish point is going to be confirmed any second. So he goes down with taking 1 finish points. Do you think it was a fair trade?
Maybe. I think that was a good decision because he had no real reason to actually fall back. He didn't really have fallen back, but elsewhere, Burning's official, they're actually burning the heat out of Fraggy OP as he has been dealt 6 feet under. Tronza also on the receiving end, and all of these players just bearing the brunt of the play zone, even though it is just the first circle and the damage isn't really going to be that much. But look at all of that spray coming in from that 6 times from that M4 as well. Burning's official, they finally need to make a move because they have to traverse almost 1,000 meters without a mode of transportation. This is not going to be easy for them, especially on the map of Sanhok, because you might have enemies anywhere, left, right, and center.
But at the same time, when your IGL has placed you at the right position and you're trying to push in and understand that you can trust him completely, that is where the confidence rushes in. Let's look at the location of theirs at right now. I do feel that, nobody's going to be stopping them as of now as they make it inside the circle. But ultimately, you said, right, it's a burning candle from both the sides. One is going to be the zone, the other is going to be enemies. At the end of the day, you can get extinguished. So it's better you try to concentrate on one fire, get it out of the equation so that you can make it inside the circle. And right now it's going to be OTPs trying to swim their way into the circle, into the horizons where they feel that they've done the right job, but they have to be very, very careful with what's in front of them. Bule Butke is one of those squads you do not want to taunt in the mid games because they tend to take the fight to the enemies and quickly rake up as many finish points as possible. So better watch out as you're going to be entering the horizon.
Absolutely, Pule Bhatke, they're still waiting for somebody coming in from the shorelines as it has been heavily been guarded. The circle, though, shifts a little towards the Paradise Resort region as a lot of the water part has been abandoned. Have a look at those dots towards Hathin, right? You've got Pule Bhatke just guarding it like lifeguards at that point. But OPT Rising Falcon, will they be able to make their way inside Hathin is something which we'll find out soon. But Kinetic versus Initiative Academy, they still don't really have any sort of compulsion to move away from this region. Kondo taking the brunt of that grenade. His health being actually been taken off quite a bit with only 4 bandages, and I'm pretty sure that is not enough to patch him up. But he's going to use whatever he's got. Initiative Academy, though, they've had the patient game. They're done with it, and now they just want to go into the move itself. Bed, his position has been given out. Loki cooking in the nade. It should be perfect. Dropping in, but Bed finding in that hole in the floor where he can actually jump down towards the ground floor. This is brewing up to be a very nice fight with both the teams not really showing in all the cards they have on the table. It's just picking the right pieces at this point.
It's all about composure, my friend. Which team is going to hold that composure, try to wait and strike when the time is right. That team is going to be rewarded with a lot of finish points. Not only finish points, but also with the kind of control they're going to have over boot camp. And there's a rush coming in from the side of Loki. He feels that he can initiate this, but Kinetics on the other side, they do hear his footsteps, but still they're not going to commit to the fight. They're just waiting for him to walk into his crosshairs so that it's going to be easy for them to take him down. There, Onyx, he doesn't realize that, he's showing his back towards the enemies, but ultimately we have God looking at one direction, Kinetic, KU looking towards this direction. So somewhere I feel that Kinetics actually know what they're doing, but ultimately they should be prepared for more than one push coming in towards them.
Still silent faces, Sanhok being still peaceful and pleasant at this point. 53 players are still alive. Not really sure if all of those survivors are going to go home. It's just going to be one squad that survives at the end of it, and that is the motive of iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Open Challenge, ladies and gentlemen. As Team Kinetic still waiting for that opening, still waiting for that first knock. This standoff has been happening for quite a while, but we still haven't seen an outcome at the end of this bed in the vantage point. It is all about the central compound. There's nobody else. There's nobody left, right, and center. It's just these two teams. Onyx quite close to his makers at this point, quite close to his opposition, but still not making a move.
Yep, I really like how the composed gameplay coming in from the side of Kinetic. When they know the time is right, I know they're going to strike very, very hard as throwables are going to be going in as a defensive barrier, not allowing them to come any more closer. But one problem with Kinetics is going to be this. They do not have the right kind of med kits or health kits towards them, so they need to work it out properly. And so is the side of Initiative Academy. We can see that Loki is already damaged this wish, so it's going to be important for them. There's a push coming in from their side. DG tries to connect some shots. I know he's put down most of his HP, so it's important for him, but a jump shot coming in at the same time, turns around, put another man down. As DG got the capability of going in for a 1v4, is going to be the next big question, as he's going to be pushing in, gets taken down. It's all, trade coming in equally from either side. The last man standing from the Kinetic has to do a lot of job, as Blazy is going to be pushing in from below as well. Let's see what's going to happen, as God is going to be waiting him with his crosses set right in this direction.
It certainly is, and Kinetic, with only one player surviving, it's certainly not the ideal situation where they want to have been. This point, Initiative Academy, they bought some time for themselves where they can resurrect their fallen brothers, but Blazy has to patch him up first at this point. It's still a 1v1, still a lot of finishes to be collected, but with G2 in the background, I'm pretty sure G2 must be having their tongue watering. But the revival, extremely, extremely important. I wonder what God would do at this point. I'm not sure if any of the Kinetic players are still knocked down. That little time that he had gives away the sand cue, jumps down from the upper floor. It's a 1v2 at this point, but Blazy is exactly aware of where God is going to make his entry from. They can double up at this point. Blazy still looking for that opening, as Kinetic God is doing a good job. Is trying to isolate those frags. Loki still not patched up. This can be extremely close if God actually plays his cards right.
Oh no, now the rush comes in from the other direction. Now this could be the opening which they were looking out for. Blazy has got a lot of HP to work around with. Kinetic on the other side has to watch out for what's going on over here. It's going to be BO and God working together. They have turned the tables at this point of time, but it's important for them to patch up, which they are not having for themselves. There's no health kit or med kit to work around with. All they have to do is make sure they're rushing together, but not in such a way that they're going to be, getting into the crosshairs of Blaze at the same time. Kinetic God and BEO. What are they planning at this point of time? As we are able to see, it's a 1v2 fight.
It exactly is, but have a look at this though. Reborn Nova quite close to Team GL, as the first players have been taken down already. Ambo, or rather Lambo it is, he's actually been taken down, and Nikki will be right behind this knock. Might just get overwhelmed with numbers, but the first knock comes in Sasuke. Oh my god, a second knock coming in from her as well. Once again, Sam is the last player surviving. If this 1v3 gets taken out, it is a 1v3 coming in from Team GL, as the rest of the players are going to stand back up. Beautiful stuff is Team GL. They find redemption on the map of Sanhok as Rebel and Clutchy are going to stand up back on their feet once again. Have a look at their smiles. It's all joy
Exactly.
in the Team GL cam. And a beautiful, beautiful start to the map of Sanhok.
I mean, Nikki OP couldn't believe herself that she clutched out a 1v4 against a team like that. She did understand the composure was more than important. I strongly feel it's a 1v4 looking at the number of finishes they raked up right now. This is eventually going in. The instant replay is going to give us all the information. It was Vijay actually rushing in from one side. Sasuke is the first person to get taken down and eventually changes her gun. It's going to be an M4 coming in her hand. Reloads. Take the third person. It was a mind game which she played over there. 10 bullets was what was left out and eventually changes it at the right time to UMP where she could land the final bullets. She's going to be very proud of herself, and this is what I said. When GL is going to be prioritizing the zone and trying to take the fight to the enemies, they can do wonders.
They certainly do wonders, but elsewhere, have a look at this. This is something which I talked about. Bhule Bhatke, they were waiting for Burnix official. It's all about fishing in the land of oceans. Some grenades actually do the talking as well as they get blown apart. I'm not really a fan of fishes getting blown apart, but if it is Burnix and if they are the opposition, then well, do so. I have no problem with it as they bear the brunt of Bhule Bhatke and them being the lifeguards of the land of Hathin.
Now, what kind of confident boost has Team GL got at this point of time is something which we have to see. And let's see from the other corner. It's got to be Team INR versus the side of Team KO. KO Retribution needs some finish point for themselves by the way they performed so far. They need to understand that sometimes these finish points can actually give them the final push to make it into the top 8 and into the next round. But ultimately, when we look at the circle, we are able to understand the next shift is going to be a drastic one. And it goes away to the other island where least number of teams are expected to stay. Now, this is going to be a blessing for the side of Team GL, I believe. As you can see to the southern part of the map, they can take an easy rotation towards the western side and then make it inside the circle and have control over the region, which is important for them. But at the same time, there are other squads from the other side. Kinetic PEO is coming from the waters. But at this point of time, Team INR doesn't watch out for their back. Eventually, I don't know what was happening over there. It was a very close call between those two. And ultimately, INR was able to trade off at the right time. OPT needs backup at this point of time. I don't think so it's going to be easy as he's the lone man standing in this corner of the map. He might get finished off, and that's going to be an easy finish point coming in for the side of INR.
Team INR, poor guy. Just you don't really expect there. Having his snake right behind the rock. You gotta check your corners, especially when it is Sanhok. Elsewhere though, you've got one nation going up against, I believe it was, I'm not really sure, I did not read the name. You've got Team KO in the vicinity, Team KO Retribution. Atharva has actually been spotted. Now once again, a similar situation. Fishes dancing around in the ocean, in the waterways, where all of these fishermen are just waiting to hunt upon one nation though from a distance, taking down one of the players from Team INR. Not the ideal start that they want to be in. But look at this. What do they want to do actually? Why are they getting inside the water? They could have taken some other ways maybe.
See, they know that none of the other players would be choosing to see them in this in this part of the place. They're trying to go towards the side of Hathin and then try to make it inside the circle, which is the best route for them right now, so that they don't get tagged off. KO on the other side have also got the same kind of strategy coming in towards them, but it's just that they're looking out in all looks and corners. G2 on the other side does realize that there are going to be some fishes which going to be floating around, and that's why they've taken control over the bridge, where they can take down people coming in from the waterways as well as in the roadways as well. But how long can they survive with this 3-man almost in the crosshairs of anybody trying to cross over is going to be the next big question, as it's going to be Katil. He did see somebody in his crosshairs but did not choose to go and commit for that fight.
Oh man, it's been a very long time we have seen somebody take control of bridges on the map of Sanhok, and I love the fact that G2 are doing it. You've got Team One Nation as well in the vicinity. I can see one player in the mainland, one player in the Western Island. So I really want to find out how do they operate. This is exactly what I was talking about, right? You've got Titan on the other side and Katil is still on this island. Now nobody from Team Intrepid has any idea about Katil's position as they take their landing in water. I'm pretty sure that is when Katil might actually fire some bullets. Look at Shiva, bro, though. He knows exactly what Team KO Retribution is doing. Be like, no monkey business, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god!
Oh,
the
nice!
Took!
Ooh! Ooh, look at the spray coming in from this squad. I think they're going to finish off everybody else. What a spray coming in from the side of G2. Even though they had lost a player, they were not bothered about it. They just concentrated on spraying people down, and eventually they were able to do it. I know Shiva bro has a lot of job to do. Tried to go back and save one of his teammates, but doesn't choose to do so because he knows there are two finishers lying right in front of him, which he can pick up very, very easily. And he's going to be putting his crosshairs towards that side any second soon. The zone is already shifted towards him, so it's time he reacts well as 1x Karthil has to swim his way into the zone, fighting against it. He slowly does as well. KO comes into the crosshair, gets taken down. The second finish almost coming into his crosshairs, and that's going to be any second soon. There it is. A finish comes in, but Retribution with last man standing. Can they do this? Is going to be the next big question.
Certainly is. Atharva being revived over there, but it's not really at all ideal for Shiva bro as well, because he needs to make a move. 200 meters is what he needs to traverse at this point. Another knock for himself, but at what cost? He's the lone survivor. Get some placement for yourself, but no way. Team WSF aren't really going to allow that. This is a lifeline for KO Retribution, as Dronza OP can also find himself some finishes, and that is it. Karthil also running. It's a run fest. It's a marathon for every single one of these players, as the circle is playing Ring Around the Roses with all of these guys in the lobby itself. WSF once again in the vantage point, right? We've always talked about this. This circle, right? Who captures the higher ridge? They've got the entirety of the reconnaissance right in front of them. So many teams rotating in from the bridge, from the waterways, are going to come right in front of your crosshairs, just like you like to call it.
I mean, this is what I say, right? You need to gatekeep from the right corner. Now, Team INR official want to strike against the side of WSF. I just hope that they can slither in rather than running around, because eventually, if they get to know that somebody's close by, they're just going to pick them up easily. Playzone is going to put on Dronzo as well. I think that's goodbye for the squad, as he was the last man standing, but the confirmation might be coming in any second soon. But on the other side, Bole Botke have also got a very good high ground, and they are the team closest at this point of time towards the zone, and they'll be concentrating on trying to get to the center itself. Now, they have to understand, Bole Botke, that, one of their teammates is pretty far away in the blue zone. He might get, extinguished any second soon. But we look at what's happening right to the center. It's going to be Team GL trying to prioritize the zone and try to get inside of it. Whereas to the other corners, we're able to see that IP is trying to do their best and not get taken down.
Oh my god, look at this party going on. What are they talking about? What are they having right now? Some energy drinks for themselves, some medicines maybe. But this is when they start moving on the move. This is when they start the run. The marathon begins once again, but WSF on the vantage point. I have no clue how many more feasts are gonna they have for themselves, as a real party is happening on top.
I mean, I know Team GL is trying to play as safe as possible because the hard work is almost done by them. They've got 5 finishes decent, but WSF having the high ground advantage. They just want to grab as many finishes as possible. But as I said, from the other side come Bole Botke. Once you come into the crosshair, it's going to be just finish what they're going to pick up. Right now, they just have 6 in their name, and they're not satisfied whatsoever. They have a little bit of the control of the zone, but still, they're not daring. They're not stopping themselves from taking any kind of fights.
It certainly is. Nikki OP, she's got 10 first hits for herself. She is playing the coveted heal battle on the map of Sanhok, but elsewhere, Bole Botke also have to make a move, and this is where the problem is. They are on the high ground and they cannot jump down. I have no clue how they're gonna survive this circle. Team GL, just like you mentioned, they've done the hard work. They've left one player behind. Very good job over there, but the 2 players, they are inside the circle. Also, Team WS are also making their way in. And this is what I want, right? Rebel is already in the lower ground. Once you start making this jump, you are not going to survive. And even if you do, you've got GL right underneath. WSF, all that they want to do is to just take down Bole Botke in the process. Just one player survives, and they are so close to getting 13 finishes for themselves. I have no clue what GL is doing right now. They're just so close to winning this, Arka.
Exactly. Now it's time for the chat to go bonkers. You guys can tell us which team is going to be taking this home, and it's time to hashtag your favorite team. GL having the best spot in the house so far. I know WSF have got man advantage. They can actually come in and take advantage of all these things. Rebel needs to be very careful. If she cooks up a grenade earlier and tries to take advantage of all these things, she might get taken down. Nikki from far away. She did give away locations of 1-2 players. She has done the damage before she got taken down, but 2 key players of GL is still on the lower grounds, trying to wait it out. But Bole Botke can be that unwanted thorn against the side of WSF to actually take this game home. which team is going to take it home is still the bigger picture as of now.
Circle shrinking once again in Team GL. I believe they've found a corner for themselves in Rebel, just playing a big brain play at this point. Clutchy also switching onto the FPP mode. Those players on the top ridge, they're just surviving by the skin of their teeth because there's no way coming downstairs. They have no place inside this territory. I'm still wondering, how is Team WSF surviving? They've got that little bit of territory to actually play up with, even average play for that matter. But the next circle is going to zero in, and they have to come down. There's no way they can actually survive on top. Nades being lobbed in. Average play has such a nice vantage point as Karan takes the brunt of it, and the spray
nice.
comes in. 5 first hit. He can easily patch himself up and go after the boys of WSF. And this is completely in the interest of GL, because if WSF get taken down, that is exactly what they want. Invader OP also in the crosshairs as average play unleashes himself. Will he go in for a 1v3? It's almost.
Oh, yes, he does.
It.
Yes,
and
he does.
GL are the one who get the winner with a chicken dinner for themselves.
I just loved every bit of all the squads performed over there. I mean, I have to say, Bole Batke, I did tell you, right? He could be the wrong thorn for the equation, and eventually he was. He was the catalyst for the win going in towards the side of, Team GL. Placing yourself right, prioritizing your zone first, and trying to be, in the circle as quickly as possible does gift you with a lot of things. Over here, it's going to be WSF with 13 finishes. But look at what happened at the end. I really want to see it all again in the highlights. And I know that many of the people in the chat will be spamming the best. But for now, looking at the points table, it's going to be WSF on the top, even though they did not acquire that winner chicken dinner because of the finishes they had raked up.
Absolutely. It's fine though, but for GL, this is such a big sigh of relief, and I'm pretty sure for the fans down there watching from their home as well, as they are supporting their favorite girls who are in action. What a win coming in from them as they rack up 20 points from the debacle of the first 2 games. I feel like this was the game changer, and we talked about it. Sanhok always has been the game changer, and Team GL just manifested that same energy that we always associate with their brother team. But for now, though, of course, we also have to give credits to Pule Patke and WSF Esports. Of course, Pule Patke's average boy just being a blessing in disguise for Team GL. But the other teams, Indian Patriots, G2, Battlegrounds, just look at the disparity, right? 20 points and then suddenly 10 points. It's going to be very, very difficult for the other teams to actually make some sort of compensation and come on top in terms of the overall point standings.
Now, you did ask me, can Kinetics dominate? I did tell you that it's not going to be easy for them, because there are teams like Bole Batke, there are teams like GL who will be looking forward for domination, and it looks like they have G2, and also G2 has also come into picture as well. The lower bracket is going to be this. Burnex official gets taken off. Opt Rising Falcon is going to be, is this Falcon strong enough to spread its wings around the map is going to be the next big question in the maps to come. But yes, Reborn Novo, the way they were performing previously, even they got restricted. Kinetic got restricted, Knock Finish got restricted, but they all have raked up one decent point for themselves, so I'm looking forward for some better performances by them in the next maps.
Absolutely, man. Of course, Kinetic, after getting the chicken dinner for themselves, I feel like they are going to be the ones who will be facing the heat right now, as the overall standings has been completely turned. As we have a look at our iQOO MVP, it is none other than Karan from WSF Esports with 4 finishes and 636 damage points. A good conversion rate right there. Of course, for WSF, it was a circle that kind of was a party pooper. The kind of vantage point that they got for themselves, we always talk about it. When the circle comes down onto the southern side of Hathin towards that side of Ruins, I believe, it is very difficult for you to survive, right? But this is exactly what they did. They captured the high grounds, captured the hilltops, and that is where they got the entirety of the lobby under their control. But have a look at this Nikki OP. What a clutch it was, Arka.
I mean, I have to say it. It's not just Nikki OP. There was a player from Bule Batke. That 1v4 on that horizon, when the moments when you know that there's a blue zone who is going to be touching any second soon.
Yep.
I love it when you dare to do something like that. But ultimately, we have to get credit for the rest. It's going to be Bajav. Bajwa coming in from the second with 5 finishes for himself, and then I don't understand why Horistics took that long rotation from the blue zone and eventually got taken out from there. Probably if it stuck over there, it would have been a much better outcome over here. But looking at the match summary, we do get to know that 3 grenade finishes were all given over there. Healings were not up to the expectation as always from the map of Sanhok.
Yeah.
But let's not forget 58 finishes and 58 knocks. There was very minute chances of you reviving your teammate.
Absolutely. And then again, right, you have to talk about the circle and the way it kind of churned out. Most of the players were actually caught off guard with the continuous hardship that we got to see, right, one after the other. And most of the players, they were on their feet, right. On Sanhok, nobody really uses the vehicles. But of course, having said that, we are going to have a look at the FD overview where we see all these mountains and have a look at that conversion rate. That this is what I want, right. I'm not really a big fan of those big damage graphs because you can build upon it, right. It's all about how much you can convert all of that into finishes and points for yourself, and WSF did that, and courtesy to it, they actually found themselves on the top of the leaderboard. Of course, you've got Phule Patke as well in the mix, but I'm pretty sure that you've got GL with 742 finish, 42 damage. Of course, not 742 finish, I'm going mad. With 5 finishes to their name, I'm pretty sure this is going to be that confidence booster. Coming back to the squad spotlight, of course, ladies and gentlemen, Phule Patke with 9 finishes. What, according to you, is going wrong for them? Do you think they are fine at this point, right? The average performances are coming in. Do you think a big chicken is almost on the way? Is it being cooked right now?
See, it again depends. Are they wanting to dominate and show the complete strategy, or are they trying to find that average in every single game and make sure they come into the top 8? And by the way they're playing, I have to say this, that they are concentrating more on coming into the top 8 first rather than concentrating on leaving a mark in this stage of the tournament.
Yep.
But at the same time, when things go right for you, when BGMI gods are blessing you with the right kind of circle, there were times when we say, right, in the circle, if you have the high ground advantage,
Yep.
it's easier for you to take that when a chicken dinner. But that is proved not once or twice in the map of Sanhok. It got proved just now. It's not always about the high ground. It's always about you placing inside the circle.
It certainly is, right? You have to be inside the circle, holding the right kind of devices in your hand, just like I have one in mine, because this device is not only good for content creation, it's also pretty good inside those final circles that Arca is talking about. Of course, our friends over from iQOO have some little word for you.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
For all those esports fanatics, I'm pretty sure the entirety of the promo was designed to show the performance, but I'm pretty sure the sensors on it are pretty capable as well, and that is exactly where your content creation dreams can also come true, and you might actually get more subscribers. I'm pretty sure you already have more subscribers than me. If you want to help me, you might actually visit my channel. But anyway, we're gonna come back to the game itself, right? The map of Sanhok. It was a very, very dicey. Of course, I see Arca who is smiling at my joke. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll get inside the highlights first and then have a look at those amazing clutches that we witnessed in this one.
Absolutely. As we step into the highlights, it all starts off with, Team GL being blessed. It looks like throughout the game, they were blessed with certain positions, but they did do the hard work in between with that clutch. So we'll have to look at all these things. But this love story between two teams, which took for a really long time, did turn out in the favor of the one thinking out of the box. But ultimately, yeah, as we speak about it, Team G2 were having a very, very good chance of, picking all this home. But we did love the way, at the end where the push came in at the right time and Delta OP did, hit the ground earlier. But Red Viper trying to show what he's actually capable of in a close range battle was also something to watch out for.
It certainly was, right? But I'm waiting for the glorious moment. I'm waiting for GL to actually take the spotlight and take it home, because they're probably going to be the ones who will dominate the entirety of the highlights itself, right? But G2, so far, they've had their moments for themselves. Knock finish also. We had these early skirmishes where teams were still taking the brunt of lead, even when the play zone was right behind their backs. And this is not really the ideal case how you want to play Sanhok, right? Because, again, rotation on Sanhok is very, very difficult, considering the fact that you don't really use a lot of vehicles here.
Absolutely, Bole Butke, this is what I said. This man with the grenades had to survive in the final moments of the game, and I don't know why he chose to rotate around the blue zone and then try to make it inside in the lower grounds. I do understand it's necessary sometimes, but yeah, at moments you need to stick to your team. But Team Kinetic versus another squad going on over here, that is where I felt Team Kinetic had actually everything under their control until and unless we saw Initiative Academy, Blazy doing most of the hard work, trying to push in and making sure that, you know, he gives the final blow and he gives that right kind of opening. But Kinetic God, the way he clutched it out over here and gave that ray of hope for the team was also very, very commendable.
It absolutely was, but have a look at this. Fishes underwater and Pule Patke just going fishing right at the exact time. And this is what you want, right? For fishermen, it's very important to be at the right place at the right time, where a lot of herds are going to come their way, and Pule Patke was just being the best coast guards possible. Just isolating every single one and taking them down one by one. But this is the fight that we're talking about, right? Team GL versus Nova. And now have a look at this, Nikki OP, how beautifully she's going to isolate those frags. Have a look at the movement, left, right, once again going back, dealing damage from the right side, coming out from the left hand side, switching onto the weapon. Once again, Nikki OP. And look at the smile, look at the reaction, look at the joy in her face, because this was a turnaround for Team GL. This was a big, big moment for them, and they might just come back in the last 3 games very well.
I mean, this is final moments where I really saw Falcons, you know. I don't know, they're not living up to the name of just spreading their wings, but rather playing as a snake and trying to strike when the time is right. But ultimately, we know that in a map of Sanhok, every single snake gets caught off. And over here, as the fight had brewed a lot when it comes to the map of, in the center of the map at boot camp, we do realize that, you know, sometimes holding the right position at the right time is more important than anything else.
It absolutely is. Of course, this is the final moments of the game when the circle sort of took that drastic turn, right, towards that Western Island. And most of the teams were left wondering, what do we do? Do we take the bridge or do we take the waterways? And this team took the tuk-tuk, for Christ's sake, and they were shut down instantly. Of course, it doesn't really take a lot of bullets. Of course, it shouldn't really. Otherwise, it would become an armed tanker. And Team WSF, we have to talk about it, right? The decision making in the final moments of the game to go on top, that was commendable. This is something which G2 did not do, right? They had the control of the bridge. They got a lot of finishes to their name, but they could not really make the move at the right time. It cost them the game to them.
Absolutely. Now, this is the moments where I say, like, you see, Heuristics is pretty much in the circle right now, and all he had to do was make sure he just makes it above as quickly as possible. But I don't know why he doesn't choose to do so after that. Team INR, if they had just come in a little, you know, slow, not making so much of noise, they could have also survived. But ultimately, WSF, as soon as they got tagged off from that corner, they immediately tossed and made sure they put an end for the final person. Look at that. That blowing right into the face. Now, Team GL on the other side, they exactly knew where the other teams were coming in from. They just left one player outside for a heal battle and also to give information. But ultimately, WSF in the, you know, right to the center, trying to play out as safe as possible. But one man from the top actually became a thorn, and that is from the side of BB. Pole Butke, the way he was able to, you know, quick peeks and then try to execute those finishes, that was really, really commendable. This 1v3 for me stood out more than anything else in the game.
Absolutely right, and this is where you sort of understand that Team WSF also don't really have so much to work with, right? They don't really have the space to move around, they don't really have any sort of cover, and they've sort of given up, right? At this point, even they know that it's going to be Average Boy who is going to win 8, but have a look at this, right? Rebel, the final moments of the day, shots coming in, that is when they get the big chick into their name, and beautiful, right? Average Boy be like, from where are they shooting me bullets? I have no clue what's happening from down below. Oh, okay.
Forget about that. You did not see the reaction coming in from the side of Rebel. You know, she was like, what? I didn't even get that finish in my name. You know, there are moments in, you know, that Cam does give us a lot of information about the players. You know, sometimes it's so chaotic. You can see the pressure on their face, but at the same time, there are moments, you know, when they have a say of relief that, you know, they did a lot of hard work. You know, I had to cut you through, but there was a moment which, you know, had to be told.
It certainly was, and this is all about it, right? iQOO BMOC, you get all of these moments, some amazing moments, and I'm just so proud of Team GL right now because I don't want to sound biased, but having these players come into a circuit which
Yeah.
Fix is mentioned, right, is primarily a little male dominated, and coming in and getting that big chicken, getting a clutch, just showing what they're capable of. This is what we stand for, and this is what we're always standing for. But ladies and gentlemen, I feel like we've had a day so far. Great comebacks, but we are going to be coming back after some really short break with more such amazing comebacks. It's me and Arka. We're going to have a little snacks for ourselves.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
my biggest weakness is
that I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode. Beast mode, guys! Come on, let's go! I scout kar rahe hain, yaar. Hello, respond!
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me.
अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है.
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now. It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in. It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच. क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट. Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबई अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है. थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता. बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई. और अरविंद उर्फ शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल तला. चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और 2 हाथ का गेम नहीं है. इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है. बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ. आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ.
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game reader ही कर सकता है. And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है. And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward to bhool hi jao. और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है। कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती। विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती। योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटल ग्राउंड्स। फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे। बैटल ग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, डाउनलोड नाउ।
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back again, and you guys are watching the iQOO Battleground Mobile India Open Challenge powered by Loco. As we did go on a little bit of a break, and we were talking about the turnarounds that happened in Sanhok, where Team GL, well, they were almost, on the verge of a mental breakdown, and finally getting that little chicken dinner is such a huge sigh of relief from every little plays that they made. But now it's 3 games done. 3 more games remaining, Arka, and what do you think? Who's going to come out on top, at least in this one?
This time, somewhere I feel that, new teams are going to try to come up. Probably Initiative Academy, again, will be trying to bring it up. BurnX Official have also burned themselves really hard in the previous game, so they'll also try to come up. But Reborn Novo is something which is catching my eyes a lot. Somewhere I feel that, the first game, the second game, it got declined a little, and the third game, again, it's gone a little more lower. So they'll be looking forward to bounce back harder in this game.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, you've got a few teams there, like Intrepid, like you just mentioned. I did not understand what on earth were they really doing with that tuk-tuk just trying to traverse around. That is one of the X factors that I say, kind of tend to stay away. But talking about staying away, this is one thing that you cannot stay away from. And well, our friends over from the iQOO department have a special message for you guys in this video.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
You know what? I did a little bit of a vlogging for myself too, because while you both were casting, I did have those BTS being taken, which is of course in my phone. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna revive my dead YouTube channel with all those contents, and you will get to see firsthand the quality that is being generated by a phone, which is barely not even 25,000, and on Amazon special you've got those amazing deals out there, so watch out for those. And it's just that 1 day remaining for those deals, so might as well check it out before stocks last, and don't blame me later on though.
Exactly. Now we got one on our hand, so at the end of the day, if we don't find those stocks, we can just tuck it in the pocket and run away.
Did not have to tell that on camera, because it was a sneaky little plan, Arka.
Sometimes I get carried away,
Yeah, a little carried away, of course. And I'm not going to blame you, considering how the game of Sanhok really panned out, right? It was absolute action. It was such a delight to see that Western Circle being brought back again, and what Bhule Bhatke were doing. I was enjoying every bit of it. One little play over those higher ground. That was so amazing, right? And exactly, WSF still, we were talking about them. The first game they came in, and they started picking up a lot of finishes to their name. And then, as things went on, the second game did not really go as they wanted. But I think in Sanhok, they also got that little bit of a morale booster by which they're going to get into this particular matchup right now and play their hearts out. But final 3 games just remain, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to get even more fierce, because we've sort of been privy to this, right? The final game of Erangel every single time has us thrown out of our seats. I don't know to what dimension, with what sort of powers these players manifest, but it's going to be fun. That is one thing that I have to say about.
Yeah, with the change of pace also coming in the game, where the bottom bracket has already started to perform and take the limelight towards themselves. So I'm expecting some more teams to actually come into this fray and try to, challenge them and quickly make sure. But one thing is for sure, there are few teams, right? Like Team GL, like the the team which almost got the chicken dinner for themselves. These are the teams which are actually prioritizing the zone, and it's a very good thing to see. There are teams like Team G2 who also had an opportunity to do that, but they were concentrating on finish points because they do understand in the final few maps we'll play for placement points rather. So when you start to understand teams are performing for placement points, that is when you start to dominate and try to get the center of the circle quickly so that you can restrict them and place yourself in the top 8 before them.
You know, this is exactly what I was talking about, right? Our Team GL facing those issues, you know, just staying around the peripheries of the circles and then trying to get in. That is where they were getting pincered down. But this time they were quick, you know, they realized, this is not working out, chuck it. We're just going to go and try and contest for the centers. And out of everyone, it was Nikki OP who came out with the clutch, right? When we were even having this discussion, you know, a team primarily based around Rebel, who's been there in the scene for a long time, and where you're going to have high hopes from, and this is where team effort really comes in. You know, you are strong as your weakest link, and that is what Team GL has established. You know, everyone, they're a whole oiled unit, and this could mark a comeback for them. They still have a long way to go. We really do hope we get to see them in round number 4. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's head in again inside the battlegrounds as we traverse into this beautiful map of Erangel. 3 games of Erangel. We did get to see yet another Northern Circle, but this time, Arka, where do you want the zone?
See, I've always dreamt of this. I've always been telling this. There are specific places where I want the zone to occur in every single map. In the map of Mirangal right now, I'm thirsty to see whether the circle is going to be falling to the southernmost side of military base, right? Where you have a little bit of a dunes to work with, a huge, a mini mountain to be specific, and behind that there's a shoreline also, and you have some destroyed aircrafts here and there where you can take cover. So such places have not been contested before in a final circle. We can expect a lot of smokes to be here and there and fight out, so I'm expecting the zone to be falling there. But if I have to throw the question back to you, where do you expect the final circle to be falling in?
You know, I've got to agree with you. It's been a while that we last casted the southern military base circle, right? It's been a while also. We've not been witnessing all those radio tower action, those high ground, high altitude action, but we're just going to be dreamers, ladies and gentlemen, as we take it up to the skies yet once again, and Rebel all fired up. You know, she's starting to feel it, right? And
exactly.
It's all that one game that you need, but it's just not about her. I'm still waiting for that comeback coming in from Initiative Academy, another very well-known roster, and they've always prioritized new stars, right? New players with a lot of potential, and they've put their money on them, and of course they haven't really reciprocated as such. But again, you know, we know in those final 3 games anything can be possible. Anyone could make a comeback. You could see the teams that were dominating in the first half of today's evening could sort of start fizzling out. That has been the storylines, but there's flight path. All right, from Siverny towards BMOC, ideally we've seen flight paths form around the eastern side, but a southern one is what we really ask for. Now the big question is, are our desires going to be granted?
Somewhere I feel that we're going to be betrayed yet again. Looking at the flight path, it could go towards the side of the eastern side. It's better to, pacify yourself by saying this rather than getting, demotivated, as the circle is going to be forming any second soon on our screens. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed yet, hoping for a southern circle. But I know that, an eastern circle is something which my brain says, think wise before you think following your heart. No, both the places I got betrayed.
Oh yeah, I mean, the gods heard you, right? You do know that you were sort of expecting our wishes aren't going to be granted, and they were like about to do so, and they're like, nah. This guy hasn't really offered us any chicken lately, and we don't find any reason in granting him his desires. And in the midst of it all, I was caught in the crossfire because I did do my offerings. But right now, Intrepid find themselves in a little bit of a kerfuffle against the players of One Knock Push. Now, One Knock Push, they had an amazing game in the map of Miramar. This time, however, getting challenged in the hospital compounds. Let's see how do these lads hold up.
Yep, absolutely. A grenade being tossed in the beginning itself shows that, they want to go on the offensive side, but ultimately cancels it at the final moment. Probably they are, choosing to again, nade it up. I don't know whether it's the right projectile. Yes, it was. Finally, it's going to be striking a little bit of a fear on the opponents, but let's see whether it's going to restrict them from going for a push, as Interprets are one of those squads. I have been seeing them whenever they see a squad in front of them, they want to initiate that, attack mode eventually from their side, so that they do strike some fear in the opponents and try to dominate on it. But at the same time, we have one kill, one knock push coming in from the other side. They want to stand by their name as well. So two aggressive sides facing off one another at the hospital. This will be a treat to the eyes.
Oh, they certainly will be, right? And I'm starting to wonder if one knock push live up to their name, get that one knock and then instantly push. But I'm seeing a little bit of a, a back off coming in from the players of Intrepid, right? They realize, they do not want to engage in those early skirmishes, do not want to face a lot of casualties. And it's a good idea. It's a good decision because you still have a lot of compounds nearby to hospital, which you can capitalize and start getting your loot done. As even one knock push, I think they're also deciding the same, right? Just backing off, heading off towards that Western George Paul City, knowing that it's absolutely vacant. But hold on to my words, I believe, you've got still two players of a certain team that are well situated over there. So one knock push, they're in for a treat. As Indian Patriots, my apologies, ladies and gentlemen, will be holding off the Western George Paul City. So now one knock push are just walking into their graves, could be the right word to say right now.
Now, two teams with the same kind of mindset, and this is what happens. Both of them knew they were aggressive. They both have to fall back and try to, recuperate or get more farming for themselves and get the right kind of resources. Both of them fall back from the side of hospitals, and that was least expected for us to see. And we can see that Interpret will be looking forward for some really good farming. But on the other side, as you said, one knock push will be finding someone in their crosshairs, and that's going to be Crypto coming in from the side of Team IP, and they're going to be very, very happy to convert it into a finish. And this kind of initial finishes which they're able to rake up, that's going to be pushing their confidence yet again, because one knock push is in the lower middle bracket right now, trying to make sure that they come up into the top 8 as quickly as possible.
Oh yeah, I mean, one thing really worked out for them was, the players were isolated. You did not have the whole squad of Indian Patriots right now. And this is where one knock push are going to be establishing their dominance in this Western George Paul City area, as Proxy has just got to back off because he's got to somehow reconcile with his teammates out there, and now he's taking a swim. But regardless, again, this Western circle getting formed. This time I'm just hoping it does not go towards the northern side. I really want to see some action maybe around the ruins area, out of which, Team Nova Reborn are in the closest contention too. So Nova Reborn, they've been getting a few clutches to their name, but that is all that they've been able to deliver. So they also have to somehow find that one good game where they find the perfect balance between getting good finishes and a good placement.
Yep, G2 Shiva, bro, you can look at the face cam and you can get to know, is it a little bit of a frustration or he's already taken up the pressure over his shoulder. It's like, we need to make sure that we get this winner chicken run at any cost, or probably get a 10 finish second or a third position, so that it's going to be easier for them and the pressure goes off their shoulder. Name me one moment where you felt that, G2 had that, the win in their hand and they just let go of it.
I mean, there were a few moments, right? G2 Battleground, if you talk about this particular team, it's kind of obvious that they kind of tend to get inside a lot of fights, and certain times they get those knocks. But that's just about it, right? You've got to look at the bigger picture. That is what I've always been telling. Now, every single time you take a fight, make sure there's a reason behind that, right? It's not just you spot someone out in the open and you fire shots at them. Because eventually it's a battle royale, right? It's something that you cannot control the map every single time. And that has happened to a lot of other teams as well. They've been dealing with the brunt of it. So ideally for G2 right now is going to be the instant recovery measure should be try to play around the circle, around the centers if you can, get a good decent loot done, and then try to hold on to your life, right? Engaging in fights has done nothing than just put a lot of pressure on them, and one good game could relieve them of that, and then could spark the comeback that we've been longing for.
Yep, completely agreed. But at the same time, we have to see how many squads are not inside the circle, who have a chance of getting taken down as they make it inside the circle. There are 3 to 4 teams in the vicinity of almost making it inside the circle, and all 4 teams are the teams in the lower middle bracket. So they need to understand that they need to rake up as many placement points as possible and try to get some finish points. And if they're outside the circle, as the circle is going to be shifting again towards the side of Giorgio, I don't think so it's going to be easy, because in this region of the map, there are very less hard covers for you to work out with, but rather you have some, you know, mountains to work with, you have some ridges to work with. So better get to that hard cover, and I hope you agree with this.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, in this particular circle, right, Everest, I mean, would be the highest altitude point, but I do not know if that's the wisest choice. But however, holding around the ruins area, the churches, kind of gives you that escape route, even if at the last moment, you know, the circle takes that little bit of shift towards the northern side, right? And this one little circle, I'm kind of anticipating it to be going down. So this is where, again, there will be few teams that take that Everest hill for them. But then again, you've got to know that the moment you step down, you're going to be absolutely just smothered with all those bullets that are going to be coming down at chop point. But Burnix official. All right, Burnix official, this has been one of those teams that had a really good game in the matchup of Erangel, went on to secure the second position finish, and they're going to be feeling themselves, right? This is one of those games that they can really have a comeback in, as Team GL making a very, very late rotation inside the circle. This time, however, they just have first hits to work around with. So again, military base being that one of those areas where you find the right ammunition, right loadout, but it's those utilities that you tend to lack around, so you've got to work around with. Thankfully for that, for G2 Battlegrounds, they're not the ones who are camping the bridge. So GL, they will have their luck just traversing over easily without any sort of obstruction.
Now, there's one more thing which keeps, you know, lingering behind my head. That is going to be, can this late rotation cost them even a few placement points which they're looking out for? Because ultimately, the previous time they played in the map of Erangel and Miramar, they went in for a late rotation and they got betrayed right in the middle of the game, and it was easy finish points picked up by the other teams. Now, will that the same scenario which will be created in front of us right now? Because ultimately we can see that, you know, to the southern side of the map, there's a lot of teams, not just one or two. There are more than 5 teams almost to the corners of the circle, expecting somebody to come in late so that they can take them out.
Yeah, I mean, that is something that we've been discussing right from the start of the evening, right after the first game got over, and has been a question, has been a problem, in fact, with a lot of the other teams. And again, the circle sort of keeping us in doubt as to where it is going to shift on the next, you know, drastic drop. But for now, I mean, I do not know. I'm kind of confused as to where it is going to head out. But like you said, of course, it has to be always a problem with Team GL, or as a matter of fact, a lot of teams that tend to rotate around military base. You need to really get inside the zone, because once you're doing that, the initial obstruction that you always face is teams camping the bridge, right? And then once you're starting to kind of get beyond that, then you've got those teams even around the peripheries of the zones being formed. So it becomes very difficult to enter inside, and you've got to find that perfect timing. I think when you go off towards those far off edgy areas of the map, timing is of the absolute essence.
Absolutely. Now, as we can see that the southern side of the map has given way for few teams to actually make it safe inside the circle, and most of them are getting stacked up right towards the side of Georgiopol. We have to see who's going to be daring to go towards the side of shooting range, or come in late from the side of Zarkio or Giorgio Apartments, so that they'll be blessed with a little more of placement points, as they're going to be far away from those firepower. Now, Kinetic Esports is going to be one of those squads to watch out for, obviously, because this is more like a home ground to them compared to what they played in the previous game. Miramar, they were the strongest, I believe, but the next strongest is obviously going to be the map of Erangel. They were ruthlessly taken down in the map of Sanhok, right? So they'll be on the path of redemption, and hopefully they'll find someone on their path, and we'll be able to witness some really good fights.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Kinetic, it's still very early phase to start getting worried about them. It was just that one game of Sanhok, which I completely understand, right? Even the best have tend to always crumble in Sanhok, right? That is how the map is designed. That is why we do still have it going on in the official tournaments. Having that one map completely sort of changes the way, you know, things are, because every single time you have Erangel and Miramar, you know the stronger teams are going to dominate, right? Sanhok has always been one of those maps where, you know, the other teams also get a good chance. It's all about getting the good hold of a circle, and Team Kinetic did engage in an early fight. And I've always been pretty skeptical about bootcamp fights, because it never ends in a good fashion, right? It's always about both these teams facing those casualties, and it's all right for Kinetic right now. If they can fix things over here, one more good game, and they're off to round number 4.
Absolutely. There are several teams who have done the same kind of thing, but one person that is going to be God from the side of Kinetic. Look at the way he's just traveling around and trying to see whether that path is absolutely clear so that they can do something different. But on the other side, you can see that Team GL, one player is also trying to rush in towards them. Could this be that fight? Could this be the skirmish which we were looking out for, as the zone is going to be favoring a little bit to the northern side of the island, towards the side of shooting range? As I said before, let's see which team will be daring to go towards the side of shooting range to gain that more finish placement points which they're looking out for. It looks like 3 teams have already done it, and Burnex official having the best spot in the house.
You know, Team INR, they're playing like cats, right? Again, at the same spot where they're supposed to be. And I love their rotation. Now, this one team, if they can deal with KO Retribution again, if they can do that, and this again is another chicken dinner in their names. But for now, even I like the position for Burnex official, but at the same time, we cannot really ignore or avoid Bhule Bhatke, right? They have such a huge advantage to themselves, considering they're on that eastern areas, and nobody is in even the nearer proximity to them. So it's going to be one of those games where if they have a good time again, if they kind of carry on forward the momentum from Sanhok, this could also be one of their chicken dinner games.
Yep, completely agreed on this point. And now that little group of people who are going to be forming up towards the southern side of the map, that is the biggest island, or the main island, is where we can expect a lot of fights to take place. It's going to be more than one team clashing out with one another, and it's time for the finish feed to actually go bonkers, as the next zone is going to be bringing all these teams so close to one another. As we speak about it, we can already see there's been a knock coming in from the side of Connect against the side of 1KP, and that too through a Car 98. So no matter how close you are, you're still far away.
Oh yeah, and this is what we've been talking about Kinetic, right? They've always somehow gotten themselves figured out about looking in, anticipating a little bit of a push coming in from the background, and they are absolutely lost. They're somehow finding means to escape and somehow have managed to survive. But with the third circle starting to close in, they need to cross the bridge. The big question is how?
I really wonder the same. How are they going to be crossing this out? But at the same time, there's not just one team who have the point of concern for them. One is 1KP, the second one is going to be G2. Proxy is trying to cook up a grenade, and Shiva bro already knows his presence, and that's why this projectile is going to be perfect, but not does the kind of damage he was expecting it to be. But half HP down, like half of your health down, that is going to strike fear, and you're going to be pushing back. Now D-Sync is going to be pushing in to take advantage of that, loss of health, but ultimately we can see that one has to look back and see whether GL will be able to clutch this out. At the same time, this is the corner where you shouldn't be right now, as there's more than one team concentrating the firepower to the church area.
Oh yeah, now Team GL, this is the moment that they've been waiting for, right? This is one of those fights that they cannot really shy away from, because if they let 1TL get away from here, they're going to get camped around those little pretty areas. But now Rebel realizing there's someone on the left hand side, and it is going to be Leo. Constantly keeps an attention at his direction, as he's going to be one of those support players, right? Ensuring that his teammates sort of escape while he watches over them, as D-Sync has been taken down. Shiva, bro, not at the best of HPs, as Proxy, he's just going to be, bouncing at their direction, looking out for Shiva. And if he gets that finish, then he's going to be happy about it.
I feel that Proxy needs to prioritize the zone and try to make it inside, and quickly he picks up that buggy which has been bought in by the opponents and slowly crossing it as quickly as possible. A wise, very, very wise decision coming in from his side, and I do believe that Moth is going to be happy that he thought this way, and they can easily make it on the other side. Shiva bro has to go in for healing, which is not going to be possible, and 2 bodies are going to go down as G2 Battlegrounds not choose to do the right thing at the right time.
It's the nerves that are starting to really hit them, not having the proper vehicles. And same can be said for one knock push as well, because they do not have enough meds on their players. This is the fight that we were talking about. INR getting pushed by the players of KO Retribution. Now, if they somehow sort of hold off in this particular fight, this could be really peaceful for them, as Ice steps out of his cover. He's still burning, but does not deprive himself of getting to the block. Finally getting traded off, as Phoenix also will be entering inside the fray, as he's the one survivor along with his particular teammate who's on the backlines, nowhere in the mix of things. Drops that Molotov, flushing there out of his position, as he's also going to be burning in all that lava, as he somehow finds to get that breathing space, gets the entire squad wiped out, but gets knocked from elsewhere.
I don't know who that was. I'm really looking for it. That is Ripper from far away trying to do the damage, or Juicy from far away trying to do the damage, but Interpret at this point of time have the crosshairs set against the side of one, and I really want to see whether they'll be able to do the right kind of damage, because one knock push, in case they know that, you know, that initial knock comes in from their side, they're going to be just making sure that they go inside the circle itself. Look at the circle, so far away, and so many squads need to make it inside the circle. On the northern side are 3 teams enjoying for their early rotations. At this point of time, Interpret has to pick up as many finish points as possible. Look at, they're just going to welcome everybody, right?
You know, this was inevitable. This sort of a fate for GL, sort of repeating yet again, having issues trying to cross over that bridge, and they've got to somehow figure out a way to do that, survive with just that one player, as One Nation Esports somehow trying to find a better cover as the scoop is burning, almost about to explode.
Now, I know that One Nation Esports Leo has to realize that somebody on their left as well, or else he might get taken down, and that's nobody else apart from W's. But at the same time, let's look at what's happening to the shores. You know, this fight is still not over, as Interpret Esports Glock at the final moment jumps down into the water, probably wants to go in to heal himself, but ultimately it's also important for him to realize that he's got Warlock to pick up as well.
Oh, he certainly does. Needs to patch himself first, though. Get that first hit, but look at OPT rising. Falcon Juicer again has that big green cannon. So OPT always have that little bit of a tendency to go out looking out for those airdrops, and when they get lucky, they make sure they get the best out of that weapon. As Zeno is trying to spot out Loki.
Oh, nice!
Get that crispy burst from that DP coming in, but objectively, they really cannot commit with the push, because now they've got to pay attention to the circle, which is somehow gone away from them.
Yes, exactly. Now, there's always an option for the side of Falcon to actually prioritize the zone. Look at the mini circle. You know, they can just avoid this fight, try to rotate away, as the rest of the teams are actually, you know, busy firing with one another, but still they're choosing to stay over here. On the other side, we can see that Team KF are not in a very good corner, and as well as not in a very good position. AGO is the only man who's got most of his HP up, and he has to make sure that he's got at least one vehicle to work around with. He has it, and he's put enough number of smokes to actually run away from this corner. I think they're just waiting for a confirmation to come in. Yes, 1x also gets, you know, one player of 1x gets confirmed, but a close range battle coming in over here. OPT Nubi doing the right, you know, drop shot and eliminating another person. That's going to be WSF Esports eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers really favoring them, and WSF not really having the same luck, the same charm that they had in the first game of Erangel, as we are seeing some burning vehicles getting exploded, as Horrorist does have a slight idea as to where KO Retribution will be, but average player, he's going to make a run at Vijay, who apparently is on his knees and would want to take him down in terms of securing those utilities out from him, as average player now shifts his direction towards the players of the knock finish, as he's going to get not just one, another knock secured to his name, as just hammering down the bullets up until the point the entire squad of knock finish gets obliterated.
Now this is what Bule Butke is all about, right? They've tried to find the right corner first, plan themselves like the strongest mountain possible, and once they, you know, take out the machine guns and try to spray it around, they are the best. But Initiative Academy seems to have found the equation as how to stop this squad, and they are trying to spray as quickly as possible and making sure that they don't give an opportunity for BBs to actually escape from that position. But Initiative Academy also have to realize that they're giving away their location as they're doing this, because Burnex is to their right, also watching all these things happen, and towards their left is another squad. I'm not able to find out who that is, but ultimately they need to be careful in what they're going to do next.
I'm rather surprised. What is this affinity with you know, the UMP with 4 times when you already have an M4? If they do not have enough ammunition, that is understandable. But I really felt that Initiative could have done better in that situation. But Burnex officials, again, 4-man roster strong, already with 3 finishes to their name. And Initiative Academy, nothing taken away from them. This is one of those games where we could expect that comeback coming from their side. Already 4 finishes secured, and now in a good part inside the circle, have a little bit of a height to play around with. But let's see, Pool and Matke, what do they have to offer right now as Ayush gets the better out of this team?
somewhere I feel that, Boulevard is still going to hold to that position because they have a little bit of a, zone advantage as well. And right now, since Initiative Academy is the team who has to make it inside the circle, they're going to be so happy to welcome them with the pour of lead. This is something which has been repeating, right? This is the kind of momentum which BB always looks out for. But look at what Blazy is doing. He's going to be sitting on the bonnet, expecting a close range battle to rake up, and eventually BB Horistics is going for a drop shot. He does do the damage against two players. The third person also comes down, but a good trade coming in from the side of Blazy, who was on the bonnet itself. But now we have to see whether Boulevard can be, can come out of this, as they have this. Blazy's gone in for a revival. One player of theirs is so far away, and can he do it is going to be the next big question.
The cojones on Blazy to try and pull off something like that and still be alive. I do not know. Praises are going to fall short of what he's just done right now, as average play seems to be lost, as his buggy is all in smithereens, as now he's just dropped out of it. As DG, he's going to be lobbing a few grenades, as Initiative Academy have just managed to lose out on Loki. But the good thing is that they have back 3 finishes to their name.
I mean, I really don't know how Initiative Academy was actually able to do that, but there it is. Boulevard is going to be finished off, as Reborn is going to be tossing that in the right corner. Now Burnex and Reborn versus the side of Team IE. This fight is turning out to be more intense than I expected, obviously because of all the strong teams still alive with more than one player. Now I do understand that Retribution have one man down. They need to go in for a revival with 8 finishes in their name, but with the finish points coming up until 8, I think they've done a good job so far.
Oh, they certainly have. And Nova Reborn now taking a little bit of a brunt robot. Does he even realize that he's got a player right beside him? Not really going for it, as Sam is just going to be hiding inside that little murky smoke that we have. But for now, iQOO, she's going to switch the scope onto his arm on that 3 times. But eventually just will be getting a few pot shots, as Sam just comes out of cover and gets the better out of Robert over there, as Burnix officials start losing out on men.
Now Opt is the team which is actually doing most of the greedy work of just trying to stay alive and try to steal those finish points when the time is right. But Initiative Academy have to look out to their left, because they have the beast standing over there. That's going to be Burnex official. They exactly know the location of Initiative Academy, and we have seen this before. Two-man, one of the strongest is going to be Millen from their squad, who's actually doing the job over here. So in case he starts to fight, he starts to strike, then it's going to be the end of the story for IE.
It indeed will be, as Zixin. I do not know in which direction he was looking, but DG was well stationed over there to get the better of him, as Millen is also going to be peppered down with all the bullets. All it remains is that one shot to get connected, and he's also going to take an exit from the server, because it's not just one, but 2 teams going after this poor lad.
I somewhere feel that he's still going to survive this, because he's got that experience, he's got that, composure within himself. But this finish is going to be stolen. Had a chance of getting stolen, but ultimately did not happen. Which is going to be, Rising Falcons, who still have a very, very good opportunity over here. They're just waiting for these 2 teams to actually finish off that one single man, so that it's going to be easy for these 2 to fight out for the final moments of the game. But they do need to realize that, the more they're just going to concentrate on Burnex Millen, the zone is going to be covering up against him, and ultimately they'll have to fight out with one another, where Millen is going to be having the final laugh.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, he certainly will be. But, that's going to be a long shot, to be honest, right? He's going to be really thanking his stars if he can survive for a longer time. But look at Danger just crawling and trying to get as much cover as he can get, really, as Initiative Esports. They're going to be on a drive-by. Or maybe not, because they're going to be playing really disciplined over here. They know that this chicken dinner is very important for them. And OPT Rising Falcon, I think they've dug in really deep today, because the way they've been playing, the consistency has been exuding out of their body. But Danger finally getting picked off by DG over there. And he's not going to stop at anything at all, getting that finish secured, as Initiative Esports now one step closer to victory.
Now somewhere I feel this game is written, Initiative written, I've got winner chicken dinner all over them. It's just that, the momentum of the game is just getting on my nerve. But Million X, as I said, strikes at the right time. He just got one knock to himself. He's trying to push in. Probably he can secure the second one, but ultimately DG puts an end to him. And this is the final moments of the game, ladies and gentlemen, where we can expect DG to loft a very good grenade into the poachers of Nubi and try to end the story for him. But ultimately, we have to see, is there any fighting chance for the side of Op to actually do a 1v3 or probably collect 1 or 2 finishes against these two players?
Again, it's going to be a little over-ambitious, but if he is going to pull this one off, I'm going to start losing my minds. Now, the ideal strategy for Initiative Academy at this point would be, of course, taking that vehicle up for a spin and then maybe figure out where Nubi is stationed at. But right now, they're just going to start playing the circle, right? Nubi, in the meanwhile, he's just in the hiding as Initiative. They keep on spraying all the bullets in a wild fashion, just hoping that something will connect and they get that final finish. But that does not seem to be the case, because now finally DG realizes it's just that one player, and now I can really go for a run and finally gets the idea of where he's located, as DG will be falling down. If Nubi can secure that finish, could have been a whole different story altogether. But regardless, Initiative Academy also find themselves back into the mix of the top 8 with this beautiful chicken dinner with 12 finishes to their name.
I mean, very well played. They are one of those teams who have always found balance in the previous round itself. 46 finish and 38, placement points is what they're raked up to come over here. That shows that, they are the team to watch out for. When they have a chance, they do strike out, right? So I did expect something like this to happen, but in the initial games itself, but never late then, never.
Yeah, better late than never. It is the mantra for Initiative Academy, as they've managed to accrue those 27 much needed points and finally have their hearts gotten a little bit more lighter. But they still know they've got a long way to go, right? You've got to at least get that 45 points plus to ensure that you qualified for the top 8. But OPT Rising Falcon, they've been one of the most consistent teams, one of the most aggressive teams, never shy away from fights, again getting that second spot. They somehow have solidified their position, and same can be even said with Burnix Official, right? They've been having those consistent games and getting those 10, 12 points average in every single one of them. They also look to be, the one team that is going to be participating with us in round number 4 as well.
Yep, absolutely. Now, somewhere I feel that, teams like Bole Vatke, Burnex, as you said, Opt, Rising, all of these squads have already made it. All they have to do is trying to find that average. Now, let's speak about the squads who were performing well and who have been restricted. Can they come back? Like WSF Esports, we have Indian Patriots also trying to have a little good balance, G2 Battleground as well, Team INR as well. So these are the teams which actually left a little bit of an impact in the initial games. Do you think that, they can find that equation again to come back into this game?
It's the right mindset that is needed at this point, right? It has been the case with a lot of other teams, but now we're going to take a look at the iQOO MVP. He's going to be DG from Initiative Academy, and I was just coughing at this player for using that AMP on that 4 times instead of M4, which I believe not have the bullets though, but eventually comes out to become the best player in the lobby, this time with 5 finishes, 800 plus points of damage, as we take a look at the top 5 players this time around. And I mean, Juicer, I'm just getting used to him every single time in our top 5 player list.
Yes, exactly. Now, Juicer is one of those players who tend to, think out of the box, go in for the AWM, if I'm not wrong. So it seems like, he's been contributing for the team, trying to keep their hopes high so that, they can make it into the next round. Kinetic God, he's also one of those players who's doing the job. Yeah, Burnex. These are the teams to watch out for eventually if they're making it into the next round. So they're living up to whatever they've raked up so far, and the match summary goes like this. We have got 55 knocks against 58 finishes, yet, it's a simple equation yet again. You get knocked, the chances of you getting finished is a little more earlier.
Oh yeah, I mean, it sort of was a game of Erangel, which again, I'm getting to the point where I'm getting fed up of these northern circles, right? And a lot of team at that manner, because ideally you would want to have something around Gatka, around Mansion maybe. We've already had 2 games of Erangel. It's all the same storyline, right? Team GL trying to rotate from all the way down below, getting taken down by Burnix Officials. It's sort of a instant reel just going on and on and on as we sort of transition into the FT craft. And this time also the same situation with all these teams. Like, I I feel the frustration going on in their heads, right? They're trying to scatter around the entire map, but again, always being cautious about how the circle has been, trying to adapt to those situations. Now, those teams that had a really good upper hand, that managed to predict that northern shift, were the ones who eventually did come out on top.
Yep, absolutely. Agreed on this point. Now, as we step into the map of Miramar, like the things are going to change. The story is going to change for most of these teams because in the map of Miramar, we have seen Composer does help you out until the final circles where you'll have to go bonkers and have the crosses set in one place, maintain that recoil well, and make sure you have that initial push coming in from your side. Which team, according to you, can actually, do all these things perfectly, stick on to the, textbook basics and try to rush in against a team?
I think Team Kinetics was one of those teams that has really impressed me, especially that one last fight in Miramar where they just kind of rushed in. And there are few teams in the lobby. You've got even OPT Rising Falcon who do have the players that can execute such a play. And then with the way Team INR also started off and suddenly starting to fizzle out a little bit, back to back 2 bad games. And this is where that kind of the thought of doubt kind of settles in your mind, right? Do we have enough what it takes, to qualify into the next round? We have had a good start, but right now we're sort of languishing somewhere deep down under.
When it comes to one device, you just don't have to, have a second thought, and that's going to be this beauty in the hand. And to get to know more about this beauty, there's going to be a short video which is going to be coming on our screens. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy this.
Show me you got soul.
That is iQOO Z6 Pro for you, ladies and gentlemen. Try to understand this, that not every time you get an opportunity like this knocking at your doors, something which is within 25, and you get so many features, and it's a gaming beast in your hand. Don't let go of this opportunity. Go and grab this.
And it has a dedicated esports mode, I must tell you. That, completely focuses all the processor's attention while you're gaming. You need not worry about your phone at all, and at the same time maintains those perfect temperatures. You do not have your device heating up. You can have the heated up discussions outside the game, of course, but this device never fails you. It can check it out on Amazon specials, right? All you've got to do is download the Amazon app, and you've got some really good deals going on this particular device. But now coming back into the mix, right? We've had a few of those teams finally who had a really rough start into the day, recovering, right? As a matter of fact, you had Bhole Bhatke, right? They were kind of somewhere down the line getting those finishes early on, but position places where they really tend to thrive, that was lacking. And this was one of those games where they again had few position points, but finish points is also a good balance for them. But heading into Miramar, I really am starting to wonder if they have collected enough, because now final 2 games remain, right? A lot of the other teams like G2 Battlegrounds, they really need to pick it up. Otherwise, their journey ends over here right now. As we take a quick look at the highlights and see what really panned out in the map of Erangel for you guys over here. It all started with one knock push, just having no care in the world, just went up and got better out of Indian Patriots, just thwarting them out of the city.
Now, at the same time, G2 making the mistake which they're going to regret for a really long time is going to be, that choosing not to get into the zone first, but ultimately that was gifted to someone else. Now, Team INR official on the other side, this fight I really thought, it's going to be going in their favor, as the fight had taken up in a very, very good place, but ultimately it's fine, right? There was a lot of, resources coming in, there was a lot of throwables coming into the play, but ultimately KO Retribution proved themselves in a very good way that sometimes you need to have your composure right, and you need to make sure that you have moment, you need to have space for you to move around when you take a fight against an enemy.
No, with what really happened with INR was just 2 Molotovs, just absolutely demolishing the spot.
Exactly.
Right? They were in such a good spot, right? And the Molotovs just flushing them out, that was absolute genius, what KO Retribution did. And this is one of those fights that Team GL did have to take, but very critical about it, right? The moment you start taking fights around the peripheries, and they're gonna be those teams that are gonna be watching out for you, and again, sort of having submitting themselves to a similar sort of fate. This is where, you know, even for Rebel, she must be wondering, what do I do? How do I play a circle like this, where we drop off at military base and have such a tough time rotating around? Why can't the circle just go down south, for Christ's sake? But regardless, you know, Nikki did whatever she could do to survive, but eventually succumbed down to Burnix officials. But this is where, you know, even the players of Knock Finish were absolutely caught out in the open, and Bule Bhatke ensured that they had to pay an hefty price for that.
Now this is where we need to concentrate on the squads which actually prioritize the zone first, especially in the map of Erangel. Final moments of the game where Burnix official were having a very good spot. Let's not forget that Bule Bhatke were also having a very good spot, and all these squads actually, you know, dominated well in the corners they were holding. But one thing is clear, that, you know, when you're pushing like this, which I was about to speak about, you know, Bule Bhatke had a very, very good chance just in case they were sticking together. It's just that they were so much divided over that small mountain. They couldn't find the oppositions, all of them alive, all of them in the crosshairs, and due to which, you know, they had to pay a hefty price.
Yeah, I mean, the sheer balls on Blazy to try and execute something like that in an official tournament. I was really baffled by what he did. It was quite simple, right? Coop can be a two-seater vehicle, and they know that, and they knew that they had 3 players, and they had to take someone. Ideally, kind of tend to do emotes, but it comes with a lot of risks, because the moment the car comes to a instant halt, it's the inertia that just throws you out of the vehicle, and you tend to take a lot of damage. And somehow, Initiative Academy had to build out that perfect balance between that, managed to survive in that situation, got the squad wipe also secured to their name, and went on and won this chicken dinner.
Yes, absolutely. Now, this moment where I really thought that Milan will be trying to come through that smoke trail which I had put, but rather choose to not come through that and try somewhere else. Probably he was thinking that, you know, if somebody is walking into my crosshairs, it's going to be easy picking for me, and that's why he didn't want to restrict his own vision, and that's why he chose to come out of it. But rather, if he had chosen to stick on to the basics and try to come through the smoke as quickly as possible and then go for a drop shot, do you think that it would have been easy for him?
I mean, it's again ifs and buts, right? Because again, you have got to consider the fact that he was just a player, right? And he done the job enough, took his team to top 3 points, ensured at least those 10 points into his pockets, and all that he was going to do next would have been bonus, right? They already had their job cut out, and it's going to be very difficult when you're especially going against a team that has 4 of their players alive.
Agreed.
And you're just hiding in that one little smoke. It's very obvious, right? Out of the entire map, there's one smoke. So it's certainly kind of, you can presume that there's someone hiding behind that. No matter how many smoky trails you create, no matter what you do, you know what the fate awaits you. And it was somewhere down the line, even Million knew at the back of his mind that, yeah, I've gotten this far, and that is all I can do for my team. Job has been done. We've been consistent throughout the day. 4 games secured for us. We're going to go to round number 4. So they're going to look out for the next matchup right ahead for them.
Yeah, and the next matchup is going to be so tight for teams like Indian Patriots, WSF Esports, because WSF Esports is one of those squads who left a really good, big image of themselves in the first game itself. You know, they were dominating in every nook and corner of the map. Do you expect them to come back in the map of Miramar, or they're going to be just like those teams, like, you know, in the previous day where we expected the final map to go in their favor? What do you feel is going to happen with the side of WSF?
You know, at this point, I really would urge the teams not to resort to the final game of Erangels, because from what we've been seeing for the past 2 days, it's absolutely so chaotic, man. And every single time you think, yeah, all right, we have that one game in there is going to be a team, let's say, like Elite yesterday, and maybe Kratik the day before, who are just going to have no care in the world and would just go on to any limits to get all those finishes in their name. And eventually, teams like RIS officials, if you remember, they got that second last Miramar chicken dinner, suddenly sparking hope that they might qualify eventually, just to get taken down as the first team by the players of Kratik. So, of course, this is that one last map where if you have really good position points, if you've got decent amount of finishes, you know, to add up to it, that's sort of is going to ensure that you're going to qualify. But for right now, it's all speculations, right? It's all speculations, as, ladies and gentlemen, we take a look at the matchup again for the second last time in the evening, as my friend Arka is going to be taking a little bit of a break, as Salty is just going to be dancing his way on towards the desk. But right now, Salty, we've witnessed a comeback coming in from all these teams that was sort of at the bottom half of the table. Now, what do you think this game, who is going to have the final laugh?
Let's give it to Team GL, the fan favorite, maybe?
Again, no, apart from GL, they've got the chicken dinner already. And there are a few teams, like I'm going to list a few out for you. It's going to be One Knock Push. We still have, G2 Battleground, who are somewhere down below. Even for the likes of Intrepid and One Nation Esports. Now, I've said a couple of names for you. And Reborn Nova for the same cause as well. So out of all these names that I just listed out, who do you think can get a chicken?
We'll find out. I'm gonna be safe, you thought I'm gonna fall for that. Got you right there.
Can we have some -50 in the chats, please? But for something, what we've been witnessing, we've been advocates for all these new teams, the underdogs to be really rising. And that is exactly the masala we really need. But this is one of those phones that gives you all the masala in just that one device. And let's see what the boys from iQOO have to say you in this special video.
Show me you got soul.
Alright, Salty has no opinion on which team is going to make a comeback, but I have a strong opinion about this one phone, the iQOO Z6 Pro 5G. Beautiful, beautiful features packed inside this device, and yes, it is available as an Amazon special. So all you've got to do is head over to the websites or towards their app. And I've been telling about this like a broken record, and this is one of the last days of the sale that is going on. So do not blame me if you're going to miss out on all those juicy offers.
Absolutely, man. Like, if I was you, I would have gone on that web page right now and bought this device for myself, because this is a steal, right? The amount of performance and the beauty that you get out of this, it's an absolute steal for the price point it offers. And I feel like the price to performance ratio is something which always in the minds of the Indian entire market, right? They always want to play it around the 25k 30k margin, but want to get the best performance. And I feel like this device kind of checks all those markers.
I'm not gonna be lying about it. Once I came into the studio, while I got my phone out, I forgot to charge because I was playing BGMI the whole night. It was somewhere around 30%, and I clicked a couple of pictures, did some surfing around, made a few vlogs around while I was on a break, and I was surprised. It still has 22% of juice remaining, and it's almost been what, like 4 or 5 hours?
4 or 5 hours,
and
yes.
Imagine, because it takes a lot of power when you are recording at 4K, and still giving me those performances. Wow, this phone is an absolute beauty. But now, getting back into the fray, of course, of all these teams out here, it's going to be the final game of Miramar, right? At least the one last Miramar that we have for all these teams. We still have one Erangel to go, though. But in Miramar, we did have a few of the other teams, Team Kinetic finally finding their mojo, getting themselves a chicken dinner. We've been looking so badly for the others. And you certainly do not have an opinion of the same. And you've been one of the advocates for Team GL. And I could figure out I could figure out all the wrong reasons for that.
Well, you weren't supposed to say that on stream. That's
he did not take the pledge too seriously, I'm telling you guys.
Guys, he's not hinting at anything.
I mean, people are smart enough to understand, and they certainly get a slight idea as to where you're really getting at, considering how your actions have been lately over a lot of social media profiles that you've been creating for yourself. Salty, but apart from that, comments to the esports athletes that we have from Team GL, making a comeback into the game of Sanhok, getting the chicken dinner this time. However, it was not a game that they instantly backed out from, right? They
Yep.
still a master squad wipe for their name, and five points is where they sort of ended at. So if you're gonna make all those calculations, they're still gonna be somewhere around that 30-point marker. Now with 2 games to go, they have to get at least 15 points
A
plus,
lot,
and
yeah.
that's a big question if they can really do it. What do you think?
I think it's going to be very difficult, right? And just like you mentioned, 15 points, even on average, right, to consider or solidify your position in the top 8, it is going to be a very heavy task. They've got to repeat the same tactic, right? If you see tactically, they're not someone who is going to go and occupy the center of the circle and invite all the attention of the other teams. They're someone who kind of lies low at the edges, and if they can continue doing that, they can ensure that placement point for themselves. But somehow again the nerves are sort of coming in where they are taking on teams where they aren't really in a good position, and the same history repeats itself. And I feel like they've got to break out of these shatters and maybe go up, just show themselves, right? We've seen teams come in these late stages of the day where they show their true colors and what they're truly capable of. The entirety of the day might just be the nerves taking on them, an official event, the biggest day in their professional lives. It really gets sweaty, guys. It really gets sweaty, and sometimes the device does get hot as well.
This does not.
Unless it is the Z6 Pro from iQOO, of course, who has this liquid cooling chamber inside it. But of
Huge
course,
one at that.
yeah, it is. But again, right, the same thing comes in. Your fingers get jittery and all of that things happen. The initial games, of course, just like Arca also loves to mention, it's sort of a warm-up game for you to kind of, rest in your nerves. But again, in the final stages of the day itself, that is when they can show their true colors. And top 8 isn't really something which is still out of the equation for a lot of the teams. It's not just GL. For a lot of the teams who are in the second page of the overall standings, they might just jump in.
It's easy. The calculation is pretty easy. Get 2 chicken dinners with 15 plus finish points, and you see yourselves having 60 points collected. Top 8 is something that I'm really anticipating. As ladies and
Sarcasm,
gentlemen,
guys.
It's not sarcasm. Come on, it's ideal. It's the reality. Now, I do not know how difficult it is in this particular lobby. I never made this far, but I'm pretty sure you need to have the right mindset to try and pull something like that. But at this point, even for Team GL, that we've been talking about them a lot, it's all about how the zone is formed in Erangel, right? And even in the last game, if it forms around that northern area, I'm gonna be done with it. But right now, getting back into Miramar, it was a similar case with Team GL again. They were somewhere around the peripheries, eventually just got sandwiched between 2 teams up to the point. They got taken down. But again, there are certain other teams like KO Retribution. Now, KO Retribution, there have been games where they've really delighted us with the kind of performances that they've pulled off, especially with wiping out the entirety of INR, making a perfect push at their direction, lobbing those 2 Molotovs, flushing their players out. Certainly tells me that they know their basics, they know what they've been doing. But it's all about, securing a good spot inside the zone. Just winning mere fights is not going to get you those juicy points to qualify.
Right, and this has been the case for most of the teams that we've seen in iQOO BMOC so far, right, isn't it? You've seen teams who kind of spend hours and hours on the training grounds, who kind of spend hours and hours on fighting amongst themselves, sharpening their gun skills and everything, how to master each and every weapon that they hold. But it has always been those decision-making where the other teams, the experienced team who've sort of played at this level previously before, or maybe has spent more time in the scrims, triumph over them as the 5th match of the day has started, ladies and gentlemen, as we fly on top of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. The flight path sort of starts over from Valadilmar, extends over towards El Hazar as we witness Team Initiative Academy and their players on our screens right now. What do you have to say about the flight path, co-pilot?
I mean, it's looking good, right? At least we're not gonna see a lot of those early skirmishes. Everyone gets to their desired drop location because you've got a perfect spread, right? You've got Montenuevo, Pargate, San Martin, Hacienda del Patron, every little area that you can head over to it. But I'm starting to wonder if we're gonna see another repetition of that fight around La Cubreria, where I really remember it was a 1-knock push, I think, going after the players of One Nation, who eventually just got hammered down. So I think that is something that could be avoided for them. But haven't really noticed any of those teams heading towards a similar compound. Maybe around Chumacera, where we've got Knock Finish, and I believe it's going to be Intrepid with them.
Yeah, it seems like a very close affair, of course, but Chumasera is a pretty spread affair, and with the compounds that there is, the high ground and the low ground, an initial for skirmish, I'm not really sure is in the books, but of course, I'm waiting for the circle, the circle towards that Monte Nuevo area. Again, a probable repetition of last Miramar yesterday, not today, the last Miramar yesterday, where it was sort of cut out of the map itself. It's a little better than that. It's not that bad of a situation, but of course, right now you've got Intrepid. Once again, just like you mentioned, right in front of Team Knock Finish. Now, this affair is happening in Chumasera with the numbers game certainly on the side of Team Knock Finish at the moment.
Yeah, and right now, for both these teams, they aren't doing that well, right? And this is somewhere they cannot really afford to get into these early skirmishes. And I've always been telling about this. You tend to go into it unknown territories and suddenly have a few casualties to your name despite winning the entire fight. So I think ideal situation will be for both of these guys to back off. But right now, you've got G2 Battlegrounds going up against an in-form Initiative Academy who find themselves just beside the advertisement building. Now, it's going to be really imperative for Delta to be making those really quick movements, because if he can find a good spot for himself, he's going to absolutely stop that backing off, backup plan that I believe the players of Initiative Esports have in their mind.
Might just be so far the G2 Battlegrounds. I had really high expectations from this team, honestly. Having that name, having the sort of the brand of G2. Obviously not the same organization, but still.
Sued by Carlos.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I understand, right? We still get the feels, right? When you say G2, the only thing that comes to my mind is a black and orange jersey. But of course, coming back into this game, you've got Initiative Academy, you just said, right, they are in form, and they seem to kind of back off, right? Even G2 is disinterested from this fight. You did see no sort of commitment, no aggression as of yet, which is a good sign. But have a look at this Intrepid, though. They're making moves, and Heyman as well as Warlock, they're the ones who are the frontliners from this team of Intrepid. From the other side, you've got Glock and Flicker. Now, I love this 2-2 split, but is it going to pay off, though? Not really sure, as the first knock comes in from Ripper.
Oh yeah, and opening things up, getting that knock on towards Warlock. It's going to be trouble times for Intrepid, who had a half-hearted commitment inside this battle, where the remainder of the cavalry for knock and finish will be arriving as Divine. He finds himself positioned just out of the compound, waiting for the other players of Intrepid to make any pesky movements.
But look at Thunder in his position. He's got Glock right underneath his crosshairs, and that is exactly what he's looking for. The Molotov comes in a defensive measure, but of course Glock cooking up this nade can mean difference for Thunder so far. We are yet to witness any sort of change, as it still is a patient game. Elsewhere, Flico goes on a pre-fire rampage as the players of Knock and Finish are still going to fall, but reinforcements comes in as players jump in from the second floor. It's a gunshot galore right in front of us.
And there you go, Knock Finish, Thunder, the last player surviving from the squad, is going to try and do everything possible. He does have another player in form of Arju though, but he's nowhere to be seen. Finally comes into the fray as he gets a knock onto its Glock, but now Glock has to do something to get his team back into the fight.
Absolutely, there's too much distance that Arju needs to clear up, and Thunder is doing his best to kind of stall the team. Nades, of course, connecting. Arju doing so much heavy lifting as Thunder goes on a wide swing. Of course, not really getting a lot of huge reinvestment out of it. Intrepid comes in on the offense as they survive with all four players standing. Of course, they are on their knees, but all of them are going to get revived. Beautiful recovery, I must say.
Yeah, I really could hear their heartbeats inside my ears right now, because it's such an important fight for Intrepid. And the best part is that they managed to get all these 4 finishes even without a single casualty, right? And it's going to bolster up their confidence a bit, right? This is something that Arca has always been talking about, get a early fight for yourself and warm yourself up. And this is them getting warmed up. Now, Intrepid has to be looking at the bigger things right now. But Indian Patriots, we've got to talk about this particular team. Now, they've had a really good Miramar game, the first one that we did get to see in the evening. And now they're somewhere around that Impala region, right? Right beside the players of Bhule Bhatke. So it's going to be interesting to see if we can get a fight from their side, or are they just going to head over to the zone, with the latter being
what I would really suggest. Absolutely, especially with Bhule Bhatke, as I can see from my map feed, is on their vehicles, traversing, making a long rotation. Even Indian Patriots, for that matter, find themselves a vehicle to actually traverse it on the map itself. And just like you mentioned, they will enter the circle. Speaking of the circle itself, I feel like it's pretty much a basic Miramar circle, slightly towards the northern side, but might just come towards the San Martin or the Picado region in its later renditions. But so far, Team GL, what are they going to do though? For them, it's about holding on to this position because they are pretty much at the center of the map.
Yeah, I like this. I like this, what they're doing from their side, right? Try to hold over the hills of San Martin and then find a little bit of a cover as well. You know, try to head over towards that water treatment area and ensure that you are going to be stopping any squads. You're going to be defending this compound if you have taken it over. Now, we're going to see this fight happen a little later on because they still have, you know, a few teams right beside them. You've got Initiative Academy also right there into the mix. But right now, I'm just kind of waiting for the next shift to happen because now it's all about these teams sort of congregating at the very center, trying to get a good hold over the ridges. As you can see, you know, Burnix officials, they've also started off with the rotation. I think they must be heading over somewhere around those power grid areas, those hills, because they love to play around them.
A lot of teams actually do, right? A lot of teams like to take the high ground advantage wherever they can. And the San Martin looks extremely congregated at this point because so many teams are approaching the center of the circle, the right geometric center of it. Team 1 knock finish though. For them, Team 1 knock push, pardon me for that. They certainly don't.
The same thing.
They certainly don't finish after getting that knock. They push. Right after that, it's all luck.
It's all luck. Sometimes they just get blown away.
Yeah.
And sometimes, you know, they come out as victors. So nothing taken away.
It's still dicey after that knock part. They do get the knock, so that's why it's 1 knock.
See, they're still living up to their name.
Yeah.
Right? We're getting a knock. We're still pushing. What happens after? We did not sign in for that. But either ways, you know, this is again one of those teams that has tremendous potential, right? We've seen they know how to take those fights. It's all about the macros that they've got to work out, how they rotate. And if they can get that fixed up, I can see also this team walking off with a chicken. But for now, Bhule Bhatke, I really want these lads to really step it up as well. We know we've been witnessing that they've got those finishes to their name every single time. But when it comes down to positioning, that is somewhere they kind of have a lot of trouble with, right? Even in the last game of Miramar, you could see Zayden was just that lonesome player surviving, but he still managed to get the job done for his team, which could have been, of course, better had they had the whole squad rotating a little bit early.
That is the whole case with Bhule Bhatke, right? I mean,
they're also living up to their name.
Yeah, they're also living up to their name. They're going so close, but they're just yet so far from that big coveted chicken. Speaking of chicken, we've got a fair share of chicken ourselves as well, isn't it? Fixes. I mean, Hyderabadi chicken, a little spicy. Not really something which I would recommend have every day, but then our taste buds kind of say otherwise.
Audacious things, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we both were the ones who literally had Kolkata biryani in Hyderabad.
Wow!
And a lot of people in the chat must be cussing us about that. But hey, to each his own taste, right? And you know, talking about G2 Battlegrounds, I think they've been starving for quite some time. And sometimes when you're under extreme hunger, you either, you know, really go big or you really blast yourself out. And the latter has been the case with G2 Battlegrounds. A little bit of a lackluster decision making from their side, but they can't really get too critical, right? It's the boys' first time making it to the big stages. Now they're going to learn a lot of things. Now when they're going to come in next, I'm pretty sure they will have something really big to offer. But hey, I'm kind of stepping out on my guns really early because you never know. 2 good games, and we might get to see G2 Battlegrounds also with us in round number 4.
And we've seen so many of those happen, but have a look at this right now. Team Kinetic, though, they are under fire. I'm not really sure if it is Team 1 knock push, but certainly is Team G2 right now. Viper on the offense as another player from Team Kinetic is quietly on HP. It's God who certainly needs to patch himself up. From the other side, you've got OPT Rising Falcon. This certainly isn't good news from Team Kinetic as they are being sandwiched between 2 different teams.
Oh yes, absolutely. Just getting clobbered down with all those bullets.
Bad news.
If you can connect one of those shots at KU, first time in life, I'm witnessing that. But I can understand why. Because KU's buggies, the back tires are flattened out.
Yeah.
So he cannot really get that acceleration. And the same is the case with God. Nowhere to run and hide. What does he do?
Reverse gear for the win, ladies and gentlemen, as Viper is still on the offense. This man has his foot on the gas as he is not stepping behind. God has certainly patched himself up, but for how long is he going to hold on to this position? That's the question. All that he can try to do is just disguise his position and not take shots from OPD Rising Falcon. But as soon as the smoke dissipates, that is where I feel like the shots are going to come in. But thankfully, reinforcements and a Uber cab arrives.
Yeah, they were definitely arriving for them, but are they going to get out of here safely with two of the squads watching out? And suddenly God realizes, no, I'm done. I'm not getting out of here anytime soon. As long as the circle is on me, I'm going to stick. I'm going to hide as long as I can. But, you know, again, you need to understand that you've got this limited amount of utility. How long can you stay that vertical cover? Because either ways now, you're giving enough time for the players of G2 Battleground to perform that perfect flank. In the meanwhile, OPD Rising Falcon from the backlines are going to be instilling so much of that hurt up to the point that Onyx, he's just going to get wiped out.
The frustration on these players right now, they must be fuming. But look at Shiva God though, he's actually making moves from the elsewhere. It's Juice RF. He's the one who is taking continuous shots, but he has no idea that they're due to Shiva God as well. Shiva Bro, pardon me for that.
Alright, I mean, on out. Newbie.
He kind of falls back. Instantly realizes Rising Falcon is in the vicinity.
What's up with these players? You know, so much of this cojones, so much of those bold statements being made. You know, Amp trying to shoot around 200 plus meters with a red dot. I mean, you've got to give it to the confidence. But this is the radical shift that we were looking out for, ladies and gentlemen. And this is where I really love how Team GL has positioned themselves just over the San Martin Southern Hills, right? If they sort of keep doing that, or maybe, you know, try to press in a little bit further from that eastern side, get something happening around those Hacienda del Patron compounds, I think they could be in a better position.
Pushing inside would be a very big problem for them, especially with
At least
Team
now
Intrepid.
they can do that because there's no one there.
Exactly right, but I can see Team Initiative Academy as well in the mix. You've got Team Intrepid kind of on the right-hand side, and all of this courtesy to the map feed, ladies and gentlemen. The audience back at home must be wondering, how do these guys know? Are they using some other techniques?
These are a few privileges that only is exclusive to the casters, because I mean, we've got to put up a best show, right? We need to give you all those insights of what's really happening around. And while I was talking about, you know, GL trying to take that eastern compound, we have a fight where Intrepid are going to be locking horns against Bhule Bhatke.
Oh, and here we have Warlock comes into the fray, as well as Hemant is the one who tries to be the frontal offense. Horized taking a lot of damage for himself. Team Intrepid still looking for that opening, still trying to pick up that nade. As Scooby FTW, not a good way to die, as he's the first one who falls. Intrepid find that first opening, and here they set up that man advantage, right? They have the confidence to push further, but what can Team Bhule Bhatke do to kind of be some sort of retaliation?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they're just going to hold on to their horses. Now, just look forward to Intrepid making those really bad moves and try and capitalize upon that, because average play, he knows that his compound has been discovered, he knows that his position has been compromised. It's all about trying to hold on, maybe try to pull off a clutch over here, but no, he's trying to escape as average play just steps out of his vehicle, but eventually he can't just get blown into smithereens.
He certainly can, but Fleeko kind of discourages against doing it, and I love the fact that Intrepid aren't really overcommitting in this one. Horizon gets blown into pieces as the Warlock connects that nade. It's just about a few players as Intrepid is still on the offense. Bhule Bhatke has no idea doing justice to their name, and now it's going to be 4 or 3 guys pushing on to average play. Gets the first knock, doesn't get the second one. It's WSF from a distance as average play. He has been giving a blessing in disguise as he's waiting for the final play to pop in. Prone shot. Not really paying it off as Glock finds himself some time to revive his fallen brother.
Yeah, it was not really needed, right? Could have easily crouched and had a little bit of a movement being made over there, but had to pay that hefty price. But Bhule Bhatke now on the verge of getting taken down as Intrepid sort of has recovered right now. With Waller coming into the fray, he's going to try and spray around, but Zayden is going to get the better out of him. eventually will secure the finish as Intrepid are slowly but surely starting to lose out on numbers. Coming in with that push, Flicko is going to start burning, but eventually just kind of hinders himself from that Molotov as he backs off.
The nade being cooked in, but not just in the right time. The Molotov doing so much heavy lifting for Bhule Bhatke as Zayden buys himself enough time to patch himself up. Horizon gets blown into pieces as Intrepid are still on the offense. It's just a 1v3 right now. Zayden needs to isolate those frags. Still tries to do it, deals a lot of damage, but that's about it. That's all she wrote for him as Intrepid wipe out another squad, courtesy to some sort of help coming in from WSF. But I don't think it's a solution to all their problems, because any of those teams like WSF or 1KP might just push onto them very soon.
I really like the position of WSF right now. I find no reason for them to try and, just traverse around anywhere looking for any sort of finishes, because as long as the circle is going to favor them, they're going to enjoy that. As we speak of Indian Patriots, they were somewhere around the nearby vicinity. I think they were kind of around Impala. They made that long distance in and eventually are sort of now starting to pay the price as few of the players are getting taken down as One Nation Esports. They've got a fight amongst their nearby vicinity. This time again with the players of Indian Patriots. It's going to be Proxy trying to make a run for his life.
Certainly is. Saurav still trying to figure out where exactly his opposition is inside the smoke itself. Saurav once again connecting on the dots. Proxy, wait a second, has been taken down by a nade coming in from Leo OP as Indian Patriots just could not stand up against One Nation. It's all about the patriotism coming in from all of these players. Of course, shots are invited. Initiative Academy wants to participate, and beautiful positioning from them, beautiful gatekeeping positioning from them as they can completely shut down any sort of movement from One Nation Esports.
That is going to be the initial intention as Burnix officials just getting the better out of the players of INR. Really missed out that fight, but I'm pretty sure production has all caught it up, and it's going to be there in the highlights. And it's going to be really interesting to wonder how did they actually accomplish this one, because they were the ones pushing from the lower ground and still managed to get a whole squad wiped off. Now that's a really good achievement.
Without any casualties,
Exactly.
right? And also for INR, I'm really starting to wonder what is going wrong for them, because they were playing so beautifully right in the first game, but suddenly it's Burnix officials Milind who is on the receiving end. Thankfully enters a compound, but it's OPD Rising Falcon who wouldn't really shut up at this point as Vijay gets another vehicle exploded. It's all about getting all these buses exploding as these players start revolting on who is the king of this circle right now.
Right now, I think it's one-off push, and WSF having really good, comfortable positions to defend around with, as Burnix officials are getting pushed over, not from one direction, but from two. We've got Zeno trying to lob those grenades. If it lands, maybe, OPD Rising Falcon could be looking to go in, get that ambush done, get that squad wipe. But for now, look at Lambo. Where is he out in the open? As Sasuke, he's going to be lobbed with those few grenades. So going to be just getting tossed over. And Lambo finally meets his makers.
He certainly does, but for Reborn Nova, they still have 2 more players to go, and I'm pretty sure Sasuke is just waiting to unleash his Sharingan and his Amaterasu. But from distance, Sam gets taken down by Burnix official, and the entire responsibility is now on Sasuke. He has always been the lone warrior, even in the manga, even in the anime, and that is exactly what he loves, right? Burnix official, though, cooking up this nade might just be the end of this guy. And an entire civil war is breaking out, Fixes. This is not easy. This is not civilization inside the map of Miramar.
But there are times he needs help from Naruto and his friends. The squad 7 I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen, as the push is on Zixin trying to zigzag Bob between, but it's not going to matter because he's just going to get blown away by Millen's grenade as Reborn Nova again take a very early exit. And I do not really know, I do not fancy their chances anymore. As Team GL, somehow, they found that little bit of a ridge, but they still have to get inside the circle. And the same goes for One Nation as well.
Every single team in the vicinity, they've got the same problems, but also the same priorities. Now, it all comes down to which team actually makes it as One Nation. They're the ones who are biting the dust. Titan is quite low on HP. You've got Leo quite low on HP. Saurav has been knocked down. It certainly is not ideal condition. Elsewhere, you've got OPD Rising Falcon battling it out against WSF at the edge of the circle itself. But it's a 2v4 situation, not ideal in terms of manpower. But we know these guys can turn it around, right? grenades being cooked in as Nobi gets blown into smithereens. Bajwa is definitely budging right now. I'm not really sure I shouldn't have put that out.
It's all right. Regardless, you know, Bajwa and his teammates have Bajofied the entire squad of OPT Rising Falcon, and we're coining our own terms. Right?
Yeah.
I hope we have the freedom, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you understood what we're trying to communicate. But now, again, just as if when WSF were trying to get that little bit of a breather, you've got that push coming in, not just from one team, but it's going to be one knock push, and even Burnix officials on the fences.
But also WSF in the vicinity. I feel like these three teams, a triple threat situation. Whoever gets a better positioning might just triumph. But of course, have a look at this Burnix in the midst of nowhere. As Tango and others, they unleash the grenades as well as the Molotovs. Certainly not ideal living conditions, especially with 1 KB as well.
Now, I mean, I'm rather surprised. G2 Battleground, they've made it so far. Still have all 4 of their players alive. Have a good part inside the circuit. Now, this is the initial. Right now, the current objective would be try and get the squad of Initiative Academy getting wiped off. And that is where they're kind of on a lookout, right? On a prowl to search out for Blazy, who's sort of hiding in that thick sheet of smoke.
He certainly is. I can also see Katil in the vicinity. Pretty sure they are quite in the vicinity, but of course Shiva Bro thinks otherwise. He definitely wasn't safe there, especially behind a buggy. Is Blazy tries to survive for his life, but can't hold on to it for much longer.
Yeah, the smoke dissipating at the worst time possible. But Team GL, they still have the edges of the certain circle. They really need to watch out for G2 Battleground for right beside them, as Rebel has her attention shifted at the players of Intrepid, as she's going to try and get that little knock onto its Flico, who eventually is knocked out though. Heymanth and Glock have all those burden on the shoulders to try and get that res back up, as KO Retribution are exactly doing the same. But now with just 9 seconds remaining, this is not the right time to get Phoenix back on his feet, as the zone is going to try and come in anytime soon, giving away all those meds, at least to his teammate. And KO Retribution, they are certainly making the right moves now.
Exactly, approximately 120 meters for KO Retribution to maneuver. This is not ideal as Shiva Bro takes down Alpha Didi, and this is bad news. The entirety of Team GL stuck in a very small area, and all these artillery that are going to be showered in by G2. This means bad news for them, especially when there is no way that they can escape from here. Only one vehicle to work with, players being knocked out, and Shiva Bro continuously pressing their foot on the pedal. They just want to push up and they just want to destroy him.
Yeah, absolutely trying to pummel down the players of GL over there, because they've gotten themselves in a really sandwich situation, right? With Intrepid from the back lines, you've got G2 Battleground from the front lines, as now Shiva Bro is trying to deal that ultimate blow with that grenade. Doesn't land, barely misses by the margin. But as we speak of GL, they're going ham up the players of Intrepid there.
They certainly are. Heyman though gets KO. It's all a trifecta happening, right? GL still trying to break out of this kerfuffle that they are in. G2 Battlegrounds are still waiting for that opening, and here it comes. Shiva Bro makes that big ballsy moves with the buggy, and here it comes. A UMP just waiting to go ham as the spray comes in. Could have wiped out every single player, but Sync YT is here to wipe the floor of GL.
And G2 Battleground, they are not going to settle with anything less than a chicken dinner, already accumulating 9 finishes to their name. Shiva Bro has to give that sacrifice of his life in trying to take down the players of Team GL, as we come down to that one compound that we were looking out for this time. One knock push, have really good advantages positioned for themselves, as KO Retribution look to be going after the players of G2 Battleground.
It certainly is good positioning from them, right? Especially that G2 Battlegrounds are hurt at this point. They've got some sort of breathing space to work with, as well as bandages get thrown in. Fragiope has some sort of packets to work with to patch himself up. But G2 Battlegrounds, for them, it was the ideal time to hurt them when they are wounded. But KO Retribution taking the sweet time in the world to make it inside the circle. Elsewhere, the fight between one knock push as well as WSF is still brewing up, as Delta OP spots Dronza, or rather Phoenix OP in the background, and takes him out instantly.
Yeah, really bad place to take over there, as finally it is going to be the decider. WSF just pushing in the compounds of the players of one knock push who get annihilated right now, as they now will be making their way inside the circle as well. G2 Battleground all together compromising themselves in that one little sticky situation. One good grenade from Atharva could absolutely blow them into smithereens. No, it does not do any amount of damage, though. Eventually shifts on towards his rifle, getting that knock secured, as VSync is going to be trying to push in at his direction, as Atharva switches on towards his MP, as Dronza will be getting the knock from the other side.
He certainly will, but this is where WSF actually capitalized. The buggy comes into play. Dronza tries to stop it, but they have been sandwiched right now. Karan as well as Bajwa as well as Tango. All of these players coming in from front, and there's a guy who's got a vantage point right behind him as well. How many directions is he going to look at? Delta OP though, still surviving, but not for long, because Tango is going to take him out. Atharva is also going to be his victim as G2 Battleground bite the dust. They've been buried 6 feet under with 11 finishes for themselves.
Oh yes, now this is WSF's chicken dinner in the making, as Bronze is the last player who has been dealt pretty well, pretty comfortably, as WSF, we've been looking out for these guys. And when guys get that chicken, and finally they've earned it with 11 finishes to their name, taking that compound pretty early on, defending it against not just one but 2-3 teams all together, and eventually just coming outside from the zone to get that final finish on the last player of KO Retribution. I believe it was Dronza.
Yeah.
And now they're going to be happy that they're going to be seeing more of themselves even in round number 4.
Might just be. I hope they've done enough. This 11 finish game was basically the tipping point for them. Maybe they've solidified their position inside, but of course the G2 Battlegrounds also the 3rd position with 11 finishes. I feel this was enough for them for maybe to kind of come back in Erangel.
I think, you know, WSF, they've done the work, right? They've done what it takes. I think they were really consistent throughout the day, and even the point standings, you can take a look. But what a resurgence coming in from G2 Battleground as well, you know, when we were least expecting them to rise, and it all did come down to how they dropped off initially at San Martin, where we were really thinking that it is going to be Initiative Academy who comes out as the victors, but eventually avoiding that fight there on, and then looking at the bigger picture, focused a lot on the circles, did come out second with 11 finishes to their name as well.
Absolutely. I mean, have a look at this. You've got WSF and G2 kind of chiming in most of the points. KO Retribution, I'm not really sure about their chances, but they still have 16 points, right? And we've been speculating that you need that average 40 to 50 points to actually make it inside the top 8. Having said that, and with the past performances in mind, I feel like even a chicken dinner, a big chicken in the final game can also turn their fate into something gold.
Yeah, I mean, of course, one more chicken dinner and they could see themselves through. But as we take a look at the bottom half of the table, look at this. INR, Pule, Bhatke, Reborn, Nova, Initiative Academy, and Kinetic absolutely losing out on all the momentum that they had built up. And I'm not going to get into the physics of things over there, but all I can see from as a layman is they really need to recover right now, or else I find themselves somewhere struggling to qualify to round number 4.
Exactly, but a person who is not struggling currently is going to be the iQOO MVP Shiva, bro, of course, from G2 Battlegrounds with 6 finishes and 654 points of damage. This was the man who was making all the ballsy moves in the Battlegrounds, doing all the solo maneuvers and just going ham on the other teams.
Eventually, he just gave his life away towards the players of GL, right?
Yeah.
But he sort of opened it up for them, right? Opened it up for his teammates to come in and get the push done. Eventually got a few knocks to his name. A very valiant effort, earned himself the iQOO MVP. But as we move on further, it's going to come down to Karan and Bajwa. And you've been talking a lot about Bajwa being your favorite player all over. Really interesting, crafty name. I really thought maybe Fixes was just a very sexy one. But Bajwa, it has a punch with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically salt with a little bit of extra salt. Salty with a little bit of extra salt on there. Bajwa, just completely budgify your opposition. That was a good term that we coined out there. But ladies and gentlemen, it's not about that. I feel like it's about the match summary, and let's just have a look at it. Now, of course, I'm expecting a lot of those grenade finishes, considering the fact that there were a lot of explosions, right? Yes, 6 grenade finishes. That is exactly what I was looking for. with only one airdrop looted. Now, I was sort of expecting a little bit more action, considering we saw that in a couple of Erangels and the Miramar as well. But I'm not really sure if the Arctic Warfare Magnum sung its songs of death in that one.
Exactly, because I was kind of looking out for OPT Rising Falcons Juicy.
Yeah.
He's been one of those players that's always gotten his hands on that big green cannon. But this time he was somewhere playing around with his mini, right? Being denied, and it's understandably why. But FT Graph says that
Wow.
we've got 4 teams that were really good. One Nation, we've got WSF, we've got G2 Brothers, and also the boys from Intrepid. Now, Intrepid, that is something I really like, considering the tremendous amount of pressure that they were in that first fight that they took, and managed to win without any casualties. Still went on getting those extra 5 finishes to their name, and certainly have themselves into the mix of even trying to qualify.
They might just be, but ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a look at the squad face-off right now. And it is basically the overall face-off, right? The overall statistics that we're going to compare, and this kind of gives us an entire picture. Kinetic as well as Bhule Bhatke, very, very close to each other. 25 finishes, 25 finishes. The average survival time, though, is something that we need to take care of, because 19 minutes, I'm not really sure if that's enough to get you the podium finish inside the top 5.
I mean, they've got 25 finish points. They've got 1 chicken dinner. I think they've done it. I think they've done it.
Just enough?
Yeah, just enough. Because, so far the threshold has always been around that 47,
48, yeah.
48 marker. And we're talking about, they didn't have really 2 good games, right? But now, shifting our attention towards WSF Esports, I'm pretty sure that these lads have made it, right? 32 finish already there. They've got a lot of position points in the previous games. Getting a chicken dinner, an extra 15 points. This is one of those teams that you can already start congratulating on their social pages already.
Possibly. But I mean, we've seen a different definition of consistency at this point, right? We've kind of been over that phase when P6 just come in and dominate the entirety of the first half. It's basically about warming yourself up in the first game and maybe making your last few games count, right? And I've always mentioned that you kind of have to get like approximately 10 to 15 points every game and you are well set. But considering that we have had longer days, we have had 6 games contrary to the 5 games that we had in round 1 and round 2, it kind of gives all these teams a breathing room in the first few games, and then they suddenly start getting consistent. And that is when we start see them suddenly climb up. For example, WSF.
This is where even mental exhaustion sort of comes in, right? Where you start giving up when you know it's all 5 games done and dusted and you haven't really performed. But had you had this one device in your hand, performance would never have been an issue, as our friends from iQOO do have a special message for you guys.
Show me you got soul.
Well, we're not broken records. We are telling this to you several times because this phone means business. This phone is a real baddie when it comes to gaming as well as content creation. And that is one of the reasons why I'm going to get one for myself, because I'm actually good at both. I'm pretty good in gaming. I'm also pretty good in content creation.
I do not know how to respond to that. Could have been a banter over here, but it's all right. You know what? But I'm going to try my luck on streaming on this phone already, right?
You should.
I've been playing a lot of BGMI lately, and you surely can do. You start a journey of your streaming career with Loco, India's biggest gaming platform. But for now, we've got to take a look at the highlights that we have for you guys over here right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the fight that we've been talking about, right? It was really so sticky, right? Even the 4 moments where Intrepid made those big mistakes, but Ripper went with those greedy efforts to try and get those finishes off, but could not succeed.
He certainly did not, right? And Intrepid, the recovery was brilliant, right? They kind of lost a few players in the middle phase of the battle itself, but eventually the final few players still managing to keep up that manpower. But this is something very comical. Team Kinetic just being just being stuck in a rock and a hard place. It's just so sad to watch, especially a team like Kinetic who have been performing brilliantly throughout the day itself. But Bhule Bhatke, It's been the same story for them over and over again. They perform brilliantly. They kind of show brilliance and certain glimpses of what they can potentially do. But then one 4v4 fight pops up and they suddenly get wiped out.
Yeah, even, you know, Bule Bhatke, the way they position, they could have done better in that particular situation, right? Especially when that one player was in the little corner over there, just
Prone.
absolutely prone in.
It was a
Something-
1v1.
Yeah, that is something that you should be anticipating. That, you know, right now proning down, is it the right choice to make when I already have my position right out in the open? Everybody knows that I'm going to be somewhere around that, and a person just diving in has that little bit of a mobility going along. But regardless, you know, even One Nation Esports had a good time this time around. Initiative Academy, however, though, considering the kind of positioning that they were in at the start of the game around San Martin, could not do much.
They certainly could not, right? And OBD Rising Falcon again, kind of showing their prowess every single time. This is one of the teams who I am going to fancy to be in somewhere around the mid-table, right? Possibly already qualified, but if they're not, they still have a very good chance of actually making it. And this is where we saw Reborn Nova kind of bite the dust again. Not really sure if they have any sort of chances to work with.
And this is where, you know, this was one of those compounds that WSF were holding on to, right? Had been the hottest property in Miramar.
Yes.
And it was inevitable that, yes, the pushes were coming in. But this is the best part, you know. Not a lot of teams nowadays are able to defend all the compound ambushes on them. But they did a really decent job. Not just that, they managed to wipe out another team and dealt with even the third. Eventually got themselves into the circle, which they were out of eventually, and ended up getting a chicken dinner for themselves as well. But coming back to this situation, had GL got a little bit of a spread to work around with, can't really blame them because they were kind of pincered down from two sides, because had they even spread out, it would have been the boys from Intrepid, you know, dishing out that final nail in the coffin. But Shiva, bro, this little valiant effort coming from his side, getting that knockdown, you know, sort of motivating his players to go in for the push, get the squad wipe. In short, those 4 finishes were to their names.
It actually comes down to confidence again, I feel, because from the side, from Team GL's perspective, have a look how pincered they are, right?
Yeah.
Had they made certain ballsy moves, it's always been about playing the edge of the circle. Right? They certainly were limited in this situation, but had they made certain ballsy moves, maybe attempted to go for a fight early on, they could have found a better position for themselves. But of course, ifs and buts, we're going to leave that for later, as Team KO Retribution again is one of the teams that I was looking forward to, right? They certainly have got the capability. Atharva with his nades has been brilliant. But there's been certain moments of brilliance, like G2 this time around, right? They wonderfully spread themselves out. If not for WSF, it could have been a brilliant game for G2.
Oh, it certainly still was, right? I mean, again, they performed out of the expectation. So I'm really happy that, of course, they missed out on the chicken dinner. That's going to bug them a little bit. But getting those 11 finishes is something that is really good, considering you just have 1 game remaining.
Yeah.
Now, when we were talking about Team GL, I sort of was pondering as to what could they have done better. Remember, while in the cast we said, you know, there's that little bit of an eastern room that if they can tend to take early on, which eventually teams like Intrepid and Bhule Bhatke did want to take over that compound. Had they done that in that time, maybe they could have had ended up in a better position. But like you said, it all comes down to ifs. Had they should have, could have, but eventually it is the reality that hits you right on your faces, right? With GL still getting 4 or 5 points from out there, have they made it enough? We're gonna find it out as the final match is in front of you guys, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at the matchup. While I'm gonna be finally calling it a night for myself, as our guy is just getting all eager to cast the final game.
He certainly is, as we are getting ready for one last flight path and one last flight for us to witness. Of course, we've had a few teams who have made a name for themselves. I'm still trying to figure out who the final group of players would be who proceed any further. But of course, I'm going to throw the mic to you, Arka, and figure out who you think is going to be the final 8 teams. Of course, you don't have to give me 8 names because it's very difficult, but considering you are a mathematic genius, you have all the statistics with you always. You're always carrying that piece of paper with the stats from the previous rounds. I'm going to throw in the ball towards you and ask you, who do you think is going to be the last team to qualify position 8?
Team GL.
Team GL, wow,
GM
fan
could be,
favorite?
Yeah, at the 7th or the 8th position to be specifically. But before we step into finding out who's the bigger picture when it comes to the 7th or the 8th position, let's look at what iQOO smartphones have to say to us.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
Well, what a device, what a beast. But of course, we are going to come back to the game itself right away because this is business time, right? This is no time to kind of scoff at and kind of joke around because all these players, the professional careers and let's say their future also kind of is on the line as the final map is getting readied and all dolled up. Erangel is going to be our final map as usual, ladies and gentlemen. And if I remind you, there's been utter chaos in the last 2 days of round 3, especially on this map itself. The final map of the day has been an absolute bloodbath for a certain team. So just go ham on the opposition. Do you think something of the same might just happen?
I strongly feel something like that might happen with the team Kinetic because they are the team which has been punched down every single time they're trying to wake up. So they'll be waiting for one moment to dominate, and once they start to dominate, they're going to make sure that, you know, they register their name in such a way that in the next round when they appear, there's going to be some fear struck in the hearts of the enemies. But yes, coming back to a few things which need to note down. Have you observed one thing in the finish and damage graph which keeps coming on our screens? There's not much of those big pillars coming up every single game. Just 1 or 2 games I saw that coming up, but the rest of the games everything was like laying low next to each other. That shows that the amount of finishes being shared by all these teams is almost the same, and that is when placement points come into the picture, and those teams who have attained winner chicken dinner for themselves will have a higher opportunity to make it in the next round, and that is why I took the name of Team G7. At the same time, I did mention about G2 Battlegrounds and KO Retribution, all of these teams to be performing in the previous game with WSF. They've lived up to that, right? So if there is one favorite team for you who you think can do wonders when it comes to the last map itself, which team would you opt on?
Let's go with Kinetics, I mean, my job kind of asks me to stay on the edge. Even Fixes asked me the same question. I was like, I'm going to be on the fence because I don't really want to sound biased. But I kind of have a feeling that Kinetics has started off really well on the map of Erangel. They just might end the day really well on the map of Erangel as well. Now, of course, we haven't had a consecutive chicken dinner or a second chicken dinner from any of the teams today. I'm still looking forward to it as the flight path is getting readied, as the big bird takes it to the skies, ladies and gentlemen. The final map of the day is ready as Erangel is ready to explode. And right now in front of us, we have the boys from WSF. Speaking on the flight path itself, it kind of starts off with BMOC being our first station. We're going to end our journey in Stauber being the final destination. Arka, what do you think about it? Does it dissect the map in 2 different halves, do you think?
Exactly. You just, you just read my mind. It is dissecting right to the half, making sure that, everybody have their drop location in their curve so that they can just go and land there first. But one thing seems to be the same equation every single time, which could be a problem for the team. That's going to be the team GL. Every time they only choose to go to military base and nowhere else. And even if they're going to, even they're choosing to go there, I just hope this time, they have served right for the BGMI gods to at least get the zone this time towards them, because every single time in the map of Erangel, they have chosen to go to the southern side of the map. It's been so tough for them to avoid rotation clashes and try to survive until the end.
That is the case with every team that goes towards the southern island, right? It's not a lot of teams who kind of prefer to go towards the military base and Novo, especially with the trend of circles that we get to see on the map of Erangel right now. It just gets exponentially difficult to cross those bridges and then all throughout the mainland. There's just so much traversing that you need to do. But of course, when the circle is towards the southern island, the entirety of the story gets flipped off as we look at the circle towards the Georgia pool and the shooting region once again. The circle that I was talking about, Arka, it's basically the same rendition, right? You've got that northern circle with a little bit of a western tinge to it.
See, every time this circle comes in, most of the teams have to realize that now is the time for us to prioritize the zone. Let's forget about everything else, do our farming quickly, and make sure we go to a corner where we can least expect teams to be. I'm speaking about the western side of Georgia Pole, there's a lot of shorelines on the western side of Georgia Pole where not much teams opt to stay over there. Now I can see the team OPT is over there, team INT is over there. They'll choose to remain there for a long period of time, but hopefully they don't change their mind and try to get to the center of the the circle. But right now, towards the side of 7E, seems to be a skirmish which could take place between the side of INR officials against the side of probably it was the X on the other side, Burnex.
Yeah, it is Burnix versus INR official on the lands of Severny, but of course this fight has some time to prove, right? It's still looting phase for each of these teams. They're still looking for it, right? They're still looking for their grocery shopping and getting their utility, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I somewhere feel that it's not Burnex, but it's someone else. Yeah, and movements to come. We'll get to know. It's
not
finish.
finished.
Yeah, it's
Pardon
not
me for
finished.
that.
Yeah, even I made the mistake, so pardon me as well. So knock finish is gonna be one of those teams on the other side, and the best part about them is they're concentrating on getting the farming first, and then concentrating on the enemies. And I do believe that that's going to pay them off in a very, very good way. And best part about 7E, when you divide it on the either side of the crossroad, you can eventually fall back, pick up the nearest, buggy or something, and just try to escape other than taking those unwanted fights. But let's remember this, that 7E is still in the zone, and we expect this love story to go a little longer.
They certainly will be, right? They have no compulsion, no rewards for actually making it a very early fight for themselves, right? They don't want to make their life more difficult. As we have a look at the circle itself, I love what Team Reborn Nova is trying to do, right? Capturing the nearby locations of Rozok. They are towards that Water City region, which is somewhat the geometric center of the circle itself, right? A lot of teams would actually go towards the Everest. A lot of teams would actually find shelter in Georgopol as well. It's all about getting that early loot and sort of making a move towards either of two regions, right? You can place your gamble on the northern hemisphere where you can move towards shooting range, or the circle might actually end somewhere in between Katka and Ruins, and that is the location where I am looking for. Of course, you can't really hold it for a very long time as a grenade gets cooked by Thunder. Now, it kind of intrigues me how early does Team INR want to engage in a fight? Of course, for them, the interest is basically finding as many finish points as they possibly can and get that big daddy chicken so that they can make their way inside the top 8.
I think Team INR are kind of set to be in the top 8 already.
Okay.
All they have to do is try to play for some placement points from here on. Don't get, tagged off earlier itself. Strategy is not just about, trying to make yourself inside the circle, but also about tagging one another, making sure that your presence is felt, so that that fear is going to be helpful. Devile on the other side is going to be cooking up a grenade. Can this trade-off be a little heavy for the side of Team INR? No, it cannot be. So both the projectiles come out clear, right? If you're laying down or you're sitting down, the grenade is not going to reach on the other side. So it's important that for them to go in for that, lead power, which is already started on our screens at this point of time. But falling back from this situation will be the best option which INR are choosing to do.
Yeah, they certainly are. For Thunder, of course, is calling upon the gods of Thunder to maybe do some damage on his behalf, because certainly, just like you mentioned, his needs are not reaching the other destination. As I can see, Dare is quite on the move right now. Team INR, what do they really want from this situation is what I really want to decipher, right? Some of them are willing to fall back. Of course, Thunder is caught in between a rock and a hard place where he can't really fall back, especially with one guy from Knock and Finish watching his back. Elsewhere, you've got Intrepid who are holding this nice little region, right? The nice little school, a hospital, whatever you want to call it, right on towards the southern side of Georgopol. You've got the little Everest coverage as well, so you might as well take that opportunity and capture it right from the start of it all. But it's still very early phases, like they don't really have that much loadouts to commit to that Everest rotation right yet. You can have a look at, right? They've just got level 1 helmets and vests to work with, no real meds to work with as well. So it's early days and it's peaceful times on the map of Erangel.
Absolutely. Now, one thing which struck my mind, which really shocked me, was there are 2 Thunders at 7A at this point of time in 2 different teams. Now, let's see which Thunder is going to be striking the hardest. As we know that, from the side of Team INR, there seems to be a Thunder, and also from the side of, Team Knock Finish, there seems to be another Thunder.
Wow.
So let's see which Thunder is going to be striking the hardest. As of now, we're going to be looking at the map and try to understand better about the positions of each of these teams. I'm waiting to see whether Team GL has already made their move from the southern side into the map. But ultimately, we need to understand this, that in the towards the center part of the map, in the northern side of Rozok or the southern side of shooting range, there are some hard compounds which you can actually hold off to play for some placement points. Ultimately, it's not going to be easy for people to actually rush in towards you, because it's a bit of an open ground and you can tag them off and strike fear as they're going to be pushing towards you.
They certainly will be, right? Have a look at this. The G2 Battlegrounds coming in form from the last game itself. They were beautiful, they were systematic, and they were destruction incarnate. Of course, they need to manifest the same energy in this map of Erangel as well as they prepare and refuel the vehicle. Of course, this vehicle specifically eats a lot of fuel, especially with the rising prices. Want to use something cheaper and economical? I would rather drive a Honda.
Hopefully Hondas have the right kind of mileage, but right now we have a Dacia to work out with, we have some Jeeps and the buggies to work out with, and we all know buggy has the highest mileage on the game right now, and most of them choose to use that. Hemant at this point of time from the side of Interpret, they're trying to come to closer, they're trying to acquire this part of the map which they feel that is going to allow them to play for placement points, which is a fair thing for us to observe in the mid part of the map. They also need to understand this, that this is the point where everybody are going to get attracted and converge into, because trying to stay at the center of the map from the beginning, one element of doubt comes to your mind, that is the map, is the circle going to benefit this part of the zone? And mostly the center part of the zone has always benefited when it starts to take a drastic shift up or down.
It certainly will be for a couple of few iterations, right? For the first or the second iterations of the circle, you will kind of get away with the central part of the circle itself. But yeah, I can see the guitar out there. Certainly, one of the guitarists are musicians here, and just like Fixers was talking about it, let's just form a band. Let's just ask permission from a production unit, and let's maybe prepare a rap for the audience, a parody song. I'm up for it. I'm cool. I'm good with the vocals. I'm good with writing a few raps. I was sort of a rapper in my school days. All the female students were a little fans of mine.
Which seems to continue, and you're blessed with something better at this point of time. I mean, I did see your recent vlog, and I did see that those female fan following seems to be attached.
Oh yeah, man.
So I want to go back and watch.
I'm sort of tired of all of that. I'm over it. I'm getting aged as well. It's time for me to settle down.
Ooh, big words coming from a small man at this point of time. But let's see how big can this turn out to be. It's gonna be Team GL versus G2. Is it the alphabet or the numbers which is gonna be weighing heavier, as G2 is making it inside the circle, probably trying to hold the corners of the circle itself to gatekeep any squad trying to push in towards them. Information has already been relayed from their teammate that there is a squad coming behind us. Why don't we just hold back at this position and try to strike them? And that's going to be G2 holding the ground, expecting GL to walk into the crosshairs.
Exactly right. With GL, I'm starting to question this approach where every single time they're playing the edge of the circle game, they're not really confident in taking the fight. Or is this a definite strategy which they don't swear by at this point? This is an absolute abomination, right? In abominable luck for them as G2 just absolutely takes one player down. Now, he's been knocked out. There's no way the other team can retaliate. Clutch is sort of stuck in this rock and a hard place. Nades are going to come fly by right across her. With the rest of the two players, they're not even in the party. So this is an entire 1v4 rampage coming in from G2 Battlegrounds where Clutchy just can't really figure out what to do.
And they're losing two players, and the best thing they could do is allow the other two to escape from this position, try to play for placement points, which is the best move for the side of GL at this point of time, and they've done the right thing. I don't know why Rebel was just driving through. I think she was busy looking at the enemy in front of her rather than keeping the eyes on the road, and that's why she got stuck to that broken Jeep over there, and that there started to, becoming the end for Rebel herself. But on the other side, fishes in the water yet again. What do you have to say about this when the circle is not even favoring that much of Severny?
We need to figure that out, man. Like KO Retribution, it's been a thing for them to swim. And I also know a few guys who love to swim, but it's not really in the lands of Erangel. Had this been a Sanhok water circle, I would have fancied that opportunity. But look, there's a knock and finish. Ripper is actually trying to spot those players out, giving good amount of information, and Thunder is the one who would actually capitalize on it. So much information being given out by Ripper as that man is eyes underwater as shots connect from Thunder. Good utility with the Scar and the 3x. I'm not really sure if Retribution, this is what they signed up for when they went inside water.
I mean, one more thing which, Ripper could have also done is try to take his teammate with that jet ski and try to lurk around and see whether they can find those, people in the water and try to strike them from their head itself. But ultimately, this kind of strategy does work out. And Ripper is actually ripping things apart for his squad right now, trying to eliminate the two other players of KO. And let us see on the bigger picture. Yeah, KO Retribution have two more, and they seems to be somewhere far away. Dronzo does get knocked off and is going to get revived eventually. But how long can they stay underwater and avoid this fight as the circle is going to be closing in? Knock Finish is not choosing to stay over here. Probably they're trying to, put a seed of doubt in the minds of KO, telling that we are going away from here.
It absolutely is, right? Fishes under the water. This is not what they signed up for. Struggling, poor fishermen trying to hunt them down. But luckily enough, Knock Finish decide to make a maneuver as they have to prioritize the circuit. Of course, they are moving towards the rest of the players of Team Knock. I believe KO Retribution right in front of them. And they've sort of got the right idea. I love this approach from Knock and Finish at the first circle. Decides to close in. We've got somewhere of a congregation towards the shooting range in Georgepur region where most of the teams are on their vehicles and trying to make a move. But these two fishes, for them, times of struggle just don't seem to end.
Exactly. Now I really love the thinking of Knock Finish. IGL coming in. He was like, let's take the higher ground and see the complete area of the water so that we'll get a better picture as to where those two fishes are flying. They do see a broken vehicle downstairs, so they know that there has been some movements happening over here. Or probably that was bought by Knock Finish themselves.
No, it wasn't bought by Knock Finish themselves. It was, I believe, I'm not really sure who that was, but elsewhere though we have got some shots being fired as WSF are going ham against Indian Patriots. Are the Patriots gonna survive though? That's the question, Proxy. His patriotism is not gonna help him survive any longer as Ripper gets Dronzer down. The fishes as well as the fishermen are still hunting elsewhere. Burnix official are going against Reborn Nova. Nate's bursting as ex-Niso still looking for an opening.
Oh, I just love the way he exactly knows the location. Many seconds soon we can expect the two players of Novo to get extinguished as Burnix official. They always rush in as a scavengers, as a pack of wolves, and then try to take the fight towards the enemies. And eventually now Milind will have an opportunity for himself to revive all of these three teammates who are down on his knees. I do understand that two players have already, the two players who were alive had done the job of, taking the fight into the face of the enemies, but Milind was not. He was just like a rock. It was not easy to put him down.
He certainly was, right? And that's where numbers advantage come into play. And this is when they've got to get back all of those players. They've got players lurking nearby in the vicinity who would be waiting to feast upon those finishes for themselves. But Team Kinetic, you've got Intrepid, you've got WSF as well. KU is quite close to Heyman. And this is where Intrepid are not really afraid of calling in the shots. Even Kinetic have actually gotten reinforcements. And Trifecta comes in quite close once again. Nate's being cooked in. Onyx actually takes a lot of shots. Not really sure where the damage is coming from, but definitely it's damage collateral happening as Warlock gets taken down as well. This is knocks happening left and right as Georgepur Containers is turning out to be a battlefield.
Yes, it's a three-way Mexican standoff coming in between three different teams. One is going to be INT, then it's going to be Kinetic, and then from far away we did see that, the Ws were also in the picture over here. So WSF Esports have a very good chance to come in and strike because they are the team who are not in the picture right away. They can steal. They have that high towers on which they can climb right now as the fight is going to take place and try to strike from the top. Do you think that's a good strategy for them?
Absolutely not. If you go towards a high ground, there's no coming back. It's a suicide mission. But thankfully, Team Intrepid are the one who actually disengage and fall back because Kinetic, they had so much ground, they had so much real estate. And here it comes, Invader OP on the receiving end of shots coming in from Onyx. You can't use vehicles at this point, especially when three teams are at your vicinity. And look at the confidence in these players. They're just rampaging across, dancing across the containers region, and they are doing so much heavy lifting. Any single team, any single vehicle this spot, shots are being fired, and so is OPT Rising Falcon also on the receiving end of one of those sprays.
And look at where the circle has happened, almost towards the side of Giorgio, and we can expect this fight to actually continue as the love story is going to be rewarded with a little bit of a zone in favor of the squad which is actually holding in. WSF, I do understand, he's trying to stay inside the water and try to heal himself, and once he's completely healed up, that is when he's going to come out. But Burnix on the other side is not only using gunpowder but also vehicles from far away. We can say that 1TL is also a squad in between of a skirmish. One nation needs to do something. They need to get this high, or else they won't be making it into the next round.
Wow, the northern Georgia Bowl Island. This is probably the first time I'm seeing it being inhabited by so many teams, because we generally don't see it. So many teams completely filled with action. But so far, it is the heart of everything that is happening inside the circle. WSF also have certain compounds to work with. Knocks are happening left and right. 1TL, who are they taking shots from? It seems like Indian Patriots are actually after their lives. Even within INR in the vicinity, I feel like life is just getting difficult, but we are missing all the action. Kinetic is also on the offense. Action is still happening in containers as well, ladies and gentlemen, as the Finnish feed is giving us all this crucial information on that.
Absolutely. Now we have to watch out for the northern side of the map, where we can see that, Knock and Finish is also playing it out. But finally we come to a place where the actual fight is going on. It's going to be Kinetic God trying to come out in the open, probably gets tagged a little more as well. Look at the position of INT at this point of time. They are all cornered out in one corner, where Kinetic have a better control over the real estate, but still they get taken down. And this is what happens when you're widely spread out. Now is an opportunity for the side of Warlock to just wait out and check whether Kinetic is going to come in and revive the teammate. And when they do, this is what's going to be happening. They're going to strike and take down one player at a time. Kinetic not in the right corner at this point of time, as Flico is trying to give some kind of cover fire. Warlock is also going to be pushing in, trying to take down the last player. It's going to be Flico who also gets taken out from the side of Intrepid. Can this fight go into the favor of Kinetic, as it's going to be Onyx trying to come in from a corner where he can actually dominate?
Certainly is. Team Intrepid not in good position. Absolutely. Even Kinetic, for that matter, just like you mentioned, they've lost in bodies, and this is where a dicey situation comes in, right? The containers are just so iffy. It's very, very hard to dictate the pace of the team. Is on, it just charges in, takes on the player who was reviving. It's only Glock who is surviving, and Team Kinetic, they seem to surrounded him from all directions. Team Intrepid, by the dust, they've been buried 6 feet under, and this team, Team Kinetic, they are looking strong, they certainly are, but elsewhere you've got Knock and Finish starting to brew up a fight against Team G2 Battlegrounds. I'm certainly not a huge fan of this position. Completely vulnerable from all different directions, from Burnix as well as from the other team. They're sort of sandwiched, Arka.
Yes, 3-way Mexican standoff yet again visible on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. G2 versus the side of probably it's coming in from the side of Burnix, and then one more score that's going to be Knock and Finish. So these are the three teams who need to survive to put some placement points to make sure they cement themselves. Knock and Finish realize that and eventually fall back from the fight. But G2 versus Burnix, which is going to be taking place, I strongly feel these two have already made it into the next round somehow. But for the safer side, they need at least 2 to 3 points.
Certainly do. His action is still happening. Shots go berserk as Burnix official are still fighting to get some footing on this territory. But sadly enough, it's not inside the circle. 1xTL sort of from a very long distance actually takes on one of the players. He gets knocked out, and I'm pretty sure he gets confirmed as well. Burnix official, poor guy, as they decide to do otherwise and push inside the compound. In the process, they actually discover Rice as well, and he has been taking down. Beautiful stuff inside the smoke, try to disguise his presence. That's not gonna work as nades get popped in. Again, just like you like to call it, it's a 3-way Mexican standoff, being Nikki OP, the only lone survivor from Team GL, taking in all the nades coming in from Team Hule Patke.
Now it's important for her to survive and get more placement points for the squad, or else it's going to be hard for them to, make it into the next round. All they have to do is, all she has to do is rely that Hule Patke can be the blessing in disguise and grab all the attentions of the team. It's going to be easier. But on the other side, in the waters, I did see some green smokes coming up. That comes up to say many of them have given their life to the water itself. Opt, Rising, Falcon, they have 2 men standing, and both of them almost near the water. Shiva Bro wanting to go in for a clutch. It's going to be Divine and Thunder coming in, but he gets backstabbed from somewhere else. It's going to be BB being a blessing in disguise for the side of Knock and Finish. They're going to be surviving a little more to get more placement points for themselves.
They certainly will, but this is not where they want to get taken down. 11 teams are still surviving, and 29 players are still inside the mix. Smoke trail being formed is 2 or rather 3 players. You've got Pathak G, you've got Danger F, as well as another player from OPT, Rising Falcon, and I love this. The disguise inside the vehicle, and you can actually do this, right? You can stay inside the vehicle, you can get on top of of it, and that is how you can fire inside the water itself. And Rising Falcon just doing a beautiful job, but only one finish to work with, and 2 players being taken down. Not the ideal situation where they want to be in as the entire action unfolds in the northern hemisphere of Georgia Pool itself, with so many teams finding compounds for themselves. It seems to be we have an urban warfare in our hands, Arca, and this is where it's the civilian phases, right? This is where most of the teams will get some spacing to actually work with. They will be comfortable inside their compounds, and as soon as the circle shifts, as soon as they get thrown off of that window, this is where you find yourself in the middle of nowhere.
What a jump coming in from the side of G2 Battleground. I mean, I really love the way they came in, but they fell down to their own death, and that's not the way you land, ladies and gentlemen. You need to understand sometimes, no matter how much you go in style, you might get down in style as well. Burnex official is going to be pushing in as hard as possible and as quickly as possible, as Millen is going to be leading the fight. I just hope that, you know, the person on the top do realize that it's not important for him to go for an 1v3, as the game is going to be turning against the side of the team right to the center of the circle.
Teams right next to each other. Teams right close to each other. OPD Rising Falcon have found themselves some sort of landmass, but Bajwa, is he gonna budgetify OPD? Oh, yes, he is gonna budgetify him. Danger though, the last remaining survivor. Smoke trains aren't really going to help you because it makes your presence even more evident. Bajwa just doing the hard part for OPD Rising Falcon, and I'm not really sure if the last player Danger is gonna survive for long. No, he isn't.
Oh, there's another Bajwa coming in. He's going to be putting that nade right into his face. And that's going to be goodbye for OPT from the lobby itself. Ryzen Falcon did do their best. Let's see whether it's going to happen, as Katil with that Uzi is expecting somebody to be rushing in towards him. Does the wise decision, falls back. It's important for you to re-strategize when it's a 1v3.
It certainly is. And Burnix official, they're still looking in for that opening right. Everyone is inside the circle and everyone has a hard compound to work with. This is where fight just gets so much more difficult. But Katil has actually been knocked out. But Burnix official can't really move because WSF in the vicinity might just take them down, right? This is where teams make a huge mistake. They get a knock for themselves in a different compound and they immediately rush in. But considering you've got 8 teams and 23 players in the 6th circle, it's not a wise decision. What would be wise is what is Boulevard doing. They're holding a compound for themselves. They're completely smoked off the vicinity to prevent or discourage any moves from coming in. KO Retribution though, they're still looking to invade it. Alexander the Great would definitely be proud, but I'm not sure if BGMI gods would be.
But at this point of time, I think one lurking snake is trying to do the best of what she can. That's going to be Nikki OP. But right now, she's in the crosshairs of Boulevard. Could this be the end for the side of Team GL when it comes to acquiring those placement points? Is going to be the next big question. She's got old foemen standing right in front of her. She has to hold on to the composure, try to hold this position as long as possible. But Bole Batke, suddenly their attention has been taken away from this corner, apart from one last player. So let's see what's going to happen to this corner. But on the other side, it's going to be Burnex coming in, closing towards the side of Team 1. Knock punch. Let's see which team is going to be surviving that onslaught, which is going to start any second soon.
Definitely is going to start any second soon as the circle shifts, ladies and gentlemen. We've had the 6th iteration of it as many teams get thrown off guard. They were comfortable inside their compounds, but now that they need to make a move. And this is where life gets so much more difficult. A beautiful bird's eye view from the production itself. Kudos to you guys who are giving us such vantage points to have a look at. This gives us the entire picture, right? Paints us the entire picture in our slate right now. Nikki OP, the lone survivor, the lone warrior, Gossa right sandwiched in between 1 KP, not the right kind of sandwich you would want to be in. Mohit still cooking up the nade. I'm not sure if they have an idea that Nikki OP is here. You've got Red Viper being taken down. Nikki OP is starting to unleash herself, but she needs to disguise her presence because she can't really give that up at this point.
Exactly. Now, at the same time, the best team to be holding the position. Oh, no. One Nation Esports also gets erased off from the equation. But Team GL is still surviving with that last player. Let's see what's going to happen as Bule Batke have come into the circle. They're almost pushing right into the circle. It's going to be a 3-way Mexican standoff where Bule Batke, average player, has to watch out for the grenades being cooked in the lower ground. He's trying to come in from a corner where he can strike against the side of Team IE. Let's see whether that's going to be the case. Yes, he's going to be falling right into their face, and ultimately he'll be reaching the ground. It's going to be Zidane trying to do the cover fire as well. There's going to be a rush coming in towards him. This cover fire is not going to help him much as IE is going to be putting an end for them, and that's going to be Initiative Academy.
3 teams and 7 players. This is where action just reaches its supremo, and WSF Esports start dominating 3v3v1 situation as Pernix officials still have one player inside the podium finish itself. Tango and his crew versus the entirety of Initiative Academy. Now both these two teams, they know exactly where they are, right? And the circle is still on both of them. It's still having the mercy of these teams right now, but I'm not really sure where is it going to go when the 8th iteration comes in front of us. Of course, for Initiative Academy, it's all about finding that right position for themselves. They have a vantage point, and I love this, but unfortunately, these compounds don't really have a roof, so they can't really use the entire territory of it. They need to figure it out. They need to come down and maybe take the fight to WSF Esports, who are still looking for blood, as there's some sort of silence, not the silence that you would actually want, ladies and gentlemen. This is where teams start figuring out what do they want in the final stages of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if I was the person over here who was trying to play things around, I would see how many medkits are there amongst my teammate and just try to keep one and make it inside the circle, somehow set in one corner, just hope that, you know, I get to go for that, you know, heal battle. But ultimately, WSF Esports do know the exact location of from which corner these people are coming in from. The grenade does go in from that corner, does the damage with the pre-fire, but the grenade explosion doesn't do anything much. I think the molly at this point of time might get connected just in case Brazy is going to stick to that position itself. No, he has escaped perfectly. Now from the other side comes up a smoke that, you know, it's trying to just cover off the view of Tango at this point of time. A very, very good position being held by Milindex as well. All he has to do is wait for these two to fight it out and get that position point, which he loves to hold for himself.
He certainly is, and the smoke covers, just like you mentioned, is going to do them a lot good. But the circle has forced Team Initiative Academy out of their comfort zone, and this is where fight against WSF becomes so much more difficult, exponentially more difficult for Milin, as he's just waiting for this battle to brew out, still looking for that second placement spot. Bajwa, as well as another one of his crew, is on top of these rooftops. I'm not really sure how I feel about them because the grenades are just so much more devastating, right? There's a high chance of probability where it just might explode in front of your face as a footstep. Milin is starting to take this fight against Team Initiative Academy as it finds a finish, a blessing in disguise, but Karan coming in from the backstab finishes him off. It's a 3v2 for WSF and Initiative Academy, having the topography, having the numbers advantage. It's everything that the doctor had ordered for them, but WSF still holding their ground as they know exactly where Blazy and DJ are. One nice nade and they would be out for good.
Now Tango knows the exact position of where these two players are. He does hear a footsteps of somebody closing in. That's why he's going to open that UMP and wait for them to actually walk into his crosshairs. Initiative Academy, Blazy on the other side. What? He's just going to hold that one corner inside the home, and he's just going to wait for those people to actually push in. Now he's going to be pushing as the quickest, and let's see what's going to happen next as Initiative Academy, according to me, are making the first mistake, which they shouldn't have done.
There's absolutely having one medkit, but I'm not really sure if he has a time. He's still patching himself up as WS just push him by. GG, the only player, he gets the first off for himself, and he's still looking forward for more. It's a 1v1 situation. Goes for the broad shot, but that doesn't connect as it is. Team WSF, if I'm not mistaken, yes it is. They're the ones to take the winner chicken dinner with 9 finishes, but kudos to Initiative Academy for the 10 finishes, and also Bernix official. Wonderful stuff from Milind over there. The balls on that guy to get the final finish from the side of Team Initiative.
The final moments of this game was so intense that, you know, it was hard for us to say what to do next. You know, just imagine if that was the case for us, having a bird eye view, what could have been the case of the players who are playing it over there. And one more thing is for sure that, you know, WSF were holding that, they were blessed with the zone from the beginning itself, and they made the best use of it.
They certainly are, right? You can't really say a team is blessed because if they have been doing it time and time again. Every single time they just predict the circle so well. They figure out where the central part of the circle would be and they just hold it to perfection. Their fortress is unbreakable at this point as they rack up 24 points in the final map of Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Initiative Academy, valiant effort coming in from them with 22 points. I feel like both those teams, they have sort of solidified their position inside the top 8. But the other teams are somewhat questionable. Bernix official, Phule Phatke, we're still looking at one knock push somewhere near the mid stages. One Nation as well. G2 Battlegrounds finding themselves 8 points. I'm not really sure if that's enough considering their good performance on the map. Miramar, knock and finish. Team Kinetic, OPD Rising, Falcon, Team INR once again. Like, these big names, or rather the names who actually performed really well in the initial stages of the day itself, I'm not really gonna lie, I'm not really gonna sugarcoat, they're disappointing at this point.
Somewhere I feel that, you know, they might not make it into the next round, and they're going to be learning a lot because of this. But now we're going to be looking at iQOO, MVP of the last map itself. It's going to be 4 finishes coming in from the side of Milan. The way he sustained until the last moment, the way he was able to, you know, keep himself in looks and corners of the map where he's not going to get attacked was really, really commendable.
It certainly was, right? And ladies and gentlemen, have a look at the top 5 players of the day, right? Milan, of course, the font kind of makes it mind over there, but you've got Karan, you've got Loki, Saurav, as well as Bajwa inside the top 5. A complete 4-3 finishes all across the board, as all of these players, they've kind of shined the brightest in this match itself, having an average of 600, 500 damage points, just apart from Milan, who has got 900 valiant damage effort. But ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the match summary. And 100 grenades used. That's great. A century being completed. I'm not really sure if that's the first time.
No, I think this is the first time even I'm seeing it, yes. So you were saying.
But anyway, 4 grenade finishes. Not really that best of conversion rate, but I'm gonna take that.
Yeah, two of which we did see, right? Coming in from the final moments of the game. He did place it exactly, and that was the person Bajao.
Yeah.
You know, he was actually
Bajwa, by the way.
Bajwa
But
coming. Sometimes you use that mnemonic techniques just to remember the names, and it was Bajwa.
Bajao, Bajofai. We've kind of named him different terms, and I'm pretty sure when he makes his alternate accounts, he would have a lot of ideas to work with. But FD overview is what we have to look at right now. Look at that compound that has been set up by Burnix, right? 1805 points of damage. You've got 1629 from WSF, 1623, all across that mid-tier damage points, right? Nothing completely extraordinary. Conversion rate from Initiative Academy, I would have to say, is the best so far.
Agreed on this point, but Interpret Esports is one of those squads to watch out for as well. You know, in this game they did acquire a 10 finish for themselves, so I'm wanting to see whether they'll be able to make it into the next round. But for now, we'll be looking at the squad spotlight to see which is that one team which has performed the best so far. It's going to be WSF. The first game and the last game has been, you know, their name was written all over it. So 41 finishes on an average coming in. Yesterday it was 50 finishes, you know, coming in. So today it was more like, you know, each of them had a very good fray within themselves, and that's why it's come down. 41 finishes with a total of 7,475 damage, 5 headshots, and an average survival of 21 shows that, you know, they did come in at least to the final 2 circles.
Exactly, right. Having an average survival time is really important up there. 20 plus means you're racking up at least 8 placement point every single time. And these teams, right, the same criteria comes in for Pule Patke and Kinetic. In spite of having the same number of finishes, but more damage points for Kinetic, it's the average survival time which has caused them problems. Some games, they're really good, but some games, they just get eliminated so early, which is going to hurt their average survival time. 18 minutes is not the best. You need to get better in terms of getting those placement points up and running, right? But Fixer sort of mentioned that they've got 29 finishes
They're
from
on the aggressive side.
They certainly are, right? They might just be on the aggressive side, but you need to get inside the final circle if you want to make your aggression sound dominant on the other teams. But if you take Kinetic's case study right now, 29 finishes, that means 29 points. They had a chicken dinner to their name as well, which means 15 extra points, approximately around 43. Give them 7 more points, just a rounding off error, approximately 50. I think they kind of have made it. But speaking of making it, I feel like iQOO, our friends over there, have actually made a banger of a phone, and they have a small word for you guys, ladies and gentlemen.
Show me you got soul. Just the way you like it. So good, so fresh. So good, so fresh.
So, ladies and gentlemen, there's one more point which is going to blow our minds as well. Salty, have you observed one thing from the beginning? Our mobiles have been on, right? So
It's
been on, and we have been trying to, you know, do something or the other in between. usually when you have some other mobile in your hand and you're using it regularly, you tend to feel the heat behind, right? Just touch and see whether you feel anything whatsoever.
Dude,
behind.
it's chilling. It certainly is.
Exactly. Now that's my point. When on an average use, if it's so cold in gaming, obviously it's going to support you in a better way. And I believe that if you are a person who's going to grind, this is the mobile for you. Don't go back on this. Just buy one and keep it for yourself. At least when you're starting off your, esports career as an athlete, this is going to be remembered for a really long time.
Absolutely. If esports is not your genre, if you're into content creation and streaming just like me, then you might as well download Loco, which is India's largest game streaming and esports application, because that is where most of your BGMI idols are streaming their perspectives of these tournaments as well. They also do their fun streams as well. You have people like Sid who kind of give their reaction on different stuff. I'm really a big fan of Sid. Of course, Sid, bye if you're watching then. But anyway, coming back, you can also start streaming yourself, because I do sometimes, and I play pretty well in my Conqueror and Diamond lobbies, which apparently for fixes is not just good enough. But Arka, it's been a cracker of a day so far, and we're sort of coming to the end of it, right? Round 3 is also starting to end, and this is where, again, 50% of the teams are going to get chopped off. But there's interesting news, ladies and gentlemen, because invited teams are going to come in next week, and they are going to make our games just so much better. Rarka, I want few final thoughts from you before we end the show.
Yeah, looking at the rate of speed in which the tournament is getting over, tomorrow it's going to be the last week. So,
Yep.
right, we're going to be catching you guys tomorrow, and we'll give you more information who's going to be the invited teams. Until then, this is me, Arka, with me, Salty, signing off.